Nations working together to achieve First Nations priorities and shared goals. It has been a source of inspiration and understanding as we work together at the pan-Canadian level with our Indigenous partners on Bill C-15. I understand that Grand Chief Littlechild and Regional Chief TG will be providing an overview of the bill later on today. For my part, I would like to highlight a few key areas that speak to the bill's strengths. First, the preamble. It contains powerful language that reflects the input we received over the fall from many Indigenous nations and organizations and sets the context for the bill and its implementation. It acknowledges the importance of the Declaration as a framework for reconciliation, healing, and peace. It recognizes inherent rights and acknowledges the importance of respecting treaties and agreements. It speaks to the rejection of all doctrines based on discriminatory and racist ideas of superiority, and explicitly rejects colonialism in favor of relationships based on principles of justice, democracy, equality, non-discrimination, good governance, and respect for human rights. It also recognizes that provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous governments have jurisdiction to take actions within their own areas of authority that can contribute to the implementation of the Declaration. The goal is not to get in the way of good ideas and effective local action, but to look for opportunities to work collaboratively on shared priorities and in ways that are complementary. Finally, it underscores the importance of taking into account the diversity within and amongst Indigenous peoples, including cultural, linguistic, and legal diversity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples across the country. This is a critical point, and it reflects a number of the comments and perspectives heard during engagement as part of this bill's development and ongoing parliamentary process. Second, the action plan, which we have always said that C-15 is a starting point and a catalyst for action. Meaningful engagement on the action plan will help us build stronger relationships and greater predictability and certainty over time. This plan includes measures to combat prejudices, to eliminate all forms of violence and systemic discrimination, as well as for accountability and the accountability of our actions, in order to get relations based on respect and mutual comprehension. Il sera question de suivi et de surveillance des mécanismes de recours ou de redressement et de toute autre mesure de responsabilisation associée à la mise en œuvre de la déclaration. Le processus de modification et d'examen y seront également prévus. These provisions will lead to an action plan that truly focuses on accountability and collaboration. Indeed, the action plan is intended to include discussion about accountability measures over and above what is already provided for in the bill through annual reports and referral to the committee. Third, FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent. Dialogue and collaboration will also be critical as we consider the issue of free, prior, and informed consent. This is about self-determination, respectful two-way dialogue, and meaningful participation of Indigenous peoples in decisions that affect you, your communities, and your territories from the get-go. Obtaining consent should be the goal of any consultation or collaboration process. We need to make every effort to reach agreements that work for all parties. That said, our process for consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples will need to be adapted to the different measures and initiatives at stake, ranging from localized projects to development or reform of national laws or policies. I'm confident that we can build a shared understanding of this important concept with open and respectful dialogue and consideration. The second big topic is the criminal justice reform bill that I proposed last week. So while Bill C-15, UNDRIP, is one significant step to advance reconciliation and tackle deep-rooted discrimination and racism in all parts of society, another is Bill C-22. I was proud to introduce the bill, which proposes to amend the Criminal Code and Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. C-22 is part of our efforts to address the over-incarceration of too many Indigenous people, too many Black people, and too many marginalized Canadians, and to help address health problems as health problems and not criminal problems. This includes the opioid challenge and crisis. Mandatory minimum penalties are a rigid, one-size-fits-all approach that do not make our communities safer. They do not deter criminals, and they contribute to inefficiencies and lead to unfair results. The proposed reforms in Bill C-22 would restore a judge's ability to impose an appropriate sentence that responds to the facts of the case before them and to take into account the personal circumstances of Indigenous persons. These changes should help a lot of people, both victims and perpetrators, to find a healing and restorative solution that MMPs do not allow for. Also critically important is that we plan to restore access to conditional sentence orders, or CSOs, by removing the restrictions that the Harper government put in place. A CSO is a sentence of incarceration of less than 2 years that can be served in the community under strict conditions. The conditions would include house arrest, curfew, or treatment if a judge is satisfied that imposing a conditional sentence would pose no risk to public safety. This measure promotes rehabilitation and reintegration by allowing offenders to stay in their communities, to keep their jobs, to stay with their families, and take care of their children, and to undergo whatever is needed. For example, drug treatment therapies, where those are what is needed in the circumstances. They also, Bill C-22 also seeks to address in part the opioid crisis, but certainly drug offenses generally. And prosecutors would be required to consider diverting drug possession cases to alternative measures, such as drug treatment programs, rather than laying or proceeding with criminal charges. Again, all of these measures are meant to attack the question of over-incarceration, to treat health problems as health problems, and to make sure, for example, that we invest in communities. We give a judge the ability to look at a Gladue report and say, because of this person's particular history, a conditional sentence order is what is needed, and by throwing out the minimum mandatory penalties for a number of these crimes, we're allowed to do that. Beyond these legislative measures, we continue to move forward with actions to build a better and more just future for Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples, and indeed all people in Canada. We know that for these reforms to function, we need adequate services. And that's why our government has invested in the fall economic statement precisely to help people who are particularly affected by the justice system. So in that economic statement, we announced $50 million to support the implementation of Gladue principles in the mainstream justice system, and Indigenous-led responses and funding that would support the implementation of impact and race and culture assessments. These assessments allow sentencing judges to consider the disadvantages and systemic racism that contribute to racialized Canadians' interactions with the criminal justice system. The fall economic statement also contained $29 million to support community justice centers, pilot projects in British Columbia, Manitoba, Ontario, as well as consultations to expand the community justice center concept in other provinces and territories. As we continue to support Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada working in partnership with provincial and territorial governments, Indigenous people, Indigenous women's organizations, and others to develop an effective national action plan as a meaningful response to the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls report. Complementing that work, I recently announced funding to the Vancouver Aboriginal Community Policing Center Society and Women Against Violence Against Women Rape Crisis Center. These important organizations will offer a range of culturally relevant support services and activities for families of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in the Vancouver area. As well, my updated mandate letter from Prime Minister Trudeau includes direction to develop an Indigenous justice strategy in collaboration with Indigenous peoples across Canada in order to address more than just systemic discrimination and overrepresentation, but the interrelationship of Indigenous people in the justice system more generally. This will require a whole of government approach that will include my ministerial colleagues in Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, Indigenous Services, and Public Safety Canada. We will do this work in consultation with you, Indigenous partners, with the provinces and with the territories. We recognize the need to do more to collaborate with Indigenous partners to develop these solutions, and I'm looking forward to addressing these challenges with you together. This is just one example of how we're already applying the spirit of the UN Declaration without waiting for royal assent and implementation. I also want to acknowledge the tremendous work to bring about the BC First Nations Justice Strategy, which launched almost a year ago. This is a significant example of what can be achieved when Indigenous and non-Indigenous partners come together in good faith and open dialogue. I applaud the determination of all parties, particularly the BC First Nations Justice Council, under the leadership of Doug White and Rosalie Yahtzee and BC Attorney General David Eby. And I look forward to meeting them in the coming days to discuss the BC First Nations Justice Strategy and its lessons learned as the Government of Canada contemplates the development of an Indigenous justice strategy. I also salute the work of Regional Chief Terry Teegee generally in this regard. Together, these efforts are moving us along a path that will advance self-determination, close socioeconomic gaps, and eliminate systemic barriers facing First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. This is a respectful and open approach based on collaboration, and it will permit us to get past the points where we are now. We have to continue on this path as partners and friends. In one of our many conversations about Bill C-15 and the Declaration, Chief Wilton Littlechild told me that we are now at the starting line again, and we still have a race to run. But at least this time around, we can run together. I like this analogy. I like being at the starting line. I like putting colonialism and its impacts behind us, and I want us to be moving to a different model. This work has to be done in earnest and in good faith, and in the true spirit and intention of reconciliation. So let's do that. Let's move forward together. I thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Minister. We will open the floor for about 20-25 minutes, just respecting your schedule and our time here. I do see that President Judith Sayers from New Chalmette and Chief James Hobart will take those two first, and then we'll move to the second group, which is Chief Patrick Michel and Cookby Judy Wilson. President Sayers.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and good morning, Minister. We've had conversations about Bill C-15, so I'm not going to go into those again, but I do want to understand what is the process. You have been going out and reaching out to First Nations. This is your third leadership here in BC. Are you going to be putting amendments to Bill C-15 in place for second reading? And then when do we get to respond to that? Will you again come and talk to us about any amendments, or if the parliamentary committee or anyone proposes amendments, will we have a chance for input again? This is something that concerns me, in that the parliamentary procedures for drafting legislation doesn't include us. And what are your plans for the future for allowing us to be part of changing Bill C-15 and other laws? As we go through the implementation, when that law is passed, there's going to be many laws that we want to have input into. And right now we're always on the outside. And so final laws just don't affect us. And I really want to understand what it is you're doing with the information you're collecting, the desired amendments that we're putting forward to you, and what will you do with that? And my second comment is along the action plan and the implementation of an Indigenous justice strategy. As you were, a second Cleoquet member was shot by police on the weekend, the second shooting in 9 months. And for me, we need some immediate solutions on some of these things. And I appreciate that there's a lot of work to be done, but is there things that we can do in the interim? In reviewing police conduct, Why aren't they using tasers? Why aren't they de-escalating the situations? Why do they have to shoot people 3 and 5 times, as has happened with these 2 Cleoquid individuals? You know, when Chantel Moore was shot, we asked for a committee just to review wellness checks, something simple that could make great changes. And, you know, on this time we're asking for, we got to address this. And I am reaching out with the RCMP and various places, but, you know, and these are, you know, I think an action plan on eradicating racism, systemic racism is important. But in the meantime, our people's lives are being lost because of conduct. And so that's what I'm asking is, you know, are there interim solutions we can put in place pending, you know, this law being passed, the justice strategy being put in place? I just would like to see some action right now because, you know, for me, that's my responsibility, is to ensure the safety of our people. And that's what I'm asking today. Thank you.
Thank you, President Sayers. Let's go to Chief Hobart, and then we'll return back to the minister.
Good morning, Minister. Can you hear me, Harold?
Yes, sounds great.
Good morning. Thank you, Harold. Thank you for the elders for the warm opening. Okay, I guess part of what I've heard recently from a Crown Council is that we could revive somebody that died in 1909 that was studied law, and they could come back to life right now and still win cases because that's how slow the justice system has adopted, you know, the First Nations and our plight. But that's not what I'm here today to talk about. We have 26 months ago, 4 chiefs went away with the support of. Sorry, I'm sitting beside the vehicle in the vehicle here. But 26 months ago, 4 chiefs collaborated with 10 other chiefs, and we went away and built a policing agreement, and it's going to be signed. The Canada is signing it tomorrow. The RCMP agreement. It's the first of its kind, and it deals with. We went away from the CRA, and we had with the permission of the 14 communities, we built a policing agreement. Now it does revolve around funding. The agreement's being signed this next week. There's ceremony in the 14 different communities, but at the same time, it needs funding. And I think it's going to be a new step forward for a lot of the different communities. We've already had mayors weigh in on it in the last couple of years to try and see if we could present to the smaller communities. We've had other First Nations ask about this monumental work that we're doing. And we're really proud of it, but at the same time, in order for it to work, we need to make sure that there's funding for to implement some of the good work that we've prescribed in the agreement. So I'd like to be able to meet with you and talk about this agreement because tomorrow it's going to be in the news anyway. It's going to be a media release, an exciting one, and I think that it's going to be a way forward. You know, some may say it's not perfect, but at the same time, after 26 months of going back and forth, meeting with people who enroll, playing all sorts of different issues of how the police act when they're under reserve, how we act. I think that it's actually been a beneficial learning lesson, and at the same time, we've documented, you know, the pros and cons of the way we do things, you know, at the reserve level and also at the urban Indigenous level to help to assist, but also maybe hinder our own progress. So we really came away with a clear, clean, concise document, and I think that it really needs to be showcased in the for the efforts that were there, and it needs to be funded. So thank you, and I just look forward. People listen for the news release tomorrow. I think it's going to be tomorrow morning. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief. Over to you, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Chief Hobart. Whatever sound system you have in your car, it's pretty darned good. I had to turn down the volume on my.
Sorry, Mr. Minister, you
just lost me. Okay,
Sorry.
Back again. Let me start with the policing, and first of all, I share Chief Sayers' sadness and empathy for all of the Nuchalnut peoples, and having lost another person. And these tragedies simply have to stop happening. And I agree with that. The solutions we need to work together to find the solutions. They're complex. Part of it is what Chief Hobart is announcing tomorrow is better Indigenous policing. And then another part of the solution is better RCMP policing, where it has to be done by the RCMP or another local provincial police force, sometimes the RCMP by contract, and better cultural training, more Indigenous police officers working within the RCMP. All of those are parts of the solution. And yes, Chief Hobart, funding is a big part of that, and we're going to just have to find the resources for that. I'll continue to push from my seat, continue to push my colleague, Minister Blair. I know that, others around the table, Minister Bennett, Minister Miller, are also all, we're of a voice of trying to push forward for more community policing, Indigenous nation policing, as well as improving the RCMP and making it more culturally sensitive in terms of its responses, and also in getting reports and inquiries when something tragic happens, such as happened recently in British Columbia, or with Chantal Moore in New Brunswick, and so I can only say I'll keep trying, and I'll keep listening, and we'll keep pushing, and hopefully tomorrow will be one step in the right direction. Back more specifically to Chief Sayers, I have said from the beginning I'd be open to amendments, so we're working and listening and analyzing the amendments as they come forward. We'll do our best. I have to work with the parliamentary process as it currently is. So we're going to work hard to make sure that your voices that you present in front of the Parliamentary Commission, to the extent that you can, and we accept your other submissions to the extent that you can't, and we're looking at them, and we are open to a number of the substantive changes that you are proposing, and I promised we would continue to co-develop as we move through, and we will continue to do that. It's not a perfect process, and we'll continue to work in good faith to make it substantively collaborative and to come up with substantive amendments that reflect your input and what you're advocating in the process. Same will be true with respect to the action plan, which that will be done outside of the parliamentary process in a sense, because that's called for in the Act. So that will give me more of an opportunity to co-develop that with you. And the same is true on the Indigenous Justice Strategy that I have been tasked to do. And again, I'm open to collaboration with you and developing that. There are some great precedents from British Columbia already, and the work that a number of you have done that I cited in my speech. And so I'm excited to get to that step. So thank you.
Okay, let's go to Chief Michelle and Cookby Wilson. And then I think we'll have time for one more quick round after that. Chief Michelle.
Thank you, Harold. Minister, thank you for your time today. I'm going to focus on one section of DRIPA, which has to do with consent. And I know it's been a long talked about. My nation is the Untitled Nation, and we are the title and rights holders over land and resource uses within our boundaries, and we have been for 8,000 years. We were here first. We have no treaty, and we were never conquered. In fact, it's better. We actually fought a war in 1858, defending our land and resources against the American expansionism and manifest destiny before the colony was declared. I won't get into the history, but in 1982, whatever title and rights were accepted into our Constitution. And so here we are. So we have this inherent jurisdiction over land and resource uses, and we kick into DRIPA. DRIPA clearly articulates in 32.2 that the consent must be acquired by the impacted Indigenous peoples before land and resource uses can occur. So yesterday and shortly after today, my nation lands and resources are facing massive destruction from climate change and cumulative impacts. We were engaged in a process known as TMX, and we articulated a clear, informed, free, prior informed no. So when we look at this stuff here, we talk about the process of getting to agreement through new relationships, but what we have here is we're caught in a bit of a quandary. Numerous BC First Nations have said no to TMX, but it's being built anyway. So how do we advance DRIPA when consent doesn't mean no? So I guess that's what it is. And I've met with your counterpart, Minister Ebby here at the BC level, and asked them the same question. What is the meaning of consent if no isn't part of it? Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Robbins. Or excuse me, Chief Cookby Wilson. My mistake.
Yes, I want to thank for the prayers today, and also the BCAFN for hosting the meeting for the chiefs today, and to Harold always helping us move along on our agenda. I'm calling in from unceded, continually occupied Secwepemc territory in Nisconnet. And I just wanted to speak directly on the Union BC and Chiefs letter. We sent a letter to you in December 17th, and we just received a response on the 22nd. And we did put forward a number of issues from our chiefs regarding the inherent title rights that Chief Patrick Michelle is talking about, free, prior, informed consent, and also that it's full implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, not cloaked behind, federal or under provincial laws. As I think the concern here is because the provinces have land and resources, so that we didn't consent to that, to the divisionary powers of the British North American Act that split between the feds and the province. And that's always been a contentious issue out here in British Columbia, because we still have our intact inherent title and rights, and also our governance and our laws. So the letter just said that it would consider our issues, and that there was a parliamentary process. I'll go back to Judith Sayers, what she was saying. She was saying, well, what is the process? When this began, there was inadequate consultation. There's been town halls and stuff since then, but it's still not that proper and deep consultation that we would go to our people and our members with. In the Secwepemc Nation, our people are the proper collective title holders. We haven't gone out to our people, so that concerns me. I haven't even been able to go out to our band to have these discussions. So how is that free, prior, informed consent, Minister Lamati? And also with the parliamentary process, again, they will hear our considerations, just like National Energy Board did, and then take some notes and go away. And you remember with National Energy Board and the court decisions, that wasn't good enough. So I'm just concerned about that. And then also wanted to say with the policing, I think what you're not understanding is there needs to be a stronger, clear mandate. I'm glad to hear Chief Hobart is working on some mechanisms. We've had a tripartite agreement for quite some time, but it still isn't what we would envision as proper, policing in our community that we need. There's not enough Aboriginal officers, for example, but again, they're under a different regime than our community policing, our security and different things we would have in our community. I know there was peacekeepers in Saskatchewan or something like that sounded promising because they were more towards our Indigenous laws and jurisdictions and understandings. And I think the other thing is I wanted to talk about the action plan for 1 minute. The action plan is required when the state endorsed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. But the whole thing was like when we go to New York or Geneva, the states say, oh, we got this action plan, all is good, everything's being, done in a good way. I don't want to be going to the United Nations this year or next year, and Canada just hides behind the action plan. The action plan has to have that meaning, that substance, but first of all, it has to have those amendments that we're all speaking about that have to bring it to a fuller meaning to us with full implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I would just note that Minister Lemaitre will get the response here, and if I could take these last two chiefs that I've got on the raised hands and pending your time, we'll try to do that. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you. Let me begin first. Thank you, Cook B. Judy Wilson. Look, the process hasn't been perfect on UNDRIP, and I've admitted that. There was, in a minority government context, we did want to get this done, and so we have pushed. That being said, and so we're trying to continue with as much engagement as we can, as many consultations as we can, all the way through the process, up to and including and continuing through now. That being said, there was also, it's also very similar to the previous private members bill from my former colleague Romeo Saganash, Bill C-262, which has been around since 2016. And that had a great deal of support from Indigenous peoples across Canada at the time that it was passed through all three readings in the House of Commons. So there has been a base there, and so we have pushed. We're going to continue to be open to dialogue, but I've admitted the process isn't perfect. But I do think that in the context of a minority government, we have to get it done. We've been talking about UNDRIP for 20 years. The document, the declaration itself is 20 years old. And we do need to push forward and get the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples to a better place. And I do sincerely believe that even if it's not perfect, it is better and gets us to a better place, and gets us to a place where then we can talk about the action plan and work that out expeditiously and move it forward so that it applies in a variety of different places, and has a real impact on your lives in particular, but in terms of a more positive relationship between all Canadians and Indigenous peoples. Chief Michelle, I see the consent in terms of a process, and I agree that the process with TMX was flawed, and we need a better process, and we need a process that has a real consent-driven mechanism from the get-go. And so we do need to make it better. I agree with that. And I do think that if we get a really meaningful process in which Indigenous peoples are there from the beginning in whatever it is that we're doing, resource development, for example, that the consent will be meaningful. It won't be simply a matter of yes or no, but there will be meaningful consent and movement and agreement. And so I'm quite optimistic in that regard, and I certainly share your view on the necessity of protecting our environments against the ravages of climate change. And I know that the impact on Indigenous peoples will be particularly acute.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Were you finished there? Just to double check. Minister Lemaitre, were you finished?
Oh, you know what? Let me just add one more thing on policing. And I do understand, Cook B, Judy Wilson, the damage that is happening. And so and there is a resolve. What I hope you will understand is that I'm actually not the minister responsible for that. So I bring my view to the table. I work and push the other ministers around the table. I work in collaboration with the ministers I know who share my view. So I'm pushing hard, but ultimately I'm hoping that we will move as a government. But it's not directly in my portfolio, but it is indirectly, and I do push as hard as I can. You have an ally.
Thank you very much for that. Let us turn then, just for our last two speakers, to Chief Fred Robbins and Chief Linda Price. Sorry.
You know, it makes my heart glad to see all the leadership stepping forward and taking on that leadership role. I thank the elder, and I thank the elders for their warm welcoming and their prayers this morning. And I pray for all of your communities. Minister Rometti, this is a two-part question here, and I think if I can get Regional Chief TG to also respond. There's been so much injustice for First Nations across Canada, let alone in BC. As you're aware, when it comes to the land question, the province of BC never had any treaties signed the same way they did with Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and so forth. But here in BC, there's been so much injustice across all of the departments, not just the justice program, but across all departments. And when I hear the word reconciliation, it doesn't do anything for me. And the reason being, before you can have actual reconciliation, you must have restitution. And as First Nations people, we've been robbed of not just our lands, but our children, our history, our culture, our language, and so forth. And I really think that what I'm looking for is some restitution before we can go into reconciliation. You know, and I had hope when UNDRIPA was first discussed in I think it was 2012 when we first started talking about UNDRIP. And when you talked about the opioid crisis, you know, I would like to see you sit down with the health programs, because you're talking about mental wellness of First Nations people, and that trauma, intergenerational trauma that's happened. So there's definitely going to be need an increase in funding for DNA workers, as well as an increase in funding for recovery centers for First Nations people. The First Nations, when you talk about revamping the policing program, I really think you need to see if we can have a leadership council be part and parcel of that program, and be so-called watchdog. You know, it's just so frustrating for me as a leader to do what I can for my community and then be told that's not part of what we're doing here when it comes to federal programs. You know, we really need to, if we're gonna talk government to government relationship, it needs to be government to government. It can't be government to a bureaucrat. So we really need to start to move in that direction. So there's a lot of different pieces here at play, Minister and Regional Chief, that we need to be involved in when it comes to justice for First Nations people. You know, to have a First Nations watchdog team that's transparent when we have our people being shot by police, I think it's not something that needs to be discussed. I think it's a need to ease the minds of our leadership. We can't be considered any longer. We have to be part of the solution. Let's consider First Nations relationship. Let's consider their rights. Let's consider their title. We can't consider any longer. You have to start to take First Nations rights seriously. It can't be consideration or an afterthought when it comes to developing these bills. So I just wanted to end there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, leadership.
Harold?
Oh, sorry, Chief Price, go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry
thank
about
you. Thank you. Dahuja, nice to be here today with all of you. Thank you, Regional Chief Terry Chiji, for all the work and inviting us to this important meeting today. And thank you, Minister, for joining us today. There are two issues I think that I want to address. One is to do with the GLADU reports, and the other is to do with the healing program. I think it's really important for you to work together with the BC Minister of Justice. I'm very familiar with the GLADU program. When I did my law degree, I did a research on GLADU reports, as well as I write GLADU reports too. There's three parts in the GLADU report. First is with regard to the history, and then the second part is to do with the client's current situation. And then, of course, the third part is dealing with, his journey or her journey forward. And I have to say that with my experience, what I find is, there's been some great programs put in place in BC in particular. And there are programs for, healing and things like that, but unfortunately, those are not implemented in the justice system. For instance, in British Columbia, for example, I'll just give you an example in BC. Of course, you'd have to discuss this with BC Minister of Justice here. The Office of the Auditor General of British Columbia released a report in February 2019. It was entitled Progress Audit. It was to do with the correctional facilities and programs. It was an independent audit report, which was an audit of a prior audit that had taken place in 2015. So this is an audit of an audit. So the 2019 audit was auditing a 2015 one, and it reviewed 8 recommendations they made in the 2015 audit. And one of them, which was recommendation 8, was to review the case management process to identify and address the barriers to offenders getting timely access to programs they need for healing, and programs to ensure that they don't re-offend. That would include evaluating and improving the reliability and risk needs assessment used to identify, programs for offenders. One of the key findings of the 2019 audit revealed there was no action taken. There was a number of potential causes for case management falling short. For example, there was offender challenges, core programs not being available, insufficient staff training. But they recommended, that there needed to be, more supports available, to implement existing programs. So I think it's really important that we look at that, because, this may take a while, for us to transition. And I'm just really concerned about our existing people that are incarcerated. The other thing is, I know that our First Nations Indigenous courts are now in session in a number of our cities. We've recently started one in Williams Lake, and I just am really concerned. We have our elders trained, and it's great, and I'm really thankful for that. But one of the things, and I would like to say, Chief Robbins, I agree with you. When it comes to moving forward in a positive direction on a journey to our healing path, we really need to address trauma. Like, it's really, really important. I raise my hands to those that set up Tsots'l'alam. Tsots'l'alam has a lineup of people, that want to attend their healing program. So we need more programs, to address, trauma in our Indigenous communities. So I just wanted to say that if we're going to do this effectively and efficiently, we need to have resources set aside, for healing programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. So we'll go to the minister for a response and then some closing remarks. And I did hear an indication to see if Regional Chief did want to respond as well. Minister Lametti.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Tarbell. Thank you, Chief Price. Let me begin with you. We heard the message loud and clear that GLADU reports were a great thing in principle, but they weren't. We weren't putting enough resources into their coverage across Canada and into the quality of and consistency of their preparation, and including the obvious inclusion of Indigenous peoples in the preparation of GLADU reports. So we've begun to do that now. The fall economic statement, we've put aside $50 million to work on the GLADU reports, because they can have an impact, particularly now if I can get Bill C-22 through. A Gladder report is meaningless if there's a minimum mandatory penalty and no possibility for, or less meaningless. It's still meaningful in further in the corrections process, but it's less meaningful if there's a minimum mandatory penalty and there's no possibility of a conditional sentence. Whereas now a judge can look at a Gladder report and say, okay, the best option for this person is to stay at home with her children, get help for a problematic addiction, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's helpful. We need to keep pushing forward. In the other, both you and Chief Robbins have mentioned trauma. We need to keep pushing forward in those kinds of investments, trauma, to address trauma, and to address the recurring and systematic ravages of colonial structures and racist structures, and we need to identify them. We need to try to fix them, and we need to do it in good faith, working together. And I think we're trying that. We're not perfect, but I think we're pushing the envelope to a better place, and we'll do that by listening. Chief Robbins, it is, it's absolutely true that again, the ravages of colonialism and assumptions about things like terra nullius and discovery were completely wrong. And I've told a number of you, I was teaching that for 20 years when I was teaching property in a law faculty, that terra nullius was wrong and discovery was wrong. We need to push together to try to address a lot of different things at the same time. So I know you mentioned restitution. We're trying. I know that Minister Bennett is working at a number of different tables to try to address restitution issues. It's complex and it's different for every single nation, not just in British Columbia, but every single Indigenous nation across the rest of Canada. And then the situations are different, but there's an effort there. Is it perfect? No. Are we pushing to a better place? I hope so. And we're working on language. We're working on the legislation we brought forth on language, co-developed with you. The legislation we brought forward on recognizing your inherent right to take care of your kids, given the massive failures that we were responsible for in a colonial structure. So we're small progress, and I can't promise anything more than to keep trying. But we all have to keep trying, and I pledge to keep doing that, recognizing that there's been a lot of damage done and there's been a lot of trauma, and we need to fix it.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Regional Chief, did you wish to weigh in?
Yeah, sure. I certainly agree that restitutions, reparations, redress needs to be a part of the conversation, especially when dealing with the proper rights and title holders of our lands, and really that the federal and provincial government need to be prepared for those conversations. And I think it's really important to understand that within the true meaning of the United Nations Declaration is to talk about these important matters, regardless of what comes out in the end of it. But really, it's a decision that is with the proper rights and title holders. And I think within the machinery of government, whether it's provincial or federal government, the machinery needs to change. Far too often in our implementation of the United Nations Declaration here in this province is within legislatures, the bureaucrats are really ones that are stalling progress. So we need to be prepared at the federal level to progress and truly implement the declaration, that the machinery of bureaucrats, of really the mindset. Yesterday, much of our discussion was talking about racism and the view of our Indigenous peoples. That needs to change. The culture within provincial and federal governments needs to change in order to truly progress with the full implementation of the United Nations Declaration. I believe more resources for GLADU reports is needed, not only federally, but provincially as well. We have some great progress here with provincial First Nations sentencing courts. These are part of the BC First Nations justice strategy and policing. However, there definitely needs to change with RCMP and municipal police in terms of training, mental health, and who attends some of these very difficult situations. It's pretty obvious to me that throughout Canada, police officers are ill prepared for some of these situations where either they need more training or different personnel at these situations, so our people don't die. You know, in this past year, my own relatives, Ever Patrick, died at the hands of the RCMP. I certainly know what the Natalnath and the family are going through. In the meantime, the Independent Investigations Office will be investigating. I really encourage to the family to have an advocate from the family or the community within those investigations, because quite frankly, the trust within government, the trust within police force is not there. And you know, in our Dakat language, in our language, we still call the RCMP Nilchukin. We call them Nilchukin because they were seen as those who take us away. They were the ones that took us away to residential schools, and that's that trust, that real lack of trust it still hasn't changed. It's matter of fact, it's changed. So I think there's a long journey and a long way to go in terms of reforming the justice and policing system, and also implementing the United Nations Declaration. If there's anything to learn here, is that we need to move on an action plan as soon as this passes, not wait 3 years. We need to move on the alignment of laws with the many laws out there, such as environmental assessment, so we can get to free, prior, informed consent. You know, we've definitely heard that here today with mega projects such as TMX, that there needs to be shared decision making. So a lot of things to consider. I know we do have some other matters that will be coming up later that touches on this subject. So with that, I thank you, Minister Lametti, and look for more requests from our region for meetings, and also with the Leadership Council in our views in terms of the implementation of the United Nations Declaration as law. Thank you, Harold, and thank you, Minister Lametti. Merci.
Thank you, Regional Chief. Final word to you, Minister Lametti, and thank you for extending your time with us today.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. Thanks to Regional Chief TG. It's always a pleasure to work with you, and you know where my heart is, and I'm in agreement with you. We just have to do better, and we have to build trust. I appreciate that it has been undermined consistently over the course of a couple of centuries, and the only way to start is to start, and taking it step by step, and I hope that's what I'm trying to do, and I know a number of my colleagues around the table are trying to do that too. So we'll continue to work with you. We'll continue to do our best, and I promise to continue to try to do my best to push dossiers forward, multiple dossiers, and to listen and to collaborate, and to really walk the journey together in a way that perhaps hasn't been done before. And again, I can't do more than that. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your patience today. Thank you for your honesty and your frankness. And again, I'm always here. There were a number of notes in the chat. Last point, mechanical point. Jesse McCormick from my office and others from my office have been following that chat. Please reach out on the specific points. If it doesn't fall in my ministry, we'll push them along to my colleagues around the table that need to hear what you're saying. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, and best of wishes with the rest of your day today. And we will then turn our attention, ladies and gentlemen, to our next agenda item. So we are going to turn to the climate change. We are going to look to the three technicians for an abbreviated presentation to something they've delivered in previous meetings as well. So we'll look to Patricia Rojas Caro, Cheyenne Arnold Cunningham, and Josh Tioki from the three organizations to do that presentation, and then we'll turn our attention to the resolution on climate leadership.
Thank you, Harold, and good morning, chiefs, and all of you who have joined us today. And thank you to our knowledge keepers, Dr. Point and Dr. Joseph, for starting us this morning in such a good way. So I'm Patricia Rojas, the Regional Climate Change Coordinator for the BC Assembly of First Nations, and I'd like to acknowledge that I am joined this morning virtually from the traditional land of Williams Lake First Nation. My colleagues Josh and Cheyenne and myself are here to provide a quick update on the development of the First Nations Climate Change Strategy and Action Plan. And in the BCAFN events website, you can find a briefing note, this presentation and other materials for further information on this work. So next slide, please. I'll start by sharing some background information and then pass to Cheyenne and Josh, who will briefly talk about the development process of the strategy and the draft principles. So in 2019, the Special Chiefs Assembly, you may remember, some of you may remember, it was in Merritt. This gave the mandate to the First Nations Leadership Council to prepare a draft First Nations Climate Change Strategy and Action Plan. So this strategy and action plan must be aligned with the intergovernmental panel on climate change recommendations on greenhouse gas emissions reduction to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees. And we also based on Indigenous knowledge and world views and co-created with First Nations in BC. So we started the work with the delivery of a climate survey in the summer of 2019. And last year we received funding support from BC to start the engagement phase. Our project team is composed of Josh from the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and Cheyenne, who is a project manager, and myself. And we also have the support from the FNLC executives and the technical staff. Next slide, please. So the strategy has been developed taking into consideration three main issues related to the current context. The urgent need to address the climate crisis and its related impacts on First Nations. Also the need to protect First Nations' inherent rights and title, and the need to respond to the opportunities coming from the current political and legislative context. Next slide, please. So because of the time, I won't talk about the impacts of climate change, and also because we all know about the impact, because we are all feeling in some ways the impacts from climate change. So in this context, this strategy needs to help reduce vulnerability to impacts, also build capacity and resilience in First Nations communities to adapt to climate impacts today and also in the future. And it's not only to have, that means not only to have good infrastructure, it also includes to have strong and healthy communities, strengthen identity and culture, and recovery our language, among many other things. So this strategy has also to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, because emissions in the atmosphere are increasing and more emissions means more global warming. The strategy also needs to recognize and reduce the historical socio-economic gaps and other legacies of colonization, such as racism and discrimination and access to justice we just talked about. But we are not starting from zero. The strategy is to build off the experiences and lessons from many communities that are already climate champions in BC. Next slide, please. So the protection and recognition on slide, please. The protection and recognition of First Nations inherent rights and title are also imperative in this process. We all know that First Nations play a key role in addressing the climate crisis, and this role is intrinsically related to First Nations values and ways of life. That won't be possible to continue if inherent rights are not recognized and protected. We cannot separate climate action from the conversation on reconciliation, self-determination, and self-governance. Next slide, please. We are in a specific political and legislative context, and the strategy needs to respond to it. In the First Nations context, First Nations across Canada have recognized a climate emergency, and this brings us to the opportunity to work together between nations in partnership and collaboration, and not only in BC, but also with Indigenous people in Canada and around the world. We have more power if we work together. We are also in a specific legislative context. In BC, we have the Declaration Act and the commitments from the federal government to pass UN declaration legislation. And this context bring us to opportunities to position climate action as a right-based activity. Also elevate our role as climate leaders while respecting our rights, and also ensuring that climate legislation and policies are co-developed and implemented with First Nations in a government-to-government approach. There are also opportunities arising from the implementation of government climate plans. So the strategy needs to help to ensure that climate planning protects our lands, culture, Indigenous knowledge, and also supports Indigenous climate leadership and develops opportunities from the clean economy post-pandemic. So now I will pass the presentation over to Cheyenne.
Hi, everyone. My name is Cheyenne, and I am the project manager for the Climate Strategy and Action Plan. Next slide, please. I'm just going to really quickly go over our development plan for this project. As you can see here, development is broken down into 4 phases. For time purposes, I'm not going to go through all of them right now. I'm going to ask that you refer to this timeline and look through the kit materials and reach out to myself and the other team members for more information. We'd be happy to chat with you. But really quickly, I will just give you an update on where we're at. So as you can see here, there's phase 1, preliminary development, with work that falls under that category. We've actually currently completed all of that work, and we are now in phase 2, which is focused on developing and finalizing a first draft of the strategy. And so in doing so, that first draft is really going to be heavily informed by our preliminary development work, as well as our engagement and collaboration activities, which I'm going to talk a bit more on in a moment. And as we continue to draft that, we will be working with our technical advisory group, which is composed of First Nations here in BC from different regions. I will chat a bit more on that in a moment. And other First Nations in BC and our relevant partners will also review this first draft once it's finalized, to be able to provide input, feedback, comments, and anything else that they want to see in there that they're not currently seeing. And then with that information, we will move into the third phase, which is focused on finalizing a second draft. And so very similar to the previous phase, we will be working to develop a second draft. It will go through the same engagement and collaboration and review and approvals process. After that's done, we will move into phase 4, which is focused on endorsement and public distribution of a final version. So once that final version is complete, it will be presented to chiefs in their respective assemblies for approval by way of resolutions. And once that is approved, it will be publicly distributed and presented to partners. Next slide, please. So I've outlined here some of our engagement and collaboration activities. I'm not going to go through all of them, but just to make a few notes, as you can see here, we have a First Nations technical advisory group. So I'm happy to announce that we have finalized appointment for that group. We've appointed 10 members from different regions in BC, while also ensuring that there is representation from First Nations elders, knowledge keepers, youth, and women. So it's a very diverse group with a lot of really great members. So we're really excited to collaborate with this group. We will be having our first meeting next week with the group, where we will be developing and finalizing a vision, finalizing the guiding principles, as well as an outline for the first strategy. The community engagement sessions have been complete. We hosted them on February 5th, 12th, and 16th. They were 2-hour virtual sessions where we were able to gain a lot of really great information, which I'm positive will be a great incorporation into the strategy. Individual meetings, I just want to emphasize that our team is available at any time to meet with anyone who is interested and available to meet with us. Please reach out to myself and anyone else on the team to schedule those meetings, and we will make our own efforts to reach out as well, not only to First Nations in BC, but First Nations organizations, climate organizations, academics, experts, and anyone else with really relevant knowledge in this climate context as it relates to First Nations in BC. Finally, the last thing I'm going to note is our provincial discussions. So as part of this work, we will also be updating the province on the strategy and the content within it. And once it is finalized and approved by way of resolutions, we will present this to the government and work with them as well as other relevant partners to really discuss plans for implementation, which is a very important part of this work. As I've mentioned in previous meetings, we don't want this strategy to just be a piece of paper that sits on a shelf in a government office. This is important. Action needs to be taken right away, and we're really going to push and make sure that the content within this is implemented moving forward in government and industry action and the action of all. So with that, I'm going to now pass it on to my colleague Josh, who's going to talk about some of the guiding principles that we have developed so far throughout these engagement and collaboration activities.
Hello, I'm Josh Geoke, Climate Policy Analyst with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. And so from the preliminary results of the phases of engagement that have already taken place, we have identified a set of draft guiding principles to inform strategy development. These principles will likely undergo revision as development continues with the input from the Technical Advisory Group and other meetings with First Nations organizations and First Nations. So this is a snapshot of where we are coming off of our first phase of engagement. But recognizing that Indigenous sovereignty, in developing a First Nations climate change plan, it's crucial to recognize and respect the title and rights of First Nation, and to respect the exercise of First Nations jurisdiction over climate issues in their own territory. As a guiding principle, sovereignty is a foundation for what meaningful climate action in British Columbia should look like. Next slide, please. So a First Nations climate change strategy must be informed not only by the best available climate science, but also by the experiences and cultural traditions of First Nations who have been living in their territories since time immemorial. The flip side of that is that climate change must also be recognized as a significant threat to the continued viability of many land-based cultural practices. And a strategy must be cognizant of the resources and effort that would need to be directed to protect those practices and ensure their continuation. Next slide, please. And the stories and experiences that were shared in the engagements that took place during the first phase of the strategy's development, it's clear that First Nations all over BC have been developing their own climate initiatives already to protect their territories and to ensure that their practices on the lands and waters that they are using are sustainable. So it's really a goal of the strategy to recognize what is working in communities, to recognize the challenges there, and to empower decision makers at various scales, both at an individual level in community level, regionally and provincially, to effectively implement their climate priorities. Next slide, please. So because of the nature of the climate crisis, it's an issue that transcends jurisdictional boundaries. When the province or the federal government engages with First Nations on their Crown climate initiatives like Clean BC or the federal government strategy, it should be with recognition of the jurisdiction and authority that First Nations have to manage their territories. Not engaging First Nations as stakeholders whose input can be collected and subsequently ignored, or kind of picked through for things that align well with whatever the Crown priorities happen to be. There's also a demonstrable need for more regular opportunities for First Nations in the province to meet with each other regarding shared climate issues, to share the successes and challenges that they have had with climate initiatives with their regional neighbors, and to kind of build a sustainable table for climate initiatives. Next slide, please. From our engagements, it's clear that capacity at the community level remains a pressing issue that impedes a lot of the needs that must be addressed for around climate in communities. So First Nations climate change strategy must recognize these challenges in order to effectively build resilience across the province, and to ensure that we're excuse me, to ensure that we're kind of that the First Nations jurisdiction is being respected in their territories. So this is just a brief snapshot of where we are at today in terms of guiding principles for the strategy. And I've adjusted for time as well, but yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to share this meeting.
Thank you. Is that everything for the PowerPoint? I appreciate that, all of you. I do see a hand from Chief Lewis. Chief Lewis, just in the interest of time, I know our next guest is just awaiting our notification. So I'll introduce the resolution, then I'll come to you once we've done that process, just for commentary. So I do want to turn our attention to Resolution 5, for supporting First Nations community-based climate leadership. It is moved by Chief Patrick Michelle. We will need a seconder for the motion. And may I have a hand raised for a seconder?
I'll second.
Is that Chief Lewis? Thank you very much.
Yes.
Chief Byron Lewis, appreciate that. And all right, and just in terms of the resolution in your package, it does discuss the climate change impact. It talks about the relationship that has to our rights. It talks about the previous work of BCAFN and the federal and provincial governments, where First Nations are exercising leadership on First Nations climate, and it aligns with elements that we saw on the presentation on the strategy itself. You do see that therefore it resolves on the screen, that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief and staff to continuing, and just in your time, may I have unanimous consent to waive the reading of the therefore be it resolves? Do I hear any objection to waiving the reading of the therefore be it resolves? Seeing none, I'll just paraphrase it again. It just calls for the BCAFN to just continue some work with the federal and provincial government, do some research, and then of course work with the Leadership Council, and then to really address specific initiatives that enhance First Nations capacity, reduce greenhouse gases, and reassert and reemphasize First Nations leadership role, and pursue advocacy opportunities at a variety of levels, including the United Nations. So thank you for that permission there. For commentary, let's go to Chief Byron Lewis, and then we'll move relatively quickly to the question.
Good morning, everyone. Byron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band. And I fully support this resolution going through, because I think one of the things that is going to be an outcome is that we need to immediately address is the fact that it's, when you're looking for resolution about, changing or making an impact to global warming, you know, let's be realistic. That's going to take 50 years out to actually make any effect to that, to where it brings it down into historic numbers. And for us, we have to concentrate is what's the mitigation? How are they going to come up with solutions on there? And one of the most pressing is when you look at the Fraser River that has a threshold of about 18 Celsius for water warming, or for water, and before it actually creates thermal blockages and affects salmon directly. Well, you know, if you look at the temperatures of the Fraser, and if you look at them historically, you're going to find that the numbers are going up substantially. And the thing that we don't have is to mitigate these is the watersheds that once existed. And I think there needs to be a reference and look at Siska Creek as an example of the importance of these small watersheds that actually provide refuge for salmon migrating up through the Fraser. And we're going to have more and more impacts like this as climate change continues to happen. So I think we really need to start pushing government to not only justify their infringements, but how are they going to manage with the mitigation aspects of this? And we better put them on notice that says, you know, again, we are in the age of damages and we will be pursuing that as an option. And like I said yesterday, they cannot afford to actually pay us out on the extinguishment of a right. So this, for one, is why I'm supporting this resolution. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Chief Lewis. Is there a need for further discussion on the resolution to support First Nations community-based climate leadership? Second call, is there a need for discussion? Seeing or hearing none. Are there any abstentions to this resolution? Again, we're looking to the raise hands function. Seeing no abstentions, then may we turn to objections. Are there any objections to this resolution? Second call, are there any objections to this resolution? And third and final call, are there any objections to this resolution on supporting First Nations community-based climate leadership? Then with your permission, ladies and gentlemen, we'll note that this is carried unanimously by the group. And given our busy schedule, and we are running a little bit behind, I will turn to our next guest who has joined us. And so many of you will know this young advocate from Wikwemekong First Nations. She has been on the stage of the AFN interacting with the National Chief and our Regional Executive and the Chiefs in Assembly and the Prime Minister of Canada at AFN assemblies at the, when I think she wasn't even a teenager at that time when she did that. She's spoken so eloquently around the world on our behalf, and I believe she's also spoken at a number of the AFN water conferences over the years. And so please help me welcome the Chief Water Protector, Autumn Pelche.
Hi.
Autumn, you can turn your camera on, that would be great. I'm not sure if you're able to.
No.
Do you have a cover over your camera by any chance, Autumn?
I'm the Chief Water Commissioner for Nation on Vacation, and I'm from Wikwemekong, I'm in Anson Island. I would first like to start by saying, Miigwech, thank you for inviting me here to share my thoughts on what I've come to learn about our rights and water rights. There is something that Indigenous people have and can relate to. No matter what territory we go to, we all have one thing in common. That is our connection to the land. Our people have a direct connection to the land, and if you have grown up with people who live off the land, you know what I'm speaking of. From the time I was in my mother's womb, I was at ceremony. I was already learning before I was in physical form. When we are babies in our mother's waters, we already have this first connection to the water. Without the water, no fetus can survive. That new life depends on those waters in order to develop and grow. Just like a plant or our medicines, they depend on safe, clean water to grow and develop. That is why the old ones say, keep the waters calm, clean, and safe. Our people live off the land, so we know the weather, we know the changes, we know the migration of the animals. For thousands of years, our people have been dependent on this land. We don't just see change, we feel it. We may have to travel further to hunt, fish, and trap. When lands are developed, that develop, that disruption changes not only the landscapes, but it changes the whole ecosystem. It changes spawning areas, it changes vegetation, it changes migration patterns of animals. Climate change has also changed the climate. We even notice how the processed foods we eat change our whole genetic makeup, and our people have sicknesses that we never had before. For example, cancer, diabetes, birth, and brain defects. The food we eat and the water we drink change this. The indigenous people's food is medicine, and having clean waters is immanent to all vegetation. The people who depend on the resources of the lands, we notice the changes in everything. Being born a woman, being an Anishinaabe, and being taught ceremony from a young age gives me a right to share what I have learned with others. My great auntie Josephine shared with my family many teachings about the sacredness of water. When she began her first water walk, my mother was with her on that journey. Josephine showed me what it was like to believe in something that she never gave up believing. She did her work until she couldn't physically walk anymore. Up until her last breath, she whispered to me, "Don't let anybody stop you, because there will be people who don't like what you do. Keep doing the work and don't stop loving the water." She could barely speak, and she waited for us to arrive in the hospital room before she passed away. I remember that day. We drove 12 hours through a snowstorm. Even then, frozen water fell, and my mom drove through it. It reminded me of how when it comes to protecting something we love and care for, something that all life depends on, we don't stop. No matter the weather, no matter the obstacle, we push through and we keep going. Nothing should stop us from doing what we truly believe in. My grandfather is also a teacher of mine. He is 75. He shares with me that this English language does not translate what we speak when we use our language. He shared with me the word nebe. Nebe is what we call water in my language. He said, "I will break it down for you so you can see what the 4-letter word means to the best of my ability." N usually means a personal preference. I usually means that you are talking about this animate thing, it's alive. B, in general, means a physical body or entity. It can mean your body or eke, the earth. The second I means your animate self. That is as close as the word can be translated to our language. Nebe makes up 72% of our body composition, and in reality, water is life. The literal interpretation of Anishinaabe doesn't really give us the consciousness of our ancestors. In saying this, indigenous peoples believe all things are alive and have a spirit. In our creation stories, it is our people who stay by the creator's side the longest because we didn't want to leave. Indigenous peoples have oral traditions passed down of how we are caretakers of this land and water. Teachings tell us how to respect water because water sustains everything. When our waters are in danger and the environment is in danger, all things are impacted on a larger level. Mother Earth continues to provide us with life, even though all the destruction that happens, but in doing this, we can't eat or drink gas and oil. We can't eat diamonds or gold. We need our trees, we need our soils, and as a living entity, we must protect the earth at all costs, even if it means our lives. We have people who will put their lives out there to protect the waters, lands, and animals. They do this because we need this for our basic survival. Access to clean drinking water is a basic human right. Many communities have gone without clean, safe water for far too long. Why must children have to grow up on bottled water, a resource that Mother Earth never charges us for, but corporations capitalize off it, and the revenues rarely come back to First Nations communities. My grandfather shares that he remembers never bringing water when they went berry picking or to do bush work. When they got thirsty, they could drink out of any stream, creek, or pond. When you would go to a river or a lake, there was always a cup hanging on a tree. Everyone used this cup, and we never worried if the water was clean or if we were spreading a virus. We're in a different time. Those days are gone when we could drink from anywhere. This makes me sad. When I'm an old woman, if I make it to be an elder, my stories will be very different from my grandfather's. He also told me he remembers not having foil or saran wrap or plastic containers. They didn't have fridges or freezers. They lived off the land and they knew how to preserve foods and harvest fruits. All these things are land-based and old ways. We survived, but the colonial world has made us think like them and feel the need for material things. Our water and land are something that money should never be able to buy. Like that connection to the land, it is something we were raised with and handed down through oral stories. These ways will be the ways that someone reads about in a storybook, and soon our people will be no more. We need to have rights to protect what we have left. We need to be able to preserve what's left for the generations coming behind us. When I think of my future, my thoughts are very grim. With all that we deal with as Indigenous peoples, it feels like trying to walk up a gravel mountain, but you keep sliding down, never reaching the top. The prayers that our ancestors prayed for us still carry us, and we need to honor them. We need to keep fighting for what they fought for. When the children start to notice and speak up, you know that there is something really wrong. The leaders are the ones who need to keep advocating for our lands, for the policies that we have a say in. We need to ensure that the federal and provincial governments be accountable for honoring our treaties and policies that we implemented for our lands and waters. It is really hard to trust people in power when the main goal was to colonize our people. We need to work together to build our nations and build treaties and policies that will protect our future for the ones coming behind us. We need to create safe spaces for our people to do ceremony and do the work that we need to do to help the environment. We need to be able to work together. Our people continue to face systemic racism. Every day is a struggle, a different journey. We need to raise one another up and keep moving forward like the water, because the water never stops flowing. Spend time with the people who can't drink the water to be able to relate more to them and help them. No child or mother or man should go without clean drinking water. I do this work for the ones who don't have a voice. I do this work because I saw one of the strongest women I know do this work until she couldn't. She told me to keep going. I was worried when she passed and wondered who would carry on her message. When she passed away, she told me, "What are you going to do about this?" And like those words will always just like repeat in my head. And so she also asked me, "Where is your heart? And what do you want for your grandchildren?" So I know what I'm going to do and what needs to be done. And as leaders, I know you're doing what you can. We need to stick together as more than one voice, because more than one voice connects us and makes us stronger. It takes communities to raise children, protect our lands and waters. Miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Autumn. Really appreciate it and good to see you again. I do want to turn to the regional chief to acknowledge your remarks and thank you for your presentation.
Autumn, it's been a few years since I've seen you. You were much younger. Vancouver at one of the water forums that they and I'm glad to see that you've influenced a lot of high-level leaders, including our Prime Minister and elsewhere. Certainly, we very proud of you and of your journey and fight for your what is rightfully ours and yours and the future generation for our Indigenous people access clean water. Now, we've heard from other young women, Grace Dove, the actress yesterday, and yourself, and your leadership really demonstrates to the next generation, including my daughter, of the rightful place you take up as leader and fighting for your place, whether it's in the entertainment industry or fighting for water rights. So we're really proud. Thank you, and you do have a number of leaders here cheering you on. You have advocates as well. You do have all of us that are right behind you and encourage you to continue and tell the story of our Indigenous people, of really accessing clean water and always And we all, like you said, we all have to come together and fight, not only for ourselves, but for future generations and your generation. So I really appreciate you being here today, and I thank you and wish you well on your continued journey. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Adam. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the agenda, but we do have a busy agenda. We are going to turn to 2 water resolutions. You are, of course, welcome to stay with us. We do recognize you may also have a busy day. So again, once again, thank you for that. Chiefs and proxies, I do want to turn our attention to the water resolutions. And I'll turn your attention to draft resolution 6, support for the advancement of First Nations water rights. It is moved by Chief Harvey McLeod, and I do need a seconder for this resolution.
Chief Lee.
Chief Keith Crowe, thank you very much. Lower Sinokameen. I'm going to take that as the seconder. Thank you very much for that, sir. The resolution you have before you, essentially reflects the presentation we heard from Autumn. Clean water is life. Links to the December 2020 mandate letter for the provincial ministers, and it demonstrates that this work and advocacy around water is supported by our rights, by various agreements, by the constitutional duty to consult, and by both BCAFN and AFN national resolutions, and emphasizes the importance of updating the 2013 BC First Nations water strategy. Therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly direct BCAFN and the regional chief to urge the provincial government to recognize and affirm First Nations inherent rights to manage and protect our waters, and to seek the free, prior, and informed consent of all First Nations rights holders on matters related to water legislation, policy, strategies, and action plans, and provide adequate and sustainable resources for First Nations communities to meaningfully contribute to these initiatives. Work in solidarity with like-minded organizations with respect to advocating for First Nations jurisdictional water rights, and support First Nations legal right to affirm water rights on their traditional lands. Call on the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change strategy to ensure that any strategy, action plan, or work related to water governance, including the BC Water Security Strategy and the Watershed Security Fund, is co-developed in partnership with First Nations, and would encompass Indigenous-led approaches and joint decision-making with regards to water protection, conservation, and overall management. Work with First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs together as the First Nations Leadership Council to revise and update the 2013 BC First Nations Water Rights Strategy to reflect relevant and modern strategic goals to help advance First Nations jurisdictional rights, water rights in BC, and the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly support BCAFN staff to seek funding to support ongoing work and engagement related to First Nations water rights, which includes a review, amendment, and update of the First Nations Leadership Council's 2013 First Nations water rights strategy. Is there a need for discussion of draft resolution 6? Seeing no hands being raised and acknowledging the presence of our movers and seconders, let us move to the question then. Are there any abstentions to draft resolution 6? Are there any abstentions to draft resolution 6? I do, and a reminder, we are using the raise hands function. Seeing no abstentions to draft resolution 6, are there any objections to draft resolution 6? Support for the advancement of First Nations water rights. Seeing none, last call for objections. Seeing or hearing none, then we will note that this is also carried by unanimous consent. Thank you very much for that, Chief. There is also a second water resolution, and I would just clarify that these are mirrored. One was provincially focused. This one is nationally focused, not mirrored. Sorry if I misspoke on that. Again, moved by Chief Harvey McLeod, Upper Nicola Band. We will need a seconder for this resolution on advocating for First Nations engagement, collaboration, and co-development of the Canada Water Strategy. May I have a seconder, please? I do see Chief Spahan, thank you, and I think I thank Chief Crowe again as well. So Chief Spahan, I saw you first. So in terms of this resolution, when you look at the whereases, really E is where you want to focus. At the end of 2019, the federal government committed to establishing the Canada Water Agency to identify, better coordinate, and address various water issues relating to fresh water in Canada. And H sort of lays out sort of the status of where they're at, particularly noting that despite the failure of Indigenous Services Canada ability to end all long-term boil water advisories, the development of the Canada Water Agency will not encompass the issue of safe drinking water on reserves, as it has been deemed by them to be a pre-existing commitment from the federal government. Again, the resolution does emphasize the rights basis and the BCAFN mandate and linkages to engage in this matter. And so therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly direct the BCAFN and the regional chief to urge the federal government to recognize and affirm First Nations inherent rights to manage, govern, and protect our waters, and to seek the free, prior, and informed consent with all First Nations rights holders on matters related to water-related agencies, legislation, policy, strategies, action plans, and provide adequate and sustainable resources for First Nations communities to meaningfully contribute to these initiatives. Call on Environment and Climate Change Canada to engage with First Nations through a mutually consultative and collaborative framework that considers all First Nations interests and rights in water, including but not limited to determining how the Canada Water Agency can support First Nations communities' access to safe drinking water on reserves. Call on Environment and Climate Change Canada to ensure that they seek the free, prior, and informed consent from all title and rights holders before proceeding with the development of the Canada Water Agency, and work with partner organizations to develop a funding proposal to Environment and Climate Change Canada to provide the resources to promote a discussion with First Nations and BC on the Canada Water Agency. Is there a need for discussion of this Canada Water Agency resolution? Seeing none, then with your permission, I will move to the question, are there any abstentions on this resolution? Seeing or hearing none, calling again for any abstentions. Seeing or hearing no abstentions, are there any objections to this resolution? Seeing or hearing none, are there any objections to the resolution on advocating for First Nations engagement, collaboration, and co-development of the Canada Water Agency? Seeing and hearing none, then with your permission, we declare and note that this is carried again by unanimous consent of the group. So thank you very much for that. Given our busy schedule and the tight timeframes, we are going to take the break. So I've got 12 minutes to 11 o'clock. So let's take a 12-minute break. And at 11 o'clock, we will be joined by Grand Chief Wilton Littlechild and the Regional Chief to refocus our attention on C15. Enjoy your break. We'll mute your mics from here. And remember, we have a very short lunch break. And so please make sure you're taking care of your nutrition. And really, please stand up for a little bit, even if it's just to walk around a bit and get some fresh air. That would be really beneficial, I think, to our day. Thank you all. We'll see you back here in 11 minutes. Happy birthday, Harold.
tearing the family apart. Her spirit died when her little boy cried, don't let them take me, I don't want to go, don't let them take me, Mommy tell them no. She turned and said goodbye. Her life changed that summer day when the policeman came, took him away. Hey, 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 hey. Fear ran through her heart, tearing the family apart. Her spirit died when the children cried, don't let them take him, Daddy don't go, don't let them take him, Mommy tell them no. Her tears welled up inside as she turned and said goodbye. Her life changed that winter day when the ambulance came and took him away. Hey, 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 hey. Nowhere to run or hide, he bottled it up inside until that fateful day. He spread his wings and flew away.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're just coming up on 11 o'clock, and so if we could begin making our way back to our computer stations and our machine stations, then we will look to re-engage and reconvene the meeting. And I do note that our presenter is present, and if I recall correctly, he also did take a moment to join in yesterday just to visit with some of his friends and colleagues over the years. So again, already we've had a busy morning as we've worked through our agenda. Minister Lametti did speak to us. We did look at the climate change. Autumn Pelletier joined us, and we were able to get through the climate change and the water resolutions. Took the first of our short breaks and now arrive at the discussion on the federal legislation on the UN Declaration Bill C-15. And we are joined by Grand Chief Wilton Littlechild, who of course is so well known to so many of us. And a number of us, I think, were present during the AFN's National Forum on C-15, where Wilton gave both a presentation and spoke on day 2. And in particular, I was deeply touched by his analogy where he referred to the UN Declaration being, and it was one of the wings that helps to hold up the eagle, which is our rights and our self-determination. So I really want to thank him for that. So as a part of this discussion, we do have Grand Chief Wilton Littlechild on listed first, and so we will look to him, and then he will be joined by Regional Chief Terry Teegee. Welcome, Willie, and good to see you again, and over to you.
Thank you very much. And first of all, happy birthday. Nigan kakyo katam skad now. Totemtik. Aseminum stegi well soma. Kimistihina oma nagesatuski kyo aktuba. Ostene te osnuchi ngetuan. I just said in my language that I extend a sincere gratitude, and I'm very honored again to visit with you from across the mountains. I'm very proud of the way you approach your work. And as Master of Ceremony or MC or facilitator, happy birthday, boy. I wanted to just refer a little bit to yesterday by way of a start. I heard some key words that were mentioned throughout some of your discussions. And I'll mention, for example, a definite direct mention of racism. And I recall the World Conference Against Racism when it started. I was one of the first keynote speakers on the World Conference Against Racism. And I remember saying that when we need to deal with racism, one of the first steps is just to be able to talk about it. And to hear the chiefs again yesterday, and I agreed at the information forum that we had, that there has to be a specific and direct mention and of systemic racism. Use the word racism and not just discrimination. Some argue that discrimination includes racism. Yes, it may. I'm not disputing that, but for more effect and action, we need to call it what it is. So I wanted to support that call from yesterday again. And secondly, I heard about, unfortunately, the number of deaths that you're experiencing as we are in my community here, just in the last few months, and the challenge that we have to exercise our traditional law to a proper burial, or to sing the traveling songs, to have a wake and to have a feast after, to say farewell and send off the spirit. in our way. It's really being hampered, especially with the high number of deaths that we're having. So I share with you the pain that I felt yesterday when that was being discussed, along with the general situation with health overall. And of course, Mary Ellen's presentation dealt with that very effectively and importantly, as she usually does in a great way, her honor. So I'm not going to say anything more on that, but I did hear the concern that you have about health, and also the specific challenge that we all face with mental health. And that was so critically important. I remember when we finished our Truth and Reconciliation Commission journey across the country and tabled our report, I was called to go to a health meeting. And one of the first things that was said was, well, now that TRC is done, the answers are there. In our budget discussions, we don't need to deal with mental health anymore. And I said, well, wait a minute. That's just the first step, was to expose to you in Ottawa the seriousness, gravity of the situation on mental health or mental illness, some say. So again, I wanted to make those supportive comments for this reason. And I wanted to acknowledge, first of all, Dr. Gwendolyn Point and my, I'll call him a friend, Chief Bobby Joseph, in their invocations, because after that and that discussion that was held, I was thinking, you know, what are the causes of these problems? And what are the solutions? And what's the best solution? And having mentioned Chief Bobby Joseph, I think the answers are in the discussions that you're having. First of all, the answer to each of the challenges that you mentioned are dealt with in the Bill C-15, and in particular, the UN Declaration. So the answers are there, and we just need to focus and implement them as best we can going forward. I don't want to mention the actual articles, but I think there are about 12 references, for example, on spirituality. And that in itself is a solution. And I think that will be very helpful to go back to that. And I know you do it all the time, but I wanted to say that for the listeners and the observers of the conference that you're holding. So the spirituality, the business relationships for economic reconciliation, and also reconciliation in whole in itself are solutions. And I wanted to say that by way of beginning my presentation of solutions. When I look at the Bill C-15 and I identify each of them, the preamble paragraphs, for example, out of the 22, I believe it is, there are 16 of the preamble paragraphs are actually solutions. They're solutions-based. They're solution-oriented. If you look at the very first preamble paragraph, for example, the 3 key words that are used, if I remember correctly, are healing, reconciliation, and also the whole notion of and challenge and goal we always have of peace. So in the very first preamble paragraph, peace is mentioned, healing is mentioned, and reconciliation is mentioned. And that was an effort of us who were working on it to begin with a positive framework, a positive approach to the bill. Because as you know, there's still a lot of our people out there who have been harmed terribly, and some are still very angry. And beginning the bill with focusing on reconciliation, as Chief Bobby Joseph always does, I think that's a very positive beginning. The other positive beginning is because we use the word healing, it deals with those that are still brothers and sisters who are still out there who say, I will never forgive, or I'm still angry. That hopefully that this approach might cause a pause, and hopefully they would change their mind to one towards healing. And of course, peace. We always seek peace. In fact, in our case, we have a treaty of peace and friendship. So every day we have to live our treaty, and it's about peace and friendship. So when you look at in total, the not calls to action, but the preamble paragraphs to Bill C-15, I wanted to just share with you an observation that I've made by way of highlights. There are 14 references in that document to implementation of the UN Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples. There is 7 references to the international character of our work. So the international focus is there. There are 9 references to reconciliation, just like there is 16 references to it in the articles of the UN Declaration. So there's recalling the contributions our people have made to humankind or to the world as through our sacred teachings. Respect is used in the documentation at least 6 times. And I wanted to also highlight the fact that the calls for justice are there. There's 3 references to calls for justice. There are 4 references to treaties and other constructive arrangements, but that will be dealt with. There are 17 actually, I guess, preamble or paragraphs, not 16, that are solutions-based. And 2 are calls to action, 2 are actually statements of fact, and 1 is a tentative paragraph in the preamble or paragraphs. So I think it's very positively oriented. It talks about implementation, international character, reconciliation, sacred teachings of respect, focus on calls to justice, treaty implementation, and the orientation of it actually is trying to balance out the negative elements we've heard. I'm not denying there's no negativity there. It can be improved. We've always said that. We've called for improvements. There are improvements coming in. I heard apparently Minister Lametti this morning talk about a doctrine of discovery, and that it was something that he was used to as a former teacher. But we're going to deal with it head on in terms of the amendment process. And I wanted to tell you a quick story by way of closing. We were at Rome with an audience with the Pope to call on him to come to Canada to apologize to the former students, survivors who've told us many, many times, all I want to hear is 3 words: I'm sorry. So I invited the Pope to come to Canada to do that on 3 occasions. And one time I was sent to meet with the Pontifical Council with another delegation. So I started talking about my school. Spent 14 years in residential school. I was talking about the doctrine of discovery and terra nullius, and how they're in fact still being used in courts in Canada. And we had called for repudiation of those doctrines. And one of the cardinals said, well, why are we talking about repudiation? Why don't we just abolish all of them? And I thought, well, no, that's very bold of him to say that, because that's exactly what should be done. They shouldn't be saying that they're harmful. Yes, they're still being utilized, but that just keeps them going alive. So we're going to deal with them through our amendment process, but also using the words of the Cardinal, they ought to be completely abolished. So with that, I want to thank you for this opportunity to share some thoughts again with you this morning.
Thank you very much, Chief Littlechild. Let's turn to the regional chief.
Thank you, Harold. Deneza, Sekuza, Skyza, Chief, Military Chiefs. I just want to acknowledge our Knowledge Keepers prayers this morning, and I want to thank you for those words, and also acknowledge all the work that you've done over the many decades, and also to at last nation Kailcho Ed John and his work in his many decades there at the at the United Nations, fighting for Indigenous peoples in terms of really recognizing our human rights. And that's what this is. And when we were at the legislature passing Bill C-41, the Declaration Act, it certainly was a monumental place to be, but that was only about 5 or 10% of the battle, I suppose. Really implementing the declaration here in this province has been really a fight, a struggle, if you will, in terms of alignment of laws and the action plan. So that is something that we need to look forward to in terms of C-15. And C-15 was born in many respects out of 262, and C-15 in our determination goes further than Bill C-262, the Romeo Saginaw bill. So we did talk about C-15 the United Nations Declaration for Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act in February last month. And on February 3rd, we had our regional session here in British Columbia. Our different organizations, as 3 PTOs, reviewed the C15 and have some recommendations. And we definitely heard from our own First Nations in this province, including amendments made in the preamble to be explicit, not just have some words that really skirt around the edges. And one of the recommendations and amendments is to have racism explicit in the preamble. So I think, those types of amendments need to be made, and certainly we are going to be proposing those amendments. I would say we need more regional sessions. So as we go into the amendment process, the bill passed first reading in December, and the second reading was passed, I believe, in February 17th. We know the process in developing this important lesson in this legislation hasn't been perfect, and certainly, this was dropped on us in December. But I think there's still ample opportunity to have involvement of our region here in British Columbia, and especially to share our lessons in implementing Bill C-41 with the First Nations Leadership Council. The federal government hasn't considered a better new process to develop new laws, amend old ones, and change policies and regulations. Doing this will be consistent with upholding our rights and legal orders, including those protected by Section 35 and affirmed in the UN Declaration. And I think, what we're also thinking about too here is that the provincial and federal governments need to change our culture. And this is why we need to really acknowledge and deal with racism within government. And one of the impediments to really implementing the declaration here in British Columbia is, the bureaucratic process where there is obstruction, if you will. And really the view of Indigenous peoples not having the ability to take over our own jurisdiction, implementing our own laws. And I think, that really needs to be dealt with. And I think, with the legal pluralism out there, we need to straighten out those bureaucrats about our rightful place taking over jurisdiction, whether it's child welfare, whether it's environmental assessment process, or here in British Columbia, Forest Range and Practices Act. I think, and federally, we need to figure out those issues, especially in regards to management of what is under jurisdiction of federal jurisdiction in terms of government, such as Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and also reviewing major projects as such as TMX. That was a joint review panel, a federally led panel. And we need to come to a place where there is shared decision making. And so as we move forward, we certainly have a lot to share in terms of our point of view in this region. We have met with Minister Lametti in January of last year, and told him of our view in regards to the implementation of the declaration here in terms of C-41, but also looked for more engagement in terms of what is now C-15. Most definitely, I think in terms of the way we are going to move forward, I believe we need more discussion, more regional, I suppose, engagement, and perhaps going back to our own region, doing our own homework and putting all our concerns together and proposing amendments to C-15. I really believe, and I agree with in our February 3rd meeting, President Judith Stayers, we need to be strategic of our point of view from British Columbia, but also as a national view on C-15, we need to be strategic in terms of lessons learned in Bill 262. It went through Parliament with all the readings. However, it died in the Senate. So that is a really important lesson in terms of if we support this bill and how we can get it through. So certainly there's going to be lobbying and advocacy on our part. In terms of our lessons learned here in British Columbia, the action plan and the alignment of laws needs to happen right away. We've been well over a year in terms of trying to align laws and implement the action plan in terms of Bill C-41. That can't happen federally. So I think the lessons learned here is that we need to move on it right away. And most notably, I think, engagement with our First Nations communities. We've heard it just previously with the presentation with Minister Lametti that the process doesn't work right now, but I certainly believe that we can do our own homework and bring amendments forward to the team that has been comprised at the AFN. It's not only Wilton Littlechild, it's also Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafond and Caleb Bend, Paul Jaffe, as well as Jennifer Preston and Wendy Moss at the AFN team that have been working on C-15. So I would propose moving forward, if you indulge me, that we consider and look at more regional engagements here in BC and bring forward our amendments to the Bill C-15. And I just want to once again thank you, Wilton, Grand Chief Wilton Littlechild, and your advocacy and this long fight. You've been here a lot longer than I have, and during your time, going many decades in this fight to get a declaration that recognizes our Indigenous rights, our human rights. And now we're on the cusp. We're on the place that perhaps we can make a really substantial move, precedent as one of the only G20 countries that will pass this bill as law. So I think it's really important that we really look at the way we move forward and be strategic about it. And once again, I want to thank you, Wilton, and thank you, Harold. And those are my comments for this. Thank you, Masicho.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief, and thank you once again, Chief Littlechild. What I'll propose to the delegation, given the ambitiousness of our agenda, let's put Resolution 8 on the table for discussion, and to the degree in the dozen or so minutes left we have available, to the degree, and maybe I'll have a little latitude if you want to engage Chief Littlechild in that conversation. We'll have some flexibility there. But I'll bring your attention to draft Resolution 8, enhancing Bill C-15, federal legislation to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I would need a mover and a seconder, and I'll ask you to see Chief Gordon Planes as a mover. Thank you, sir. And I will need a seconder. I see Chief Beverly John Slots of Nation as the seconder. Thank you very much for that. And just as we're entering that into the record. So the presentation has really, Chief Littlechild has reminded us of the content and the power of the UN Declaration, and of course the correlation and the content of the Bill C-15. The resolutions, whereas to speak to the 2019 and 2020 BCAFN resolutions and progress being made in the time period around seeking and creating a legislative framework for the implementation of the UN Declaration, both at the provincial level and at the federal level, whereas J itemizes areas where improvements need to be made, and the regional chief has spoken to that, as well as a process for securing that. And it does highlight those critical improvements being sought, such as repudiating colonialism, and ensuring that this doesn't domesticate or subordinate the UN Declaration, emphasis on the need for specific mention to racism, shortening the timeline from passage to action, for example, and then of course being very clear that doctrines of discovery and terra nullius are rejected, even though it has already repudiated colonialism. But just to make sure, much like on racism, that there's that specific mention. So therefore, be it resolved that the BC Chiefs in Assembly support Bill C-15 advancing through the parliamentary process with further improvements, including the ones outlined in this resolution. The BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief working with the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs as the First Nations Leadership Council to take any and all opportunities to seek improvements to the bill, including those outlined herein, as it advances through the parliamentary process. And 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief working with the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs as the First Nations Leadership Council to prepare a submission outlining recommendations for improvements in Bill C-15 and request to appear before any standing committee examining Bill C-15 in order to advocate for and advance those improvements. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Again, we're using the raise hands functions, and seeing none, then let us move to the question. Is there any abstentions to this resolution? Are there any abstentions to enhancing Bill C-15 federal legislation to implement the United Nations Declaration? Sorry, Willie. Willie was putting in an honorary objection. All right, so then no abstentions. Let us move to objections. Just to be clear, are there any objections to this resolution? No being seen or heard. Final call for objections. Seeing or hearing none, then with your permission, chiefs and proxies, this resolution is carried as well. I do want to thank you for that, and I do want to turn back to Willie Littlechild, Chief Littlechild, to see if you have any final comments, and then we'll open the floor to see if there's any questions or engagement from the chiefs and proxies, recognizing, of course, that we will also then shortly shift to the justice update. Chief Littlechild?
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, I have an observation I want to share with you. Maybe in jest, in case someone has a tow truck out there. I noticed in the Hansards, when Minister Lametti introduced Bill C-15, one of the members from the opposition spoke quite a length of time. And for the first page and a half of his speech, he used the phrase free, prior, and informed consent 8 times. For the first page, I think it was 5 times he uses it for the first page. So I think somebody needs to help them get out of that rut by saying, what does free, prior, and informed consent mean? We need a definition so we can support it. Well, free. It has to be free in a sense of a decision by the indigenous peoples, free from duress, free from any manipulation, free from any manufacturing, free from any illegal activities. By that I mean purchasing alcohol and drugs for our people. Then they go around finding somebody they find someone to say yes. And then they go and say, now we've got, it's free. We've got their consent. Prior, well, that's obvious. It has to be done before, not during, not after any proposal or development. Informed is exactly what you're doing. You're informing each other for both sides, the pros and cons of the proposal. So I don't know why they mentioned it 22 times in their response to Minister Lametti. they're absolutely stuck on that phrase. There are 46 articles in a declaration. And it isn't just about free, prior, and informed consent. So I just want to make that observation because there's another one about Article 46, but just enough to say that remember that it's a holistic integrity of the declaration. We need to look at not just cherry picking a word here and there and then building an opposition around 2 or 3 words. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Chief Beverly John, and then I think at that point we'll need to transition to our next topic. Chief John.
Thank you. Good morning. Sorry, my camera does not work on my desktop, so I'm not going to be able to follow that rule early that you've set out. Thank you, Mr. Trebell. You always do such a wonderful job, and happy birthday. Thank you, Chief Wilton Littlechild. Your words are always a source of strength, and your continued work on the UN Declaration is extremely inspiring. I also want to say thank you to Regional Chief Terry Teegee for your acknowledgement of Akyle Joe and his contribution in the drafting and the work of the UN Declaration. I also want to make sure that I say thank you to the knowledge keepers. Your words always give me strength. And I think a part of our fight and our purpose as leaders in BC, we take up the work that is necessary not only for today but for future generations. And I see such optimism and such hope in all the work that everyone is doing, and from just observing and listening and learning, and I see the hope for future generations, and I see the strength and courage in all of you, all across this, the province of BC and across Canada, fighting the good fight and keeping up the work for those little ones at BC, in our communities, knowing that all our efforts are for them. We come into these roles not for accolades, but because we think that we have something to contribute to improving the lives of our people, and it gives me such amazing hope for future generations. So I just want to make sure that I say thank you to the wonderful work, the BCAFN, the Summit, the UBCIC, the First National Leadership Council in BC, all these First Nations organizations all across BC, and for all the staff that work behind the scenes. You're doing a really amazing work, and keep up the good fight, and just have a blessed day, everyone. Masito.
Thank you very much, Chief John. And with that, let's wrap this up. So thank you very much, Chief Littlechild. And of course, you are welcome to stay with us. But again, due to the ambition of our agenda, I do need to move to our next subject. So once again, great to see you again, Lee. And that was very kind of you. So let us turn to our next agenda item. It is the Justice Update. We are going to be joined by Doug White and Rosalie Yazzie from the BC First Nations Justice Council. They do have a presentation, and the regional chief, given his portfolio responsibilities there as well, will speak on this issue. And please note that we'll carry this through till noon, and we will be joined at that point by the provincial health officer and shift to our COVID discussion. This does include a resolution, if we can get to that as well. I believe we are turning to Doug White first.
Right, thank you, Harold. Good morning, everybody. Doug White. I'm the chair of the BC First Nations Justice Council. I'm here with Rosalie Yazzie, the vice chair. We've got a brief amount of time to give you a quick update on the work of the Justice Council. And so Rosalie's going to bring you through a presentation. Just want to talk a little bit at the outset about, obviously we're dealing with some pretty grim realities, continuing realities of police violence, excessive use of force. Don't know all the facts yet, but of course, yet another Indigenous man ended up dead in an interaction with police. So send our condolences to the Cahokia people once again. So we're in a very important moment in where there's, I think, a lot of opportunity for us to put forward, as we have been at the Justice Council through your direction and your mandate, to reshape the justice system. We're now, I think tomorrow will be the year anniversary of the signing of the BC First Nations Justice Strategy. And so over the past year, we've been working hard to implement that strategy that has two main pathways. One, to reform the existing system to make it less harmful and more respectful and appropriate of our people. And then two, to start to work to open up space for the implementation of Indigenous self-determination with respect to justice. And so that's obviously not our work, that's your work to do, but our work is to create that opportunity that if your nation wants to take up that space and occupy that field, then that will be there. So very important work. Obviously, there's also a new national mandate that Minister Lametti has from the January 15th amended mandate letter that talks about the facilitation of the development of a national Indigenous justice strategy. His office has already reached out to us to talk about the First Nations justice strategy as a possible model for the national approach. And of course, here in BC, we've got the Police Act reform committee that is a very important historic opportunity to address the legislative underpinning of policing in the province of British Columbia. So we're going to be making a presentation to them later this month. And I know that a number of you already have different First Nations and organizations. So this is a very important opportunity for us to start to push the system into a fundamentally different approach. So I'm going to stop right now and just pass it over to Rosalie to go through the deck that we have prepared for you. And I know that there's a resolution as well, and I believe that she'll be speaking to that as well, or possibly Regional Chief TG. I'm not sure, but for now, I'll pass it over to Rosalie. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Lim to Regional Chief TG, as well as the BCAFN board, chiefs, and all of the staff for allowing us to present. I recognize we have a very tight time frame here. I am calling in from Silk Okanagan Territory, located at West Bank First Nation. As the presentation, I believe there's a slide deck that'll be shared with you shortly. But for those of you on the call, there's also an informational update that provides all of the information that's contained in the PowerPoint. So please feel free to refer to that. You don't have to take notes. All of the information is there. So I'll just wait for the PowerPoint to be shared with you here. Thank you. And this is just a very quick update to the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly. Next slide. As you see, some of the overview that we want to quickly touch base is really an update on the implementation of the status of the BC First Nations Justice Strategy and its related work, as well as some of the next steps that we will be carrying on as an organization in line with the mandate that all of the chiefs in BC have provided us. Next slide, please. A little bit of way of background. In March 2020, as Doug has mentioned, the BC First Nations strategy was endorsed by the Leadership Council, the First Nations Justice Council in the province of British Columbia. Under two tracks of the strategy, it formalizes a joint commitment to reduce the number of First Nations people who've become involved with the criminal justice system and child welfare systems. It also aims to improve the experience of those who do, as well as increasing the number of First Nations people working within the justice system under Track 1, as well as to support First Nations to restore their justice systems, structures, and legal orders, which is some of the work followed under Track 2. Next. The following outlines the key updates of the work, which is currently underway, which supports the implementation of Tracks 1 and 2 under the strategy. And some of this work includes the Indigenous Justice Centers. Next slide. Which are currently operational in 3 locations located at Prince George, Prince Rupert, and Merritt. The First Nations Justice Strategy also maps out a goal of expanding the IJCs to having 15 operational within the next 5 years. Currently, work is underway to establish an IJC regional placement framework, as well as an IJC evaluation framework to support this expansion. Additionally, the First Nations Justice Council is also staffed with a provincial manager, diversion and early interprevention, and a provincial manager of women and child protection, who both work to support the IJCs and are available for First Nations who require support. Next slide, please. Some of the other work also includes ensuring that resources are in place to support the establishment and operations of a virtual Indigenous Justice Center, which would provide web-based legal supports to First Nations now and into the future. Confirmation of this funding for this initiative is currently pending. Next. So, oh, sorry, back one. In relation to GLADU services, the BC First Nations Justice Council will be taking on the transition of GLADU services from Legal Aid BC effective April 1st of this year. The First Nations Justice Council is working on an immediate transition plan, which will ensure the formalization of a GLADU services department that'll be responsible for GLADU report writing, training, and the administration and facilitation of GLADU services. Next. In relation to policing, the BC First Nations Justice Council is coordinating with the First Nations leadership to ensure that the changes to the Police Act align with the BC First Nations Justice Strategy and the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. To this end, the BC First Nations Justice Council will be presenting to the Special Committee on Reforming the Police Act in the coming weeks. The First Nations Justice Council also participates on the Advisory Committee on Provincial Policing Standards and continues to engage with public safety and Solicitor General staff on the development of policing standards, for example, standards for unbiased policing. The First Nations Justice Council also continues to advocate for the recognition of Indigenous policing as an essential service. Next. In April 2019, the BC Prosecution Service both issued an amended and new policy in the policy manual that sets out Indigenous specific guidance concerning bail, charge assessment guidelines, and probation, as well as an Indigenous justice framework. Further to this, as well, in January 2021, the BCPS also released more changes resulting from that policy review. The policy changes are an improvement to the status quo and will enable elements of the presumption of diversion to manifest in areas including charge assessment, prosecution, sentencing, and bail. However, we also recognize that further work must be done in relation to these issues. As well, next slide. In relation to the federal engagement and national justice strategy, in a revised mandate letter, the federal justice minister has been tasked with developing an Indigenous justice strategy to address systemic discrimination and the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the justice system. The First Nations Justice Council is also working to formalize a partnership with the federal government, recognizing the critical role Canada plays in any effort to fundamentally reform the justice system. The First Nations Justice Council and BC also continue to engage in this important work. Next. In relation to the next steps for the work of the First Nations Justice Council, we're also actively working to implement the BC First Nations Justice Strategy and support the transformative changes needed in the administration of justice in BC and Canada. We look forward to reporting on our progress as the strategy implementation continues on. And some of the next steps include securing provincial and federal funding to support the full implementation of the BC First Nations Justice Strategy, opening 3 additional Indigenous Justice Centers, as well as a virtual Indigenous Justice Center, as well as the launch of the Gladue Services Department, including the completion of the Gladue Reporter Writing Training Program, as well as the development of a Women's Justice Plan. We encourage all of you to reach out if you have any questions in relation to some of this work, or if you want further information. And I think we will turn it back. I think we have some time for some brief questions. Limit, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Let me get my video started here. Thank you very much for that. We are at 11:50, and so what I will do, though, is let us put the resolution on the table just to get through that, and if we have any more time, we'll circle back for questions. I do see the guests for our next group coming in. So if I could, I'll call your attention to Resolution 9, the need for immediate policing reform and support for First Nations jurisdiction of policing. I do note that Chief Jerome Jack and Chief Harvey McLeod are present. I do acknowledge that Chief Jack has been having some connection issues, but when I just checked a moment ago, he was present with us. So the resolution that you have before us it does emphasize that First Nations mistreatment within the justice and policing system, and that how that has been reflected and addressed in the UN Declaration itself, in the Truth and Reconciliation Report, in the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women Inquiry, and elsewhere. Whereas E enumerates over 15 specific types of injustices and mistreatment that our people are dealing with, and notes that all of these are in fact even more pronounced when we look at the situation of our Indigenous women and to our members who are part of the Two-Spirit community. G, in fact, references a number of the names which have been, some acknowledgements have been made to that today, throughout our day, and yesterday as well. H does really note the consistency of this work with previous resolutions and the upcoming forum in the next couple of weeks. And then therefore it does resolve that BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly support First Nations in exercising their rights to self-determination, including implementation of culturally relevant justice systems in relation to their communities and nations. The BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly urge the provincial and federal governments, in accordance with Article 4 and 39 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, to recognize First Nations jurisdiction with respect to justice and policing, provide financial and technical assistance to all First Nations in support of their respective administration of justice, and the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly calls on provincial and federal governments and police forces in Canada to fundamentally reform policing and the criminal justice system, with specific priority placed on ending police brutality and violence against Indigenous peoples and transforming the relationship with Indigenous peoples so that it is in alignment with the UN Declaration. And I just wanted to make a quick check. I do note that there was the addition of one whereas clause, and you will see it there in the red, just referencing the BC First Nations Justice Strategy. With that, is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Seeing and hearing no call for discussion, then I will move to the question. Are there any abstentions to this resolution as amended and read into the record? Seeing and hearing none, are there any abstentions? And seeing or hearing no abstentions, let's look at whether there are any objections to this resolution as amended and read into the record. Seeing and hearing none, and then making a last call for any objections, and with your permission, chiefs and proxies, we will note that this resolution has been carried. Thank you very much for that. We do have a few minutes, and so we will open the floor if there are any questions. I stand corrected. I note on our agenda that the regional chief is also listed as a speaker, and I apologize for overlooking that, boss.
Harold, can't be perfect, I guess. Very quickly, certainly we all know that there needs to be fundamental justice reform federally and provincially. Last year, as we all witnessed the Black Lives Matter movement last summer, we did meet with the four ministers, Minister Bennett, Minister Miller, Blair, and Lametti. There was a commitment to make substantial change federally. So we're the only region that has a justice strategy. And I think here's a real impetus for perhaps engaging other regions and perhaps nationally, that we develop a national strategy for justice. I do hold a portfolio at the AFN along with Ghislaine Picard from Quebec. And certainly there's definitely there's injustice all over the regions in Canada. So immediate short-term and long-term options of change that we're looking at is Indigenous justice and policing for sure. RCMP defunding targets, perhaps allocating different funds to different places that need funds, so we don't get situations as we've seen over this past weekend in terms of our people being killed in custody or being shot. Police reform and accountability. Certainly that is an issue that needs to be dealt with. Justice system reform and corrections and Conditional Release Act compliance. So really, I think federally, we need to develop a national justice strategy, and I also provincially, the Police Act here provincially hasn't been amended for a number of years. It's been amended, I believe, 12 times since 1967, but they're looking to overhaul the Police Act here in this province. They have an internal committee in the legislature, and certainly we need to be a part of that process and provide recommendations. Going back to the federal issue on policing, they have committed to having police as an essential service rather than program funding as we see it now in the tripartite agreements that we see with the RCMP, with our First Nations communities. And also if there is your own police forces, such as we see in Statlium, or if there's proposals for your own police force, perhaps maybe that's a time to consider. Right now is a time to consider that. So I just want to thank Doug from the BC First Nations Justice Council and Rosalie for the work that they're doing to implement their justice strategy. I also want to recognize Anita McPhee, Boyd Peters, and Corey Wilson, who are part of the BC First Nations Justice Council. And I know we do have some important matters at noon with Dr. Bonnie Henry, so I'll leave my presentation there. Thank you, Harold.
Thank you very much. We just have a few minutes. I see Chief Spahan has put his hand up, so we'll take Chief Spahan's comment, but then we will move on.
Yeah, thank you, Harold. Thanks, Doug and Rosalie and Terry for your presentation on the justice update. I guess one comment I'd like to make, and since Regional Chief Terry Teegee sits at the national table for this part, I'd like to ask for him to advocate on our behalf of the Nicola Valley bands to pursue federal support in regards to our Justice Center here in the Merritt area, because we do have provincial support, but we haven't heard if we have federal support yet. And this needs to happen. So, Cookstam, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. And then appreciate everybody. Good to see you again, Doug and Rosalie. And so thank you very much for your participation. We do have a minute left. If there's a closing remark you want to make before I transition to the next discussion, Doug?
Yeah, if I can just jump in just to say thank you very much to everyone, and both for Cookby Christian's question. Certainly the establishment of Indigenous police forces, I think, is a very important objective for everyone to consider. And we're looking to generate more and more support for that. Certainly the second pathway of the Indigenous Justice Strategy is about Indigenous peoples being in control of the justice system, that it belongs to them, that it's Indigenous peoples applying Indigenous law in Indigenous courts with Indigenous police and prosecutors, et cetera. That's the longer term vision. And with respect to Chief Spahan, the justice centers are right now only funded by the provincial government, but we're working to bring in the federal funding. Sometime, the federal funding timing is always a bit mystical in some ways, as we all know. But there is a commitment, there's a mandate letter commitment for LaMedi to support community justice centers. And in the fall budget update, there was a discussion from Minister LaMedi about support for Gladue report writing in the country that will come to BC. And also we're working to get the Justice Center as well. That was also reflected there too. So we hope imminently over the next year or so that the justice centers will be more and more supported. So thank you. Thanks everyone very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I would note that Rosalie has entered into the chat the PowerPoint and an additional document from the BC First Nations Justice Council. That's in addition to that being posted on the events.bcafn.ca site, which we are using for all of the meeting materials. And you can just click on that and download that directly to your computer if you would like as a participant. I do want to note as I make the transition that in terms of the attendance door prizes we've been doing, that we've done 2 draws so far, and the winner for the earlier one was Chief Christine Minnie-Barriette, and the winner for the one for our lunchtime-ish one is Chief Dalton Silver. So congratulations on that. We do have 3 more that will draw as we go through the day. So we are going to shift our attention to the next discussion on the COVID-19 update. And just by way of setting the context to that, I will remind the chiefs that we do have a resolution in your package on the inclusive and transparent COVID-19 immunization planning. This is a combination of a couple of resolutions we've seen in a number of the other meetings that have come forward. And just by way of context, it again recognizes that the work you're doing here and your health is supported by the UN Declaration. That it emphasizes that First Nations governments have created the First Nations Health Approach and the First Nations Health Authority here through a series of plans, consensus papers, and agreements, all with the focus on making sure that we are working to improve health outcomes for First Nations people in British Columbia. It does note that there are concerns, particularly at the governance level with some of the recent changes there, but also in terms of the feeling that the FNHA is making, that the ability of First Nations governments to participate in the decision-making on health is somehow getting lost given those changes and the pandemic itself, so we just want to be emphasis about that in terms of COVID communication, access to test results, a role in tracing, and of course the vaccine rollout. And again, really emphasizes that recent decision around that vaccines will only be made available to individuals 65 and plus and elders, as well as home care patients and workers living in the communities, and then stresses the inequity of this situation compared to the whole of community approach, which First Nations have sought and advocated for. So with that, I'll leave it at that. We will return to this resolution before we take our short break at the in a little while for our lunch. But I do see that our guests are here. And so let us turn our attention. We are joined by Dr. Bonnie Henry, the Provincial Health Officer, and the Deputy Provincial Health Officer with a focus on Indigenous health, our Dene Métis, Dr. Daniel Bain-Smith. And she's joined, and they are joined by Dr. Shannon McDonald, the Acting Chief Medical Officer for the First Nations Health Authority, and Charlene Below, the Chair of the First Nations Health Council. And so I think we are turning to Dr. Henry. Welcome and good to see you once again.
Hello, thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you all here again today. And I look forward to the opportunity to talk a little bit, particularly about the last issue around the immunization program. Danielle and I are just grateful to be here, and I want to begin by acknowledging that I am on the traditional and unceded territories of the Lekwungen speaking peoples, the Esquimalt and Songhees First Nations, and I frequently, particularly this past year, have reflected on trying to use the wisdom of the people from this land to try and move forward in a good way through what has been a most challenging year for us all. And it continues to be. We're all wearing thin, I think, under the pressures of dealing with and managing both COVID-19 and at the same time developing and now rolling out the most complex vaccine program we've ever had in this province. And I raise my hands to each and every one of you for your strong leadership and your deep care and concern for your communities. And I can only imagine the pressures that you are under as well. You have been, and I know this, and Danielle and I appreciate this every day, how much you've been doing to keep your community safe and protected. And I want to reiterate that we share that common goal with you of wanting to protect as many First Nations people in British Columbia as quickly as we possibly can. And we've started that from the beginning, and we're in the measures that we've taken to try and manage the pandemic and move that into, of course, the immunization program. So I am grateful to be invited here today, the opportunity to share my view of where we are in terms of making our way to that goal, and to let you know from my perspective how things have evolved and changed very rapidly in these last few weeks particularly. And I know, and you mentioned the resolution on the table, and the speed of change and the speed of our communications were not always aligned. And for that, I know it has caused a great deal of angst and frustration, and I do apologize for that. I'm hopeful, though, that we can springboard from here and look at all possible options that can help us achieve the goal that we have together. I also want to say that we are incredibly grateful from the very beginning of this pandemic for our close partners at the First Nations Health Authority. Dr. Shannon McDonald, who's here with us today, Richard Jock, Chief Charlene Bellew, who's the head of the First Nations Health Council, and everybody on their team. And they've attended meetings at all levels and have been integrated into our provincial response. And they have been strong and effective advocates all along the way for First Nations perspectives, concerns, and needs. Both the FNHA and Dr. Danielle Bain-Smith, my partner and member of my team, have been working very hard to coordinate and collaborate with our regional health authorities, and they have been doing incredibly stellar work. It's, as you all know, a challenge. They have very different philosophies and geographies and demographies in all of our health authorities. And that is represented in the multiple different First Nations communities as well, both on and off reserve. We know there is still a lot of work to do, particularly about ensuring cultural safety. And we have all read Mary-Ellen Turpel-Lafon's recent report, and we recognize the challenges that First Nations peoples have in every aspect of accessing care. And we're committed to doing whatever we can to reduce those barriers, particularly when it comes to our important vaccination programs now. I've received quite a bit of correspondence and concern and a number of letters, which we will be responding to around how we are aligned with the National Advisory Committee on Immunization and things that have come out from the national government from Canada about vaccine prioritization. And if that's okay, I wouldn't mind taking a moment to show you a few slides just to help show where we are aligned. And I don't know, Danielle, can you pull this up, or can maybe, am I able to share my screen?
I can bring them up for you, Bonnie. It'll just take me one moment.
Basically, I just want to say that our plan here in BC has and continues to align with the priorities that have come out from the National Advisory Committee on Immunization. And as a matter of fact, we have been instrumental on influencing that First Nations are prioritized and Indigenous peoples across the country are prioritized in those discussions that have happened at the Special Advisory Committee meeting nationally and at NACI. Our plans, though, are a bit different in that we have 4 phases in BC, and NACI has 3. So our phase 1 and 2 align with their phase 1. So sometimes it can be a bit confusing around that. And our, oh, here we go. So the first slide talks, just shows that, how we are, and I think this is part of the challenges of a confederation, that each province and territory does things slightly differently. But we are aligned with our phase 1 and phase 2 and the NACI stage 1 recommendations. So on the next slide, it shows a little bit that all of us together, our challenges have been across the country that even though we've had the plans, we are dependent on offshore vaccine supply. So we worked very closely in the first phases of this to make sure that FNHA worked very closely with us to make sure that we could prioritize, and we prioritize communities in BC, starting with rural and remote and isolated communities, recognizing while they might not have COVID at the time, the implications and the downside health effects of having introduction into those communities would be the most grave. And we have with our initial shipments of vaccine, we prioritized First Nations remote and isolated communities. And it really has been, I know many of you have seen this, and it just makes me cry every time I see it. But you know, float planes and helicopters and trucks and welcoming a vaccine by elders and seniors, and seeing people get their immunizations has just been heartwarming. I put this slide up just to show you that as vaccine has come in, and that's the line on the top, the one that's kind of pinkish. It comes in phases. We get a shipment once a week, and then sometimes there's delays, and sometimes for the Moderna vaccine, which is the vaccine that we are able to use in most of the particularly more geographically challenging communities, it comes in every 3 weeks. So there's a supply, and then we have to use it over a period of time. So it is a tremendous logistical challenge. What I'll point out to is that in the face of the bit at the end there on February 26th, we finally started to get large amounts of vaccine again. So we have been committed from the very beginning to have an all of community approach. And that was our plan, working through the First Nations Health Authority on your behalf. And I know they've had many interactions with communities across the province. And our intent was to take that approach to all First Nations communities. The reality that we were faced was in January, you can see there's the pink line levels off. The supply dried up for a period of 3 weeks, and it was longer than we had expected. And there were 2 things that happened. One was the Pfizer vaccine. We received 0 for 1 week, and we received tremendously reduced supplies. So it really affected a month of our supplies of the Pfizer vaccine. And we received a delayed shipment that was reduced by 60% of the Moderna vaccine because of both of them upgrading their production facilities. So in the face of that, you know, this is a hard reality that we had to deal with, and it created a delay in implementation in communities. And we did not necessarily communicate that in a way that people understood. But in the face of that delay and the limited vaccine supply, we had a lot of uncertainty going into February and March, how much was actually coming when. We did regroup and considered how to move forward. And we were seeing that inequities were coming up in that there were some nations that had received all of their vaccine and all of community was immunized, and there were some nations who had nothing. And so we did regroup and looked at making sure that we could at least address the protection to those most at risk, the seniors and elders in all communities, and in that period of time of limited vaccine. We did come together to focus on what we could do to try and eliminate those disparities. And the good news, though, is we are now back into receiving regular shipments of vaccine. We're now looking at how we can use Pfizer more effectively in some more remote communities, because we're able to use it at freezer instead of ultra low temperatures. And the really important decision that we just made this past weekend to increase the interval between dose 1 and dose 2, based on all of the data that we had been collecting and monitoring. So the scientific real world data that showed us that we were getting really high protection for everybody after a single dose. By 3 weeks, it was really, really high. And that was lasting. So we used information from BC, from Quebec, from UK, from Israel, and they were all consistently telling us that people were getting that really high level of protection that they needed within 3 weeks after the first dose. And that allowed us to now pivot and move and say, we can protect more people sooner by moving that second dose off. And the reality is we may be learning that having an increased interval actually gives us better protection in the long run for longer lasting protection. And that's something that we will be continuing to monitor very carefully. If we see any signs of decreasing protection, then we can reinstitute these second doses. But I'm very confident that everything that we have seen shows us that we are in a good place. So we can now rethink things. We no longer have to wait until after second doses to start looking at how we can increase our connections with each other and some of the more restrictive measures that we've had in place to deal with the pandemic. So I know, again, that was a pivot in decision making, and in this pandemic, we've tried to make decisions as thoughtfully as we can, but we need to take action when we know that it's going to provide the maximum benefit to the maximum number of people. And it's funny, there was the Globe and Mail this morning had an article on their editorial on the vaccine program, and they quoted Mike Tyson, who said, you know, your plan goes out the window once you get punched in the face. And that really is the analogy that we're looking at, or as I like to say, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. And I think it was Eisenhower who said that. But you know, we did pivot quickly. And so I am here to tell you today that we didn't communicate that as quickly as we needed to, and I take responsibility for that. But it is the right thing to do. It's the best thing to do, and we are and remain committed to an all-of-community approach. We're back on track for that now that our vaccine supply has been restored and that we've made this important decision to increase the interval before the second dose. So we are, as of this week, and I know the First Nations Health Authority will be talking about that, we're back to being able to do an all-of-community approach. I will also say, though, that we know that people who, family members, community members who are living away from home also are challenged in being able to access vaccine. And we have taken that into account in our attempts to make sure we are doing an all-of-community approach by the end of March, but also in the fact that for all Indigenous people, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit here in British Columbia, they will be eligible to receive vaccine at 15 years before non-Indigenous people. And that again recognizes, we know, the differential impact that COVID can have on Indigenous peoples here in BC. So we remained committed to do this. And I just want to, before I close, talk about, acknowledge that even though there continue to be challenges and we are not always perfect at getting especially the communications about what's happening out to everybody in the best way that we should, we've seen tremendous success. And I do want to honor the truly astonishing achievements in scale and breadth of vaccinations that have happened through the partnership with the First Nations Health Authority and our regional health authorities. And I believe Chief Below will share a bit more about that. But I'm really appreciative from Danielle and I to have this time with you this morning and with our partners at First Nations Health Authority and the First Nations Health Council. And we are committed to working together to what we like to think of as co-create ideas about what we can do together over the next few months to help all of us emerge from this pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Henry. I did want to note that there are some in the comment section. It's been very busy, but there are some thanks and gratitude and some understanding comments in there. But there are questions and comments around 5 significant topics, and I'll ask you and the team to look at that. In terms of the delegation, I do want to get our 3 other guests an opportunity to take the mic, and then I'll turn to those 2 hands that have been patiently waiting, and I really appreciate that as well. Let's turn to Dr. Daniel Bang-Smith. Did you have some comments, Danielle?
No, thank you, Harold. I think I'll just hold my comments in recognition of other people's time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. Dr. Shannon McDonald? I know she signed in earlier.
There we go.
Shannon, oh yeah.
It's been a journey, and so I am calling in from First Nation, where I'm honored to live as a guest. As Bonnie mentioned, it has been a lot of work and a logistical challenge to distribute the vaccine that's been made available to us. Thus far, we have used a total of 25,272 doses. This is as of yesterday. 19,000 of those were first doses, and some communities had begun their second dose. So there's over 6,000 individuals who have had the second dose before the change of policy. We haven't done that alone. It's very much a partnership with regional health authorities, with the ministry, with the PHO office. And it's now that we've been able to work with 128 communities who have received or are scheduled to receive an allocation of vaccine, and the opportunity that it has been availed because of the change of policy and delay of the second dose. It means that there will provincially be, I believe it's around 70,000 vaccines made available for first dose. That doesn't mean First Nations will get all of those, but it's certainly a portion of that. I want to recognize the work that Dr. Henry has done, and in her conversations with media on a daily basis, talking about her commitment to First Nations and the all-of community approach, which are, it's fabulous to have that confirmed, that we went forward with that all-of community approach right at the beginning, including all people who reside on reserve, and have included healthcare service providers and other essential workers in the community in that. But communities have come back to us and they're very strongly stated, and I understand completely, that family doesn't stop at the line at the end of the road where the reserve stops, and that nations are very committed to their members no matter where they live. And so the work that we've been trying to do now with regional health authorities and other partners is to look at ways to find accessible, culturally safe opportunities for those individuals to receive their vaccine. The original comments about we're going to start vaccinating people in their 80s and 90s, and we were able to go back with our statistics and say sadly, we don't have that many 90-year-olds. And we really wanted to make sure that people understood that the chronic disease rates, the social determinants of health, and other things really affected people at their risk. And we were able to show that we have had individuals who have passed from COVID at much, much younger ages, tragically. So that work continues. We continue to advocate on behalf of First Nations at all of the tables. The numbers of cases have come down. We've seen where the immunizations have had an effect. We still have about 300 active cases among First Nations in the province. About half of those are on reserve. But just after the holidays, when we had that big spike of cases, we had over 1,000 active cases a day. So we're seeing significant progress, partly due to the immunizations, but partly due to the work and commitment of leadership and communities about following public health advice and assuring that people are being kept as safe as possible. So I think I'll pass on to Charlene and allow time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McDonald. First Nations Health Council Chair Charlene Below.
Good, thank you, Harold, and good session to the Cookbees and the health leads for the dialogue today. I want to pass on our condolences to the members that you've lost through the pandemic. I know it's been difficult, and I acknowledge the pressure and the stress that a lot of the leaders and the health leads have been through over the past few months. I think that we'll be stronger for this experience for sure. You're facing numerous issues, not only the pandemic, but the opioid crisis that many of your community members are facing and the loss you've had, but also the racism, that's exposed itself over the last few weeks because of the pandemic, the police shootings and all of those other issues. It's very difficult, but we stand with you during this time. I reflect back on the last 4 months, and 4 months seems like a long time ago, but it was only then that Dr. Henry was talking about vaccine with the BC chiefs on a webinar, where the chiefs came together to listen. So in 4 months, we've come to a place where to the end of March, all of our First Nation communities in BC will have been vaccinated with first dose. And to me, I want to express my appreciation for that, but also for us as leaders and health leads to begin acknowledging that we're turning this page slowly, turning this pain slowly, and that we need to give our elders and our community members some hope that things are going to get better. That comes from the leadership. And I think that, despite the frustrations and the challenges, our people need to see that we are stronger for what we've come through over the last year for sure. Again, I want to acknowledge the chiefs and the health leads in expressing their concerns to Dr. Henry and to Minister Dix regarding the change in direction for over 65 for on and off reserve, but also the opportunities to reverse that decision over the last week. And Dr. Henry, your apology means a lot to our people. And for you to acknowledge, I can remember on one public briefing that I listened to you at, because I'm another one that listens every day, you acknowledged that some of the decisions may not be right, and to me that's important. So I want to acknowledge and thank you for apologizing to our chiefs and our health leads and to our community members, that have had that. I want to just go back to the initial, where we are back to the initial decisions, where again, all of our communities in BC will have received vaccine to the end of March. That does include all of the regional health authorities working closely with your regional First Nations Health Authority teams to make sure that there are culturally appropriate vaccine clinics for your community members and making sure that no one is left behind. And, I want to call on the chiefs to be proactive, when those clinics are there so that we can get our people to a place and that they can have access to a vaccine when it comes into the region. So again, just my acknowledgement to the health leads and to the chiefs for their hard work over the last few months and for the last year for sure. In closing, and I want to leave time, Harold, to make sure that the chiefs that have questions take time instead of taking up too much time. But in closing for myself, I wanted to just make sure that the leaders and the health leads were aware that back in October of 2020, 5 of your regional BC Health Council matriarchs took time with matriarch Marianne Sam from the Songhees Lekwungen community to come together to provide support and guidance, and also to go through cleansing and honoring ceremonies to Dr. Bonnie Henry on behalf of our health people within our respective regions. And we left her medicine that hopefully she picks up when she needs to, when things get difficult, not only with our communities, but all of the other challenges you face with the public out there in the province. And always know that we stand with you. And again, just thank you for all that you've done for our communities.
Thank you very much, Charlene. And thanks to all of the speakers for that. And we'll turn to Chief Courtney Adolph Jones and to President Judith Sayers for their comments and questions. Just given the fact that we also need to deal with the resolution, it's likely that'll be the only exchange we have. Although I will note that there is a good exchange going on in the chat and answers are being provided, such, for example, that Johnson & Johnson's vaccine is not in Canada yet, but may be available hopefully sometime in April. Let us turn to Chief Adolph Jones.
Thank you, Harold. Thank you, leadership and observers and presenters, and thank you, doctors, for joining us on the call. And especially want to thank you, Dr. Bonnie Henry, for acknowledging and apologizing for the events that have transpired over the past week. And acknowledging what Charlene just said, that there has been a lot of work that's been done, but I'd be remiss if I didn't share some aspects of our experience from my community and our territory. And I deliver it honestly, so please just accept it for the way it is and the way it's being conveyed and communicated. So part of our Statlium Nation, and again, our Statlium Nation is separated into regions. So our Northern Statlium Nation received the first dose of the Moderna vaccine back in January. And in order to prepare for these clinics, we went through immense planning and channeling of resources in community to ensure that we were hosting safe and culturally appropriate clinics for our members. We experienced issues around confirming delivery of vaccines that put immense stress on our people who had no confirmation of when they were actually going to receive the vaccine until the actual hours or days leading up to it. I want to offer some context into how this has negatively impacted the health of my members. In some cases, people had to abstain from medications. They had to cancel appointments, and remind you that our community is rural. We are 2 hours from a health hub. In order to plan effective medical trips, we have to plan in advance. And often when we cancel or postpone, there's no rescheduling until months later. This had a very detrimental impact to some of my members' health. Eventually though, most of our residents in the Northern Statlium Nation received their first dose of the vaccine. Now I want to emphasize the success of the uptake of this clinic, and it was largely due to the work that we did on the ground. It was the leaders, the local physicians, and the local First Nations health team and regional team that did this work. We were the ones that made sure that our community members received the information that they need to make an informed decision on receiving the vaccine. And in part of this decision for them was understanding that they were going to receive 2 doses of that vaccine. And at that time, the time frame was moved from 28 days to 35 days. It was our understanding that those second doses would be promised to our community within an appropriate time frame that would ensure effectiveness of the vaccine, and that was part of their informed decision making. Our people have waited patiently for the second dose, understanding that there has been constraints nationwide. And we have sat back and watched as other clinics have proceeded with second dose with raised hands and gratitude, because we know that that means those communities are receiving the full effectiveness of the vaccine, are being protected. We waited patiently as time continually was postponed to receive our second dose, and we were set to receive those doses this week. In fact, one of our Northern Statlium communities was able to proceed with their clinic on Monday, and my community, Tleekit, was set to receive their doses on Tuesday. All of this was effectively changed by the announcement by the province. The rug was effectively pulled from underneath our feet, where our community was prepared to receive the second dose of the vaccine and therefore receive the full effectiveness of it. There was a complete absence of communication to my community and my nation. And in fact, there was no formal acknowledgement to this date of that cancellation. We should have been able to proceed with our clinics. It is my opinion that since one community in our nation was already in the process of administering doses, that our whole nation was effectively at needle to arm. We should have been able to go ahead with those doses, or at least have been part of a decision-making process that allowed those members that had put their health practices on hold to be able to safely receive that vaccine an opportunity to receive it. We should have had an opportunity to make sure that our knowledge keepers had an opportunity to receive that vaccine. We should have been a part of that decision making, but at the very least, it should have been communicated directly to us. Our people are suffering from anxiety now. Our people have lost faith in the trust of the rollout of the vaccine. And all of this was done without our input, our perspective, our participation in the decision-making process. This only serves to emphasize for our people that the opinion of the province, that we are only recipients of healthcare and not participants of the planning, decision-making, and implementation of safe and effective health services for our people. Before I conclude, I want to ensure for those nations, those communities that are now receiving their first dose, I'm so grateful that your communities are receiving that protection. That's what it was intended for all along. But my message to the province is stop making decisions about our health for us, without us. Cookson.
Thank you. Over to President Sayers.
Thank you, Harold. And thank you very much, Dr. Bonnie Henry, Shanna McDonald, Danielle Bain-Smith, and Charlene. You know, there's much thanks to be given for all the work that you do. And we don't always agree, but, you know, we've worked hard on coming to some agreements on certain things. I just want to reiterate that what was just said, you know, the issue of the not whole of community approach that arose, I understand, came from, there was no First Nations in that room when that decision was made. And if a First Nation person had been made in that room, then the communication could have flowed, because all of a sudden we know it's changed, but we don't know why. Very understandable. I've heard your explanation. I accept that. And thank you for your apologies, because it did cause a lot of grief. And so I'm happy that you had the opportunity to do that, because this, you know, that's important for us to acknowledge as well. Also, this whole on reserve, off reserve is very INAC, very old school. And, you know, it's really hard for our communities to understand why, you know, some are more privileged than others to get it, especially when we live minutes away from each other on and off reserve. And I know we're working hard at trying to get vaccinations to our members, but we really face a lot of political issues in our communities because of that separation. We don't, you know, if you're Hoopachesset, you're Hoopachesset. If you're Sashat, you're Sashat. And thankfully, the last of our two communities are getting the first doses today. And for that, we're very grateful. Well, we recognize there's a lot of people who have not yet got the vaccine because they're off. So I had just a couple questions in relation to, we hear a lot of different things in the media about different vaccinations, and I try and research some of this stuff. But so the AstraZeneca is now being, is now being accepted in Germany for over 65. But, we haven't made a decision in Canada, as I understand it. But, so when you go to get a vaccine, and if it's the Johnson & Johnson, I don't think that's AstraZeneca, but if there are, like we're being told Johnson & Johnson is not as effective as the other vaccinations. So I guess with the limitation of vaccines, somebody can't say, well, I'm going to wait, till I can get the Moderna. And so that's, so the research and everything keeps changing. I mean, now we're at 4 months. And so, just for me, we really need to understand, why those things have changed. Is it just additional research? Is it, are we just running on theory? And so I just want to make sure our communities are vaccinated to the highest extent possible. And also trying to understand as well that all these variants, we're seeing a lot of them pop up in Surrey, are we going to be protected from those variants based on the vaccinations we have? And is it only one variant, or, because we don't get that information about how many of these new COVID cases you announce every day are from the variant. So it is a cause for concern. We need to understand that so we can make the decisions for our community. But I do agree that, this whole pandemic has shown us that we don't have enough role in our health and making decisions, and we really need to do that. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you again for everything you do. I know it's not easy on you, it's not easy on us, and it's been, some very difficult over a year that we've been living with this. So anyway, wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Sayers. I do want to note, Chief Tom, we won't be able to get to you just in the interest of time. I do have 3 pieces of work left. I do need to turn to Dr. Henry for a response. We do need to address the resolution, and then we'll turn to the regional chief to close this section. And I do need to remind everybody that we're just going to have maybe 10 minutes to go get our lunch and bring it to our afternoon meeting, because we are joined by Minister Conroy at 1 p.m. Back to you, Dr. Henry, for a brief response.
Thank you, and thank you both for sharing your stories. I hear you, and I wish, we had our time over, if we knew what we knew, and we did, and we would have, of course, done things differently. I can only say that things are changing very quickly, and it reminds us of the work we need to do to build our relationships and our communications channels better. In terms of your concerns, yes, it's because we're learning. It's not, the decisions that we're making are because every day we know more, because there's more data available from around the world. And when we were, this time last year, which it's almost a year since the pandemic was declared officially, we were, of course, working on it before then, but we have over close to 200 now vaccine candidates that were started in the summer. And there was a lot of investment in many different ways of looking at vaccines. And thankfully, Canada had a contract with 7 different vaccine makers. We now, the first 2 that finished their clinical trials were Pfizer-BioNTech and the Moderna, which are what we call messenger RNA. We've talked about those before. But they did those clinical trials to try and do them as quickly as possible, which is why they kept the interval as short as they possibly could to get the information that they needed about whether they worked and whether they were safe. And the reality is that these vaccines work incredibly well in all age groups, which is something that we are quite surprised about. We look at many of the vaccines that we have, like influenza vaccine being the most common, or pneumococcal, the one for pneumonia. or even varicella, the one for chickenpox and shingles, they don't work very well. The older we get, they don't work as well. These vaccines and the fact that they work in older people means it changes our whole way of approach for an immunization program, where we can focus on giving it to our seniors and elders directly, and they have protection themselves rather than having to rely on everybody around them being protected. So we wanted to, so that's one thing that meant that our approach to this was different. It meant that we needed to start with those who were most at risk, and it is age. Which is all to say, as we were giving the vaccines, we were following and monitoring how well people were responding to them, how safe they were, and we were watching if people were still getting sick. And I presented some of the data. It's on the BCCC website, but it really showed that after 21 days, nobody got sick anymore. And it was almost immediate, and in older, more frail people in long-term care, the cases just disappeared to nothing. And then that lasted for a long time, and that was the same thing that was happening in Quebec, and it was the same thing that was happening in Israel. It's the same thing was happening in the UK. So it really is about research on the fly. As we're going, every week we learn something more, and we are going to learn more. So I can say it will change again. We'll learn more about what is the best time frame to have that second dose. It might be 6 months. We know that for other vaccines, it's 6 months. It might be less, and we're going to be monitoring and changing that. And again, I will try my absolute best to make sure that we can communicate that widely as we're making these discussions and having these decisions. This weekend was one that happened very quickly because we were in a place where this week, as so eloquently described, we had a number of second dose clinics. That meant that 70,000 people, 70,000 more people could have been protected if we made a decision on Monday versus on Friday. So we really felt the need to move rapidly on that. And we're very confident that that high level of protection lasts. So it's not like a medication where you take it, then it's out of your body for a while. It actually, having more time allows your immune system to have a better response. And we need to do better at communicating some of those things, particularly to First Nations peoples, but to everybody in BC. These are complicated things, and it doesn't help when a science advisor who actually wasn't involved in the discussions comes out on national TV and questions what we're doing. So again, I do apologize for the rapidity and the lack of communication about the decision making, and I will do my best to be better than that. In terms of the other vaccines, the AstraZeneca vaccine, yes, some countries, and really it goes back again to, there's another vaccine which is a relatively new type of vaccine. It's called a viral vector vaccine, and Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca are both the same. They're both viral vector vaccines, slightly different, kind of like Moderna and Pfizer are both messenger RNA. In the studies that they did, the early studies, they didn't have a lot of older people in them. So these pivotal trials, we call them, or the clinical trial that tells whether the vaccine is safe and whether it works. It was about slightly less, about 30,000 people in 3 different countries, but there was only a small proportion of them who were over age 60 and over age 65. So some countries have said, we don't actually know, we don't have enough data to tell us whether it works as well in that older group. And with the Moderna and Pfizer, they had quite a lot of people who were in the older group. So they were able to tell from that clinical trial that it worked. So I think we now have some real world experience, but only a few months of it in older people, mostly from the UK, where they're using it interchangeably. You either get Pfizer or you get AstraZeneca in the UK. So we'll be watching that. And by the time we get to another month from now, we'll have way more information about how the AstraZeneca vaccine works in older people. But there was a study that was just pre-published yesterday that shows that it's pretty good. So I think the recommendations in Canada will change about AstraZeneca as well. I still haven't seen all of the data on the Johnson & Johnson, but it also looks like it has good protection in older people. And it's a single dose vaccine. I also think that we will find that AstraZeneca will likely only need to take a single dose, because we find that the study showed that it was actually 87% effective if you waited 12 weeks before you got a second dose. And with Johnson & Johnson and with the AstraZeneca, some people only got the single dose, but it was a smaller number, so they can't do everything on that smaller number. But that smaller number had better protection after about 3 weeks. So I think that's where I think both of the vaccines, all three vaccines that we have, work really well, have the same level of protection in terms of preventing people from having severe illness, hospitalization, and death. So these are great vaccines. The science is changing week by week. And yes, things will change again. The other thing around the variants is that we have now started surveillance, and we are getting daily surveillance. We have about 208 of the cases in BC over the last few months have been that's in its entirety, have been variant cases. Most of them have been the UK one, the B117, which we are worried about because it transmits more easily. All of the cases have been, the vast majority have been in the Lower Mainland, particularly in the Fraser Health region and Vancouver Coastal, and there's been some school exposures, as you know. But the good news is we've been doing all this testing of people in schools to check if this is being transmitted more easily. And so far, there's only been 2 cases where it's been transmitted in schools, even though we've checked a couple hundred people using the rapid test. But we're still watching that very carefully. It's about 1% of our cases every day are variant cases now, and that's going up slowly. If we look at Alberta, they're up to about 3 or 4%, and in Ontario, it's about 30%, a third of their cases. So we're watching and acting very aggressively on people who have these variants to try and contain them so we can get more people protected. And so far, the vaccines, both the AstraZeneca and the messenger RNA, Moderna and Pfizer vaccines, are still protective, equally protective against these variants. So that's the good news, the ones that we have here in BC. But those are the other things that we're going to be watching very carefully. And one dose has that high level of protection, even with the variant cases so far. So we're monitoring that every day, and we will continue to, but so far it looks good.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Henry. I do want to let the delegation know that Dr. Bain-Smith is starting to type some responses to this. Just given the time that we're at, we've sent word to Minister Conroy that we're going to be about 10 minutes late getting back from our lunch break. We'll defer the resolution to a bit later in the day, and I'll bring that back. But I do want to turn to the regional chief for just to help us provide some acknowledgements and close the session.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Bonnie Henry, Dr. McDonald, Dr. Bain-Smith, and Charlene for that update. It can't be easy. See, in the room here, there's various opinions in terms of how best to move forward, and certainly communications is a big part of that, and we've seen that over the past year. So, the first and most important piece to the declaration is free, prior, and informed consent. That informed having our communities knowing the changes that are going to happen. So I just want to thank you. I'm from a matriarchal society. Much of our women take care of the community. Now you're taking care of our province. So I want to thank you for that. But I just wanted to maybe defer to my knowledge keeper, Robert Joseph, if you will. There'll be many of our people that won't be able to get this vaccine because they've passed on. And at the Union of BC and your chiefs, they had a moment of silence. for those that aren't here and many of the communities that passed away. So maybe I'll look to Robert to have a prayer for those that are not here with us, and certainly that includes my community and many communities throughout British Columbia, and many non-Indigenous people who have lost their lives to this disease. So I'll pass it on to you, Robert.
You're muted, Bobby.
I want to begin by stating how important this discussion has been this morning for all of us. All of us are yearning to know as much as we can about this pandemic and the plans around it and the vaccine rollout, because in some way it allays our fears, those of us who are at home, social distancing, doing the things that we need to do, and yet still have reservations about our ultimate safety and well-being. So when important people like the ones who have been talking to us this morning come, I thank the Creator that they found the time to come and speak with us. And we in turn become messengers of the message. And that further diminishes the fear out there. I know how challenging and how sad this year has been. We've lost loved ones, and we're not quite yet there at the end of this terrible moment in our history. I want to say to all of you leaders how much and especially our regional chief and the BCAFN administration and the board for doing all that you've done in keeping our communities and families informed. I want to thank, of course, too, the Leadership Council, UBCIC, First Nations Summit, and our health authority. I've never seen a time where we have needed each other more than this moment in time. Our leaders, our people, young and old. And I know that as we move sometime beyond this, that we will bring much learning to the future. And we will begin to celebrate our lives again and dream our dreams again and watch our children grow with deeper hope. So while this has been challenging, I hope that we continue to reflect deeply upon who we are, what our relationships are, and that we will extend that interest to our fellow Canadians who are neighbors, some are friends, and that we can truly move forward creating a better world for everyone around us. I want to say a prayer in my language for our loved ones who have gone before us now. Kila kesla yuthiki kirmaump. A rechten knikje. Kaeda silakwale la galat kiwa gakens. Hagik tafla silakwal. Hagik tafla. O ma yusla kwala mausilala. Ma akusnik hasloos. Hagya
Lacio iti with si lachule kagla si with gachans. Gachmit tagna gachantono. Lachno nustre nalas willa mekins. Hekwit nakuli. A het me always the wachida wastem you see quilling of kuno. A het Thank you, Terry.
Thank you very much for that. I want to thank our guests. We have 12 minutes for a quick transition break. So essentially, we're going to go get our brown bag lunch and bring it back to our next session. I want to thank Dr. Henry, Dr. Bain Smith, Dr. McDonald, and Chairperson Charlene Below for that presentation. And we are on a short recess. We will turn your microphones off from here. We'll ask you to turn your cameras off, and then we will call you back shortly.
Her life changed that autumn day when the school bus came, took him away. Hey, 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 hey. Fear ran through her heart, tearing the family apart. Her spirit died when her little boy cried. Don't let them take me, I don't want to go. Don't let them take me, Mommy, tell them no. Her tears welled up inside as she turned and said goodbye. Her life changed that summer day when the policeman came, took him away. Hey, 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 hey. Fear ran through her heart, tearing the family apart. Her spirit died when the children cried. Don't let them take him, Daddy, don't go. Don't let them take him, Mommy, tell them no. Her tears welled up inside as she turned took him away. Hey, 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 hey. Nowhere to run or hide. He bottled it up inside until that fateful day. He spread his wings and flew away. Hey, 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 I'll show you I am. Hey, 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 higher, higher. Usletsi, uslet, banyanasta. Siasto, hey, 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 higher, higher. I will, I can, I'll show you I am. She packed her bags this morning. Headed down the road. Didn't know where she was going. She had a long, long way to go.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's my sad duty to report that we have just under 2 minutes before we reconvene. And so I do want to just let you know to begin making your way back to your computers and your screens, and we will look to get started at 1:10. As you just saw, we did defer the COVID-19 resolution, so we will pick that back up a bit later this afternoon. But we are going to move directly to our next agenda item, which is the presentation and discussion on forestry lands, natural resources, and operations. We will shortly be joined by Minister Conroy, and turn to her. Again, we had to adjust our schedule. It would have been cruel and unusual for us not to take some sort of a break around the lunch hour, allow people to get some food and to get up from their desk and to stretch a little bit. We do have another couple hours of work and some hard work in front of us. And speaking for myself, I know that if I don't pay attention to my nutrition, I make a lot more mistakes as we sort of try to manage all of these issues here. I did try very hard to get Chief Pahan into the conversation at that point around the resolution, but again, just the way things unfolded, it just wasn't possible to get there. So I'll just look for confirmation that Minister Conroy has been able to join us. And I will note that in her schedule, she does have a hard stop at 1:30, and so you know, as we had on our original schedule. But again, we have quite a bit of work. We'll move to economic development, and then the address by Minister Rankin in terms of our business that we have on the agenda, and then of course the work we have to do around the resolutions. I'm not seeing Minister Conroy there, so I'll just ask the staff to help us on that and pay attention to that for us. And just to be clear, Mr. Conroy, if you happen to be there under another one of your staff's names or computers, please let us know that. Otherwise, in the meantime, then let us, we'll pick up the resolution awaiting her arrival, and then table it if we need to when she does enter the meeting room. So I will turn the Chief's attention to resolution. So that I believe it is going to be draft resolution 10. Oh, there is the minister just coming in now. Welcome, Madam Minister. I see you've just entered in and are getting situated. So we've just returned from a very brief lunch break, and we have a very business agenda. I appreciate your accommodating that necessary break that we made. And we will turn to you once you are settled for the address by Minister Katrine Conroy, Forestry Lands, Natural Resource Operations, BC. Over to you, Madam Minister. So I do see that the minister is listed in the participants list. I'll just ask the minister to unmute and look to get started there. Mr. Conroy, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry about that. I thought I was unmuted. Sorry.
There you go. So welcome and over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Harold. And I want to recognize that I'm joining you from the territory of the Lekwungen speaking peoples, the Songhees and the Esquimalt Nation, and how much of an honor it is and a privilege for me to join you for the first time since being appointed the Minister of Forest Lands, Natural Resource Operations and Rural Development. I think back to the first time I spoke to this group when I was the Minister of Children and Families. It was just a few months after I became that minister, and I grew to learn how critically important child welfare is to all of your nations. And just in the short 3 months that I've been the minister, I'm fast learning that the issues within my ministry are just as important to all of you. So I'm really looking forward to hearing more from you because you're leaders of First Nations from right across BC, and what is important to you and the people that you, that you represent. You know, the significance of the work you do, advocating for and implementing your title rights and treaty rights, it can't be overstated. And BC, we will continue to work with you on these processes. We share the goals of advancing the rights and interests of Indigenous peoples, you know, restoring and enhancing our relationships, and developing and promoting policies and resources for the benefit of First Nations in British Columbia. One of the things I've been very proud of in my career was this government's action on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And in 2019, when we became the first jurisdiction in Canada to adopt the UN Declaration through legislation, recognizing in law the human rights of Indigenous peoples, I sat in the gallery in the chamber, and it was very emotional. And I listened to your four leaders, you know, talking about what reconciliation means to them. And from a personal perspective, I have to tell you, I will never forget that day. It was my birthday, and I think I think about that every year when my birthday comes around, and it's because, you know, reconciliation, it's a pathway and a process, and it won't happen overnight, but I believe the Declaration Act is a significant step in the right direction. I know that First Nations want to be more involved in decisions around forestry that affect them, and I see moving forward on this is just a fundamental step towards reconciliation. Like all of our cabinet members, Premier John Horgan has tasked me with following the foundational principles of this government, which is putting the people of BC first, lasting and meaningful reconciliation, equity and anti-racism, a better future through fighting climate change, and a strong, sustainable economy that works for everyone. And every ministry has to stay focused on the path towards reconciliation, you know, creating opportunities for Indigenous peoples to be full partners in our economy. My mandate from the Premier was very clear, and we need to move forward. We will update forestry policy and legislation to secure a sustainable future for Indigenous peoples, forest communities, forest workers and their families, and forest companies. BC's forest sector has always been a cornerstone of our economy, but while the previous government failed to innovate and adapt, we're making changes. A pivotal part of this will be changes to the forest sector as we transition from high volume to high value production. And this includes exploration into innovative new bioproducts and of course, prioritizing the use of mass timber in public buildings. Now, shifting to a more resilient and diverse forest sector will help people by creating sustainable forestry jobs across BC. A 21st century forest sector will be a mix of large industry and independent manufacturers, producing a diverse mix of conventional and innovative products and selling them at home and to all four corners of the globe. This means opportunities for Indigenous communities, contractors, and workers to be leaders in the forest sector and to benefit from it. You know, protecting and creating jobs for BC workers and communities is a priority, but we also know we must change the way we manage forests, you know, a valuable natural resource. And reconciliation can't be pursued through one ministry, process, or policy, but forestry is a good example of where we can create opportunities for Indigenous communities to be full partners in our economy. The Forests and Range Practices Act governs the management of Crown land and the practices that must be followed by those working on it. Everybody likes to call it FERPA. It's one thing about government, they make everything's made into acronyms. So FERPA came into force in 2004 in vastly different circumstances than what we face today. And we've seen increasing pressures from climate change, cumulative effects, and changing societal values. So there have been long-standing concerns about transparency of forest management decisions and a need to address the public trust and Indigenous people's interests. So changes to the Act are aimed in part at building paths to reconciliation with First Nations. They also will support resilient forests, revitalize the forest sector, and improve public trust and participation in forest management decisions. We are dedicated to working with Indigenous leaders to move FERPA into the realm of alignment with the Declaration Act. And we're excited about the opportunity for legislative changes that bring First Nations into the strategic level of forest management planning. One example of changes being considered in the transition from forest stewardship plans to having forest landscape plans developed in collaboration with First Nations. The changes will substantively address some long-standing concerns expressed by First Nations about the transparency of forestry planning information and the role of governments in forest and range management. Furthermore, we are working with the Forestry Committee under the First Nations Leadership Council on proposed amendments to FERPA to better align it with the Declaration Act. And I'm hopeful we can come to an agreement on the changes required. We also know First Nations want to play a bigger role in the forest sector, and we're going to work with you to make that happen. I applaud the work being done at the community level to bring the management of resources and the benefits from harvesting them to local Indigenous peoples. For example, we support the Memorandum of Understanding reached last month between the Hawaiian First Nation and Western Forest Products and its intent to achieve reconciliation through cooperation. And we're also working to build a healthy and strong forest sector that recognizes the UN Declaration. It increases opportunities for First Nations involvement in the forest sector and moves towards shared stewardship and land use planning. So some of the steps forward we're taking, including moving forward on BC's Declaration Act. So our government is committed to doing things differently to protect vital old growth stands while supporting workers and communities. So our first action in developing a new old growth strategy is engagement with leaders from Indigenous nations and organizations in BC. And we're taking steps to get the resources in place as soon as possible to make sure that we can support this because I know we have to do this right. The interior renewal process is ongoing. The reconciliation is one of government's objectives in this process. It's aimed at creating opportunities so people can stay in their communities over the long term, and a modernized land use planning. Modernized land use planning is just it's another step towards reconciliation, and we're working on projects throughout the province. For example, last month I was pleased to sign a memorandum of understanding with Chief Don Savanic towards a modernized land use planning process with the Namgis First Nation. The Namgis Guana project will see government and the nation partner to manage the integrity of ecosystems and natural resources of the Nimkish River landscape units. And we're also looking closely at what works and what doesn't work in the natural resource sector. As you might or might not know, but Minister of State Nathan Cullen is exploring the feasibility of potentially creating a new and separate ministry for lands and natural resource operations. As such a ministry would develop and implement land use policies that will support economic development, environmental sustainability, and further reconciliation efforts with Indigenous peoples. As part of his fact-finding this spring, Nathan will engage with industry, non-governmental organizations, and of course, Indigenous communities and organizations. The information he gathers will help develop restructuring options to put before the Premier. And I encourage all of you to support this important engagement with First Nations communities and organizations. The COVID has been really tough for so many people, and I mean, this is a perfect example that the fact that we aren't here in person and being able to talk after, and it's been a struggle. And I think everybody's getting tired of Zoom meetings but one thing that has been a bright spot during COVID is the forest sector. But we know the pandemic impacts, they just haven't been felt equally in all communities. And as we focus on our recovery from COVID, we know we can't repeat the mistakes of the past. The ups and downs of the forestry sector have impacted communities, companies, workers, and their families. So we need to work to modernize forest sector policy and legislation to ensure a competitive, sustainable future for forest communities, Indigenous peoples, workers, and communities and companies. And I really look forward to working with you all towards that end. So thank you. And I think I wanted to leave a little bit of time for questions, Harold.
There's a number of hands, so what we'd like to do is let's take those first three hands that came up. If we could ask you to be brief, chiefs, I would really appreciate that. So Cookby Christian, Cookby Spahan, and Chief Byron Lewis. We'll start there, and then I do have two more chiefs after that. If you do have some time, Minister Conroy. Cookby Christian.
Good afternoon, Minister. A long time no see. I want to thank the elders and knowledge keepers for the prayer this morning and our conversations on COVID and Dr. Bonnie Henry and all the things that are happening. I just want to acknowledge that before I ask the question. I'll be short, Minister. You know, we've done work together on children, and when we talk about trees as a Secwepem way, is that we're related to the trees. That's one of the things we talk about in our oral history. So when we're talking about the forest, we're talking about in the way that it's the jurisdiction to protect and look after. It's that concept. So what I'd like to do actually is to have you meet with us on a separate, because we can't do it face-to-face, a Zoom session to talk about the things that we're doing in relation to BCTS, in relation to what's happening at that level, because it's BCTS that has the biggest impact because they're part of the provincial government. You're a ministry, and they have a real sort of process in terms of what happens. So I would like to invite you to meet with our chiefs around this, specifically around the BCTS and just what you're talking about, because we can't get into a long conversation here. So I really would appreciate, you know, through your staff, if you could reach out to me and if we could actually arrange a meeting. And we'll also follow up at that time with the Columbia River Treaty as well, because I understand you're still the minister responsible, correct? So we need to just maybe update each other what's happening and where things are going with the change of government on the south of the border. So I just want that opportunity to invite you to meet with us in a Zoom session, because face-to-face may not happen until next year, but let's meet at least in a Zoom, and we can actually have an opportunity to dialogue. So I thank you for your time, Cookstrom.
Thank you very much, Chief Christian. I do want to turn to Chief Spahan, and once again, I have to apologize, Chief Spahan. When I looked at my screen, you're across the top and you were second, but clearly your hand was up first. I do apologize. Chief Spahan.
Thank you, Harold. Thank you for your presentation, Minister Conroy. First of all, I forgot to thank the elders for the prayers and the song this morning. I'm speaking from the unceded territory of Insuletku in the Gatlum Nation. First of all, I'd like to invite you, Minister, to the Nicola Valley to meet with myself and 4 other chiefs in regards to forestry concerns and issues that we have here in the Nicola Valley. You know, in the years that I've been in politics, you know, the provincial government has never made a commitment to relook at how agreements are done between the province and First Nation bands. And I say that because, you know, we've looked at FCARSAs and we've looked at FTOAs, but the one thing that always gets me is the per capita part. And, you know, the province is talking about the Declaration Rights of Indigenous Peoples, reconciliation. So how does the province plan to reconcile that per capita? Because going by old numbers, you know, you look at COVID today, the pandemic, the province goes by the census that was done how many years ago? And that's how many vaccines get sent to the bands. That's like a per capita. Well, in that time that the census was done to today, the numbers have grown throughout the province of British Columbia and all of our bands. So the per capita needs to be fixed. Part of reconciliation and part of DRIPA I'd like to find out if you know anything about the resolution that was passed, we brought forward to the BCAFN in Prince George in 2018. And what the province is talking about, or where the province is at in regards to dissolving the BC Timber Sales Program. And I see it as a conflict of interest, because why does the province give themselves wood to make a profit off of it, instead of that timber going to the First Nations of British Columbia? And I always hear that the province is always discussing it, but nothing is getting done about it. So why is that conflict of interest still happening today? And again, I'd like to invite you to have a meeting with the chiefs of the Nicola Valley. And I hope to hear that it is a commitment that you look forward to. So some comments and questions. Cooksham, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And then Chief Lewis.
Good afternoon, Minister Conroy. I'd like to talk, quickly about a couple of issues, and I think one of the most pressing issues is the state of certain species in our traditional territory. And when we talk about some of these species, we're down, and this deals directly with provincial mismanagement of resources. And as the Supreme Court has provided guidance to, one of the things they have said that the provincial governments, while they may infringe upon an Aboriginal right, they do not possess the authority to extinguish an Aboriginal right. But you look across the province, that's exactly what's happening. And it was through the use of Section 92 authority to manage resources. Now, in our particular region, it's use of, of harvesting in the subalpine regions that led to the decline of mountain caribou to the point of extinction of certain subpopulations. When you're talking about this in terms of Aboriginal right, that was an extinguishment of a right with the extinction of a species, and all practices, food, social, and ceremonial use that were extinguished with those. You have other instances where you're looking at what's happening with such things as Thompson River coho, Thompson River steelhead, and these species are all used, these tributaries. And one of the biggest causes of, changes that's going to be even made worse under global warming is the fact that there's been a wholesale logging of the watersheds along the major tributaries and the other rivers and streams. And to give you an example, I would say that you should actually look at the history around what was the outcome of the Siska Creek watershed. And this was when bands in British Columbia had gotten behind Siska First Nation that were opposing the now defunct Ainsworth Forest Company from logging Siska Creek. And one of the biggest problems of this was that these creeks that would be high, that would actually provide cooling water when you're into the Fraser, especially summer months that are over 18 Celsius. Well, if these streams that come out of these mountain areas are a few degrees lower than that 8 or 20 Celsius or above 18 Celsius, then they would find a refuge. Then they could go to the next stream like that and sort of just basically go up to the watersheds being able to move. But now, since it's been logged that these watersheds no longer provide that cool water that provided a refuge for salmon. Then you get higher temperatures of 18 Celsius and greater. So now you're at a point to where you're at the verge of looking at the extinction of anadromous stocks. And like I said yesterday, when we were talking on this very same subject, I gave them the figure that of looking at the loss of a community that would consume 100 or 1,000 pounds of aquatic species per year per individual. And just to throw a number out there, let's say there's 10,000 in that community. Suddenly you're talking about, if you times 1,000 pounds by 10,000 people, you're talking about 10 million pounds of salmon. You look at the retail value of that, and that was 2 years ago. That's about $12 a pound. So you're talking about a loss of close to 120 million just for those 10,000 people. Now times that along the watersheds, along the major watershed of the Fraser, and look at this into La Columbia. Now look at this into the other river systems and the smaller ones that are all through British Columbia. And you find that directly behind these declines and extinctions and extirpations is the provincial use of section 92, where they did not have the constitutional authority to extinguish a right. Now, I think that when we're talking about such things as Clyde River, we are now past the stage of consultation and accommodation. We are now in the stage of damages. And I think that's one of the things I would stress is a meeting with our chief's executive of the Okanagan Nation Alliance to sit down there and talk about these issues, because you are well beyond the point of consultation and accommodation. You are now at the point of damages, and I would really seriously, make a recommendation to you that you talk to us immediately about this, because this is a very serious thing that we are not going to stand by and allow to continue to happen. So, we're very well versed where we come from in listed species, and these forests forever. Well, I live in the southern interior that's been decimated by logging. We have watersheds where the province is allowed harvesting up to 47% of the watershed, and at the same time told us, oh, we're managing this as a community forest. Well, a community forest only allows for 25% or used to. So these are some of the issues, and I think that one of the things I would put out there is an invitation to speak to us, and I hopefully it's immediately. Okay, thank you.
Over to you, Minister Conroy. Over to you.
I want to thank you for the questions, and I know we don't have much time because I'm in the legislature and you heard the bells ringing, and I'll be late, but that's okay. I think it's really important for me, to acknowledge. I hear the passion in all three of the questions and the people that spoke, and I want to make a commitment to meet with people, because I think that's really important. That's been one of the major frustrations around I think COVID is I really would like to meet with people in person, but if we can't do that, we will have to book meetings like this. So I will make sure that we reach out or reach out to my ministry to make sure that we can connect to have those discussions, because these are large issues, which is really hard for me to answer in just a few minutes that I have. So I will make a commitment to meet and hear your issues. I share your passion, Chief Louis. I find you always say it like it is whenever I meet with you. And I know that, we know we need to make changes in what we're doing in this province, and we are working on that. And we will, do that with the government-to-government discussions with you, and making sure that we're moving in the right direction, because we need to. The forest practices from the past have not worked for anybody. And I hear what you're saying, and we need to make some significant changes, and we are moving forward with that. So we will be doing that with your input. So I really I appreciate the input from all three of you, and I do make a commitment to meet with you. Kupi Christian, I didn't almost recognize you without your hat on. So it's, but I hear you, and I do make a commitment to meet with you, because I know how critical the forest industry is to all of you, how critical the lands are, and I will make sure that we have that opportunity to have more in-depth conversations in the very near future. So.
All right, thank you, Madam Minister. I know you've noted the call to the legislature. We did know that you've extended actually beyond where we thought you could, so I appreciate that. I do apologize to Chief Charleston and Chief Hobart. If you will add your comment into the chat, we'll make sure that gets over to the minister and her staff, and so for follow-up that way. And with that, thank you very much, Madam Minister. We do need to shift. I think we'll also have to probably think about maybe getting a little bit longer time with the ministers in the future, because even in the questions, there's this desire for back and forth. which we just don't really have the time for. So thank you very much, Madam Minister.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chiefs. And let us turn our attention to our next agenda item, economic development. And we are joined by Minister Ravi Kahlon, Jobs, Economic Recovery and Innovation. I'll turn to the Regional Chief to help set the context for that. And I, again, recognize we're running a little bit behind, and there were some timing agreements with the ministers. Regional Chief?
Yeah, thank you for navigating us through these very, short time periods. We couldn't get all the ministers in different areas in the agenda, but nevertheless, certainly is an opportunity to engage and meet the ministers. I'll be very brief. I think, the important piece in terms of economic development is what's being discussed nationally and regionally for COVID recovery, and those discussions that really need our inclusion as First Nations peoples. There's been an allocation that has been distributed nationally as well as regionally. They are looking at different ways to stimulate the economy, and we need to be part of those discussions. Right now, I really believe that COVID perhaps gives us an opportunity to reset this way that we look at the economy. And perhaps this is an opportunity for our people to really assert our rights, our treaty rights, our title and interests in terms of economic development, and perhaps change that conversation and how economic development is being really distributed in this country and in this province. And also to have the opportunity for our First Nations to be more involved in the decision-making process and be really a part of the economy. As you all know, I do chair the Chiefs Committee on Economic Development, and we are keeping tabs on the current situation with the COVID recovery, but also we've continued to do the other work that we've been doing in terms of economic development. We looked at really pushed for the declaration to be implemented in what is known as the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement, CUSMA, or NAFTA 2. We didn't get to that place, but nevertheless, there is more recognition for Indigenous peoples to trade. Also, we're looking at Indigenous trade zones in Canada and United States and elsewhere, perhaps New Zealand. That is some of the work that we're doing regionally here from British Columbia. And also for some research projects here in the BCAFN. We've looked at, we released a report, I should say, in November. The intent of the report was to look at the gross domestic product of Indigenous peoples and how much we contribute to the economy. It expanded to much more than just GDP. It looked at the wellness index of our Indigenous people here in British Columbia. So really took a holistic look at the health, wellness, happiness of our people rather just than money. So that was really exciting, and we look forward to working on that initiative and certainly looking at other ways to support our First Nations in this region and the province of BC with the Black Books. I'm glad that there's been uptake of the Black Books to support First Nations and perhaps really transition or really deal with some of the barriers that you're experiencing. Further to that is looking to a center of excellence to perhaps have an office to look at many of these issues and provide some support and capacity to First Nations communities here in British Columbia. And further to that, we'll have more business forums coming up in the next few months and the next year to talk about economic development and to talk about really asserting our rightful place, especially in this time of reconciliation, this time that we're trying to implement the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People Acts as it is in here in British Columbia, Bill C-41, and perhaps further to that, Bill C-15 if we can get there, the federal bill. So yeah, I just want to share that and thank Minister Kahlon for attending our meeting today, and I'll conclude my comments there Harold, thank you.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief. And then let us welcome the Minister Ravi Kalam. Good to see you again, sir.
Good afternoon, Harold. It's an honor and pleasure to be with all of you today. First off, take a moment to recognize that I'm speaking to you from the traditional territory of the Lekwungen-speaking people.
Let us welcome the Minister Ravi Kalam. Good to see you again, sir.
Good afternoon, Harold. It's an honor and pleasure to be with all of you today. First off, take a moment to recognize that I'm speaking to you from the traditional territory of the Lekwungen-speaking people, the Songhees and Esquimalt nations. And I want to recognize some of the participants joining us today. And nice to see Regional Chief Terry Teegee again, Dr. Wayland Point, elders, chief council members, delegates, and youth who are logged in from, I understand, from all over BC. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. Since becoming minister, I've made it a priority to engage with business owners, local governments, industry organizations, and First Nations. As title holders, your input is vitally important. The best programs and policies are created through collaboration, and I want you to know that I'm here to listen today and committed to working with you. British Columbia entered this pandemic as an economic leader in Canada with low unemployment and strong job growth. But the second wave of the pandemic has been a long struggle, and this pandemic has revealed that hardships are not evenly distributed. I acknowledge that tragic impacts of the pandemic on First Nations families and communities, and wish to convey my sincere condolences to all those who have lost loved ones. And want to recognize Dr. Henry, who participated, I understand, earlier today in the Assembly. Dr. Henry uses this saying that we're all in the same storm, but all of us are in different boats. And that's the truth. Some of us are weathering the storm better than others. Indigenous people, people of color, women, young people continue to be more vulnerable to lost hours, lost revenues, higher unemployment. And with the vaccine rollout ramping up, there's some light at the end of this tunnel. That's why we're trying to build a more inclusive economy that doesn't leave workers, families, and communities behind. So my ministry, the Ministry of Jobs, Economic Recovery, and Innovation, has a very broad mandate. Our focus right now is promoting economic recovery in communities across BC. That includes increasing Indigenous partnerships and participation in the economy. We're really proud to have worked directly with BCAFN, UBCIC, the Summit, and Indigenous leadership on the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And we know that economic recovery and the work of reconciliation is going to go hand in hand. So my ministry has a dedicated public servants who are working on programs for Indigenous economic recovery right now. In 2019, we expanded our Export Navigator program, which includes an Indigenous advisor. This advisor will guide Indigenous businesses through every stage of the export process. Earlier this month, my colleague, Minister George Howe, actually attended the launch of the first Indigenous Trade Accelerator program, which helped businesses grow through exporting. My ministry also partners with MER on the Indigenous Economic Development Joint Office, which works to advance Indigenous economic development goals. Together, our ministers value our partnership with the BCAFN, which has advanced self-determination. A few examples include a 5-year-old MOU between BCAFN, the Business Council of BC, that works towards more sustainable economic development, the Black Books, the Economic Development Toolkit, a toolkit advanced participation in economic growth. The common thread, though, runs through all these activities is our approach to economic recovery. And our approach to economic recovery is guided by 3 key pillars: innovation, sustainability, and inclusiveness. Innovation, because this pandemic has accelerated the pace of change and innovation is needed to adapt. Things we expected to happen 5, 7 years from now are happening right now. The way we work, the way we study, the way we shop, even the way we're communicating today, it's rapidly changing, and it's forcing our businesses to innovate to try to keep up. So we're here to support those that innovation and that pivot to whatever this new normal will look like. Secondly is sustainability, because we cannot ignore climate change. As you all know, we're working towards a more clean and renewable energy sources. We're also a low carbon producer of natural resources and manufactured goods. We're also working to make sustainability a larger part of the BC brand and a competitive advantage for us in other countries. And thirdly is inclusiveness, because we're committed to building an economic recovery that works for families and communities. This means improving childcare so more parents can return to work and expand our workforce. This means helping underrepresented people gain skills and experience needed to get good jobs in tech, in healthcare, and construction. We need Indigenous Black people of color because we won't reach our true potential if all the communities are not at the table. All of this will help remove barriers so that our talent and skill can rise up and make our economy as productive as possible. I'll touch shortly on Stronger BC, which was our $1.5 billion economic recovery plan. It was created with a focus of innovation, sustainability, and inclusiveness. The plan fortifies BC's healthcare system, expands critical public services, it helps thousands of people reskill for jobs, and will provide thousands of businesses with resources to help them adapt and grow. We recently unveiled a program called Launch Online. This program provides grants to help local businesses build their online sales so they have the opportunity to become more competitive and grow. Up to 25% of the program funds were reserved for Indigenous and rural and regional businesses. It includes additional funds for tourism sector, for Indigenous tourism in particular, and it gives the dollars to Indigenous Tourism BC to administer grant funding for Indigenous businesses. The grants help businesses recover while avoiding taking on more debt. In closing, I'll just say COVID-19 has tested us all, and communities and businesses are struggling and need supports. And we're prepared to invest in people, invest in businesses to restore that economic growth. While there's so much more work to be done, you know, I'm really confident we can do some of that work together. And thank you, Chief TG. I think when I was announced minister late last year, I called you, I think, within an hour of getting the news, and we had a chance to connect and hear about your the vision of some of the work you're doing. In particular, thank you for sending me that report from November, and it's a very bold view of looking at how economic recovery can be done. So thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I appreciate that. And again, I do want to acknowledge the frustration that I can see that some of our participants are feeling just because of our common enemy, the clock, and how that's happened to work out for this particular meeting. And we undertake to do better. Let's open the floor. I see Michelle Edwards is there, and if another hand gets raised, we'll take that before we come back to you for a response. Chief Edwards.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and talking about economic development. I need an answer about who I need to talk to about maybe changing legislation or policy around lowest bidder. You know, when I think the lowest bidder comes into our community and decides that not paying the First Nations is their best option, and you're expecting $1.3 million in a payment, that can't go back into our economy, you know, and that's kind of fitting for you. But I do need to know how we change that. And when you do lowest bid, we shouldn't be bringing in contractors from other provinces. Doesn't make any sense in BC that somebody from Alberta comes in and makes a whole shitload of money and goes back to Alberta and spends it. So I am writing to our MLAs and you know, other people to really look at this, because I don't think it's a fair process. So that's something that we need to work on, you know, because we're serious about the economy. That's what we need to create a good governance system and structure in our own organization. So if you could help, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Over to you, Minister.
Yeah, thanks, Harold. Thank you, Chief Edwards. And I think you've made some excellent points there. And I know that 2 years ago, there were some changes made to procurement to ensure that there was regional participation with our procurement policies. But I agree with what you're saying. A lot more needs to be done to ensure that the benefits stay within the communities. And so I will have my team reach out to you and set up a meeting with the Minister Bear, who's head of procurement in Ministry of Citizen Services. And if you would like me to attend, I'm certainly happy to attend as well, but I'll have my staff reach out later today with you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Regional Chief, is that you raising your hand?
I completely agree with Chief Edwards' comments in terms of procurement post bid, and also the fact that some of these procurement contracts are very lucrative, whether it's federal or provincial. And one of the impediments that I know that some of our First Nations either have a joint venture or what have you, have a real trouble getting bonded. And there's a real racist notion against our Indigenous companies, and it's tough to get bonding. There is some companies in Saskatchewan that will take on First Nations companies, but I mean, as a part of the whole, contracting, bid process, not only the lowest bid procurement, but the bonding piece limits our ability to even go after some of those very lucrative contracts, such as road building or road maintenance or what have you. And that's a challenge for our Indigenous communities that want to get into that industry. And those are long lasting contracts that last 5 to 10 to 15 years. Is quite substantial and would be a big boost to our economies.
Yeah. Sorry, Harold, can I speak?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chief TG. I think the point is excellent because it's not always the new money; it's how we're spending the existing money. And part of the report that you had was how do we keep the money in the regional economy, and we know that there's significant benefits to that. And so it's certainly something that I think we need to engage in when we think of economic recovery. And I know we've had our first meeting, and I look forward to the next one to talk more about this.
All right, let's take questions and comments from Chief Byron Lewis and Chief James Hobart, and then we'll come back to you, Minister Cologne. Chief Lewis.
Good afternoon, Minister. And one of the things that, I'd like to bring to your attention is that there's been a number of initiatives that's been tried to bring the fact that, as a First Nation, doesn't matter for an individual or a band, we are not able to get a credit rating on reserve. And this affects, and this has been brought up to your predecessor, and we talked to Carol James about that. And what we need is changes to the legislation that compels, Equifax, TransUnion, others to collect, to set up the process of collecting credit reports on First Nations on an opt-in basis. And what this would allow us, and even though we have the average homeowner in British Columbia, First Nations pays about roughly $200,000 on a mortgage, and they're usually paid in full. Banks will tell you that the most, that the lowest foreclosure or failure to make payment on houses comes exactly from First Nations, because we're the only level of government in all of Canada that basically underwrites loans for our First Nation citizens. And if you look on, for our bands, we basically have, we sign mortgages and loans for millions of dollars. But if you check any band in BC, you will find that we don't have a credit rating. And if you look at this, and what this allows is predatory, the potential for predatory practices by the banks. Without a credit rating, they're saying to, they could say to bands, oh, well, you guys are so good, we're going to give you a prime plus 2. But at the same time, with preferential clients that basically have similar loans going through, they can actually offer it at prime, potentially prime minus 2. And they're making a percentage where they can actually group these and basically sell them on an open market at a profit. And, it's very a predatory practice when we can't even access those for personal loans, other things like that. And there's been a number of resolutions that came up to the BCAFN and also to the AFN at the Chiefs Assemblies and at the AGM, asking for the same thing. Now, this has been actually done, and I would love to be able to talk to you at length on this and why there is benefits to that. Because we need that ability to actually generate a credit report for basically economic development. We have our members that go in and try to get a loan for startup of a business, and they can't. Why? Because there's no credit rating. And it creates a very predatory process that is discriminatory to Aboriginal people or First Nations, and it's something that's got to stop. You know, there's reports in the United States where they actually done this in the projects in other poorer sections, where they take payments of utilities and rent, and they use that to establish a credit report. And this has allowed people in lower incomes to be able to get better places to rent, or be able to undertake economic development initiatives. And it's been very positive. You find that in a lot of major cities. So this is something that we really need you to address.
Chief Hobart.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Lewis. Chief Hobart.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I see you moved locations.
I moved locations. Yeah, I'm in my administrator's office actually. I thank you for everybody that's speaking on here. Thank you, Minister. One of the issues that we're finding in our nation, Spuzzum First Nation is a sovereign community that has quite a broad core area leading from the Harrison Mountains up to the Cascades, over to Anderson Valley, and then over to Yale. And we've recently chased the logging out as of last week, and they've only given us a year to discuss how we're going to keep them out forever. And I'll tell you, just when the train's going by, living in the canyon, eh? So one of the things that we're trying to save the old Alexander Bridge, and we're not trying to actually. Your own premier has signed an agreement to save the bridge. And so with that, we agreed that we would co-partner with a plan going forward to create an economic development project there. Well, with every time there's a shuffle change, it seems like things, it's hard to keep that momentum going. And so part of the ECDEV portion of it is contained in what is a provincial park. Provincial park says that you have to have a certain amount of campsites and no more, and it falls outside of their scope for what we want to do. Now, we've chased forestry out because we want to create some ecotourism. We want to be one of the largest employers in the canyon, and we have a really good plan to do that. We're working in 3 stages of different development. Right now, this spring, we've been talking with some of the ministers of your government on how we're going to do that. It's some of the different processes. The problem is that right now, it seems to be that we were continuing over here hearing the chatter from the different ministers. Forestry's putting us on abeyance for a year. They're going to come back and try and talk to us about those very forests that we're using in our ecotourism to create sustainable industry for the future. And then again, mining. We have gold claims and stuff that people are coming and leaving garbage. And we really want to make our nation stand out as the gateway to the gold rush, as it was at one time. I don't know if you've been to the old Alexander Bridge. If you haven't, it's a beautiful tourist attraction. Now there's blockades there for cars not to pull in, but there's cars there every day. People are always down walking, trespassing to get there. So what I'm hoping that you and I can meet here in the near future with council and go over all of the moving parts, so that we're not trying to reset the discussion each time. And sorry that we haven't brought you in earlier. We've had the Modi, we've had Minister of Parks, we've had Flinrod, as many ministers as possible at the table so that we can discuss it. But the problem is that we're having 2 discussions. One, save the bridge. One, create economic development to justify why we're saving the bridge. And so right now we're looking at proposal funding from the government. We've received some through CERNA to just a little bit through for saving the bridge. Not enough to save it, but actually to do some of the feasibility studies. Now we're saying that the government was going to put in $3 million in a budget to remove the bridge. We're saying we should be able to take that money and leverage it to create more, private sector investment to create an amazing site here at our nation. And so I guess what I'm hoping that you and I can meet in the next little while to figure out a way that we can have the other ministers represented, at every level, look at this as a project that is going to be a win-win. It's going to be, people can get behind it. Your ministry at the end, we're doing all the heavy lifting, most of it. We're just looking for not as much funding as we are about some sort of a collaboration between all the different ministers so that we can stand back and not be trying to put out fires with forestry, with mining. And you know, so that's our position. We would like to get into. Right now, we're entering an MOU with parks, but that's only the pieces of the puzzle. There's so many other pieces. As we talk to them, they'll say, well, it's hinging upon what the other ministers say too. So yeah, and so I just wanted to put that out there that we'd like to meet with you. I think that you can get my email through BCAFN, and let's connect sometime soon, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Minister Cologne. We'll just double check on your time as well once you're done.
Yeah, I can take a couple more, Harold, if you like. That's not a problem. So I'll just say, Chief Lewis, I worked in banking many years ago, and so I fully understand your concern and the point you made. And it's hard to even start the conversation on economic development if you can't even get past that initial point. And so I understand what you're saying, and I'll connect with the Minister of Finance and just figure out how to navigate that. And then my team is here. I've asked them to figure out how we can reach out to you and to explore that conversation. Chief Hobart, thank you for raising it. And what I hear from you is that there's a lot of different ministries doing a lot of different things, and you want to find a way for some sort of coordination of everybody's work so that it becomes easier for what you believe is a great opportunity for the community. And I'll have to connect with Minister Mark around the ecotourism piece, because I think that tourism piece is probably what will connect it all together. But either Minister Mark or I will certainly get back to you very soon about how we can bring those pieces together.
Thank you very much, Minister Cologne. I do appreciate your willingness to adjust your schedule. I would note to the delegation that our next minister has arrived, and so I don't see any additional hands at this point. So last question to Chief Don Harris. Chief Harris?
Yeah, I think another thing that we need to look at here is like all of our communities have different challenges when it comes to moving forward with economic development, and a lot of it again is that it's a long-going process that we started just before the pandemic shutdowns. Is the overlap issues that was caused by provincial policies, and not all communities have the same issues. It seems that the more natural resources that are available in surrounding a community, the more overlap that's created. And that's what makes it difficult in trying to move forward in economic development, especially when you're off reserve in and around your community, is that there are a number of communities that you have to go through the consultation process with, and a lot of them are just in it for the purpose of the revenue shares that were made available. The biggest one being forestry, and then the most recent one being the water under the Water Sustainability Act, and that's what makes it difficult in trying to move a lot of our economic development forward. Is that for the communities that are just in it for the revenue shares, that they don't respond to these consultation requests. So then you got to wait the 60-day process before anything gets started, and in some cases you look at a year before you can even get moving. And that's one of the big things that we need to try and change is the requirements for the revenue share. Communities are required to claim traditional territory that not necessarily theirs to begin with for the purpose of revenue share. I have no objections to revenue share. That's how my community got started. But now that we've got a lot of other things on the go, is that to move forward any further, we have to go through this consultation process, and there are several communities that just don't respond. So we need to work with the other ministries and eliminate the need to claim territory for revenue share. Revenue share is a huge benefit to all communities, and I encourage communities to claim revenue share, but we need to change that process of how to do so. And I'm hoping that soon we'll get back into these to start addressing these the revenue shares, because currently the province and Canada and the province want us to sit down with our neighbors and settle these issues. It's even suggested that we put it on our elders. You know, they never created this, and it's a huge impact on a number of the smaller communities when they try and move forward with economic development in and around their communities. You know, we do need to address this sooner than later. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Harris. Chief Spahan, I see that you always like to wait till the very last minute to put your hand up. And so let's take this question, but we do want to get quickly over to Minister Rankin. Chief Spahan.
Thanks, Harold. That's my way of testing you to see if you're looking at the screen. Thanks, Minister. I'd like to extend an invitation for a meeting with yourself and my council and my economic development coordinator for our band. So that way we can discuss some of the concerns and issues that we have regarding economic development. So invitation going out to you. Kukstem.
Minister Klon, final responses and final remarks, and then we'll transition.
Thank you, Harold. Yeah, I kept looking at you, waiting for you to give me the okay to speak. Thank you, Chief, for the invitation. I certainly can't wait to come visit you. I think I'm just tired of being in these rooms and not being able to see people. And if you would like to have a conversation via this form sooner, then I'm happy to do that. My team is here with us, and we'll reach out to your office to have that contact. And Chief Harris, thank you for your comment. I don't have anything comment to it other than to say thank you for raising that concern. And I know you're about to speak to Minister Rankin, and he's probably in a better position to help navigate that conversation. So thank you everyone for inviting me today to speak, and thank you, Chief TG, for your leadership, and looking forward to having future conversations with you. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Appreciate that. All right, chiefs and proxies, let us turn our attention to our next guest. And so, as you see, the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation has joined us, and appreciate his patience as we've managed our way through the agenda. And so, over to you, Minister Rankin. Let's get you to unmute your mic. He is present. You may have just stepped away.
There you go.
Oh, there you see him.
There you go.
Welcome,
Sorry,
sir.
Harold. Sorry much. Little technical difficulties. Think I know how to do it by now. I want to thank you. Knowing how late in the afternoon it is for many after 2 days, I'm not going to spend long on the prepared remarks. I will start by acknowledging that I'm sitting here in the legislature and therefore on the traditional territories of Lekwungen speaking peoples, the Esquimalt and Songhees Nation. I want to acknowledge the elders and the chief and the leadership, particularly Regional Chief TG. I'm really glad to be here, and I know we're at the end of this 2-day assembly, so I want to keep my remarks fairly brief so we can have as much time for question and answer as possible. So I'll just say a couple minutes worth. I'm obviously honored to be the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. The Premier gave me this task, and I'm grateful to him. I really consider this to be no more important work in our government than the work we're doing on reconciliation. I think my predecessor, Scott Fraser, did enormous work in trying to deepen relationships with many of you, and I believe accomplished a great deal. I'm committed to continuing that and to do work together, especially I think at this moment in our history with the pandemic. One of my most pressing mandate letter commitments is to continue to work together to support Indigenous communities as we get through this pandemic. Someone said I could see light at the end of the tunnel, but we didn't know it was going to be that long a tunnel. The second wave of COVID-19 has hit particularly First Nation communities very hard. And everyone, of course, is worried about their families, their livelihoods, their health. I believe that Dr. Henry, Dr. Bain-Smith, and Dr. McDonald have already spoken with you today about our response and the vaccine rollout. So I'm not going to spend much on that, open to questions and answers on that, of course. I think you are doing, in conjunction with the First Nation Health Authority, everything possible to protect the elders, the knowledge keepers in your communities. So I raise my hands to them for everything and the public health teams have done to protect Indigenous communities. The vaccine rollout has prioritized elders and remote and vulnerable communities. I have the numbers as of, I think, yesterday, that 24,515 Indigenous people in BC and in 113 communities have had at least their first shot. The province has been working with the Leadership Council, the First Nations, the Health Authority, and I want to say the federal government. We've worked as a team, and I want to acknowledge the strong leadership that First Nations have provided as we try to figure out what to do. There's no playbook. We're doing our best. We've had some challenges along the way, but I think there has been this coordination and cooperation we should all be proud of. We've got to keep doing it together to get this done on a government-to-government basis. So I think this is a concrete example of the progress we've made in our relationships between the nations and the province, and we got to keep doing this together. Economic recovery, I heard Minister Kahlon and some of the chiefs talking about that. Well, we've got to make sure that economic recovery involves First Nations, that they have a strong voice in helping us determine what the economic recovery planning looks like. And we're going to continue to plan and roll out our recovery efforts with First Nations participation being vital. I think a critical part of reconciliation is that First Nations are full participants in the BC economy. That's how we support healthy and resilient Indigenous communities. And we're working hard to build collaborative relationships and partnerships on economic development. And this work has been partnered, of course, with the BCAFN under the leadership of Regional Chief Terry Chigi. For example, last year, we developed a report together looking at how we can better evaluate economic well-being of First Nation peoples beyond the usual GDP model. And we're going to continue to build on that and support our communities to thrive and grow. I was also asked to say a few words about the Declaration Act. That's the second and last topic before I get into questions and answers. You know, we've had challenges during the pandemic, but we've continued to work across government to implement it. I understand that yesterday the FNLC presented to you on the Declaration Act. I'm pleased to add to that conversation with you now. Many of you were there just over a year ago when the historic legislation was passed unanimously in the legislature. We've got to make work. My immediate priority is the action plan. And we're going to bring a consultation draft out in the next few weeks. We're continuing to consult and engage with Indigenous peoples, despite the pandemic and all of the problems of doing so. But nevertheless, bottom line, collaboration takes time. We're trying to do it right. And that means making a commitment to that consultation and cooperation, which are the words that it requires us to do. We've engaged with nations directly, with the Leadership Council, Indigenous organizations over the past year, and we're working, as I say, to get a consultation draft out this spring. So we're going to look for your feedback on that, as well as from, of course, individual nations and other Indigenous partners. A big piece of this is the alignment of laws. We're still in early conversations, but we're looking forward to sharing more as our plans come together. I'm looking forward in question and answers to talk about that work. So by way of conclusion, I want to thank the BCAFN for the leadership they've shown. I look forward to making continued progress and building on our relationships going forward. And I want to thank you for inviting me here today. Thanks very much, Harold.
I'm tracking my gallery, but I keep moving in the gallery. And so when I try to go on mute, mistakenly unmute others. Sorry about that. So we do have a number of speakers. Our practice has been to take 2 of the speakers and then return to you because it's just in the nature of our bundling. So just to give you a heads up on that as we, so you can track those issues. And let's go first to Chief Thomas and then Chief Hobart.
Yes, good afternoon. And first of all, acknowledge our elders for the prayers this morning and for all the presenters and speakers before me. Minister Rankin, I wasn't able to attend the First Nation Summit, but one of my staff, Shanna Thomas, brought up an issue with you in regards to our land situation. We've been without a land we can call home on Vancouver Island. Our grandparents left our island on Valdez during the 40s. And right now, everybody is scattered all over the place. It's important. We've been working on this land situation for over 20 years. It got lost in the files at the Department of Indian Affairs in Vancouver. They had no correspondence from us. We had to dig all that up. We are right now talking about this issue in the treaty process, but I've always maintained that it isn't a treaty issue. It's a social need. We have to have land for homes for our members now and for our future members. We need a place to lay our members to rest. Our members get laid to rest in the communities that they're in, and I very much appreciate that. This situation has also, had an effect on the vaccines. I've maintained to the First Nations Health Authority, Vancouver Island Health, that the department has classified us as isolated, and therefore I pressed the need for having all of my members getting the vaccine at one location. Unfortunately, that's not happening. Some of our elders got their first vaccine, and I haven't had time to have more discussions, but I think the rest of our members will be getting their vaccines in general locations. Another issue that I'll just bring up shortly is the issues of the anchorages in our areas. Alistair McGregor is dealing with that at the House of Parliament, as well as Scott Fraser, Minister Scott Fraser. We brought him on a boat tour. He's seen the anchorages out there. We brought him to look at our land, and the way it is, yeah, we're all off reserve. I always have to bring up this issue. All these committees that we belong to, when I signed on the dotted line, I made sure to let these individuals for our health and everything else know that we are all off reserve. And now it comes to a situation where we're told we can't help you because you're all off reserve. And they should have said that before I even signed. But anyway, I just needed to bring this to your attention, and I know that yeah, at the summit, I had technical problems here, so I wasn't able to attend. But you did have a brief discussion with Shanna Thomas and assured her that we were going to be having more discussions on this ITA that is very important to, like I said, not only ourselves, but we're looking at our membership and our future generations so that we can be residing in the reserve like everyone else and have the housing, schooling, a place to gather, a place for social gatherings, and most importantly, again, a place to lay our loved ones who have left us. And I just want to thank you for listening to my few words.
Thank you very much, Chief Thomas. Chief Hobart.
Good afternoon. Hi, Minister Rankin. Thank you for your discussion. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you as well, Harold. And I will thank again the two elders that opened us up this morning. I did that earlier, but I'll do it again. So my issue is with the structure of MER completely. Like now with DRIPA, I see it as a way of increasing the ability for MER to create some sort of commonality through the different ministries. Right now, it's all left to interpretation. Last week, I told you about the RCMP protocol that we're signing that's going to be agreed to tomorrow. That's going to be a news release. Last week, we had a news release on pushing forestry out of our nation. As well, we're actually doing some stuff around economic development. We have some incredible stuff happening. But my discussion today, I'd like to meet with you around this. It's the interpretation across all sectors of government around what MER is, and should they be included in this conversation? Should they be included in that conversation? What's their role? And what good are they to do in this position? Are they hall monitors? Are they ones that will actually help? I'll give you an example. I hold 4 different portfolios, major portfolios in my community. The MCFD, or the children and families, the economic development, the education, as well as health. And in every sector, it seems to be if we walk outside the door to a different community, there's a whole different interpretation of what DRIPA is, what MER means to them. And I'm hoping that somehow you and I can talk about this. I've had discussions with what is it? Anyway, the executive director, from some of the different ministries, and they're saying that they would like to have some sort of common approach. Let's just give you an example. Children and families, we have a child that's here, they move to a different region, and there's a total different interpretation of what is meant by the sharing agreement, the different agreements with the different ministry. And that from the top, it looks good. And from the bottom, they mean well, but there's somewhere in there, it seems to me that there's insubordination or lack of knowledge or lack of understanding of common ties that pull it all together. And I think that if any ministry was responsible for that, or that we could actually look towards creating that dialogue, so that there's like when we talk about resources in our nation, we're just talking about the water and the food and even our citizens. We talk about our citizens as people, but we also talk about our plants and animals and the trees as our citizens. And so when we look at it like that, as soon as we cross from children's to say our old growth timber, we have to start the conversation all over again with the different ministers around how we feel around stuff, right? We have our guiding principles that we've sent out to the front desk, or the front office in the government and front counter. And it seems to me that, again, we're being faced every time the ministers come in, that we're having to re-educate them around how we believe our engagement needs to take place. And it's not a matter of disrespect. It's just a matter of really opening up that conversation to a new way forward. And I know that that's what the government has been asking for. And I'm excited to be a part of that. We're doing a lot of the work around it. And I think that if I'm seeing stuff at the education level and at the health level, and I'm thinking there's so much commonality here that instead of working in silos and doubling up the effort, we could actually cut back on a lot of that stuff, just because some of our positions actually hold strong throughout the nations. And I'm not trying to paint us all with one brush, but there are some common understandings of how respect and engagement should take place. Or at least the discussions of how it should take place, to open that doorway for others to let in. So I'm hoping that you'll be in contact with myself, that you can get the email there, and let's discuss around how we can collaborate on a structure that actually can help a nation when they have somebody that's wanting to tie some of the different pieces together, so that they're not having to try to re-educate and use one success over here to help facilitate another success over here. To me, I mean, that's just not right. When both ministers could actually be held up for doing some good work, instead of saying, you know, well, you know, here we show, that's how you do it. Now, can we do that same thing over here? So that's my point, is that we should be able to discuss some new structure going forward. And I'm willing to take time to give you some ideas of what I see that looking like. And it's like, and this is from an experience of, you know, a decade and a half of leadership and being in different ministers, different portfolios, meeting with different ministers, and just seeing some good work, but at the same time seeing it fall as soon as it goes from one ministry to another. Thanks, Harold.
Thank you. Over to you, Minister Rankin.
Thanks very much. And let me start with Chief Thomas. Thank you. And you're absolutely right. I remember our conversation, Shanna and I, we had at the summit, and we're committed to connecting on a one-on-one basis to talk about the issues that you talk about. You know, you're absolutely right in what you say. You know, land, social needs right now, not a treaty issue, something that transcends treaty. And I agree. And as you say, on reserve, off reserve, it shouldn't matter. I'm proud that this government, the provincial government, has been spending considerable sums of money for housing on Indian reserves, even though people might think, well, why would you? That's federal. It's because it's the right thing to do. And we're going to have to continue to do more of that. But I will be meeting with Shanna and we'll pursue that. I'm really glad you raised the anchorages issue, because that's one dear to my heart. I was on Saturna Island on a cliff watching 2 anchor chains getting locked in and worrying about whether there would be a spill of whatever those freighters were carrying that night in May. It was a shocking thing to work. And so I salute you for your interest in this. And also Alistair McGregor's doing great work on it. I've written to the Transport Minister. I've met with the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority on it. As a province, there's not as much as we can do as we'd like on that, but trust me, it's something I care deeply about. On Chief Hobart, first of all, let me say congratulations and thank you for your leadership on behalf of the Spuzim First Nation on the nature agreement that was recently entered into. I know your work on that, and I know it's made a difference, so I want to just put that on the table. Absolutely, let's meet. I'll have my team. I've got people in the room. We'll connect with you. We'll figure that out. As a person new to government, I can share some of your frustrations about the silos and, you know, the need for the left hand and the right hand to coordinate. I mean, it's an old story about government, and I know we can do better. And one of the things you asked about MER and what it does is it is intended to link up at the deputy minister's level, at the ADM's, and at the cabinet level, the various programs. My responsibility is to ensure that Indigenous rights and interests are taken into account. The whole of government has a commitment to that, you know, with DRIPA and the mandate letters, but how do you make it happen in a big government? That's a challenge. That's what you're putting your finger on. So yeah, if you've got ideas, I'd sure love to hear them. So we'll make that happen.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Just a process note. So we do have 6 speakers with their hands up. So if we can take those in the 2-person blocks and get through. And I would call on the chiefs and encourage you to stay to the 3-minute side rather than the 5-minute side. That I think will be helpful to us if you can. And you know, that's just given the realities of the work that we have remaining following this session, which is 10 resolutions on our desk to deal with. So let's turn to Chief Spahan and Chief Lewis, or Proxy Lewis.
Thanks, Harold. Thank you, Minister, for attending the BC 17th Annual BCAFN Special Chiefs Assembly. I knew your predecessor way before he was Minister, Scott Fraser. The Nicola Valley Chiefs met with Scott Fraser and George Heyman before they both became ministers. And there was a lot of really good conversations there. It started out with the biosolids in the Nicola Valley. And then now we're working on the water pilot project that's happening with the 5 Nicola Valley bands in the province. I wanted to bring that up because there's some concerns around that in regards to the reconciliation. What we'd like to see is reconciliation. And I heard you talk about the alignment of laws. I think there needs to be a lot of work there, because from what we've been hearing is that our laws get squished into the provincial laws. So I'm really glad that you brought up that it should be an alignment of laws for our Indigenous laws on how we are. So, and I'm really glad that you brought up collaboration and cooperation. There needs to be a lot of that happening between the province and the bands individually here in British Columbia. So another invitation going out to you, Minister, to meet with us via Zoom meeting or Teams meeting with the 5 Nicola Valley Chiefs on the water pilot project. So Cookstem, hopefully you can answer those and make a commitment to that. Cookstem, thank you.
Councillor Lewis.
Yeah, thank you, Harold, and thank you, Minister Rankin, for joining us today. And just really want to speak today about a resolution that we'll probably entertain in a few minutes after. But really, the Squamish Nation, along with some of our relatives, the Musqueam and Tsleil-Waututh, are in conversations with the province in consultation around disposition of asserted provincial crown lands. And so we're engaged in these processes in the transfer of these lands, and what we're experiencing is our accommodation kind of rates, the consultation discussion is so far removed from DRIPA in the spirit and intent of UNDRIP in relation to how your negotiators at the provincial level are treating kind of the respective nations, including Squamish and our relatives, and really kind of being offensive in terms of some of the accommodation rates are based on our title, requiring us to purchase our land back and then charge us property transfer tax, not once, but possibly multiple times. Because as you're well aware, under provincial legislation, First Nations can't own land in fee simple form. So we need to create partnerships and limited partnerships and other entities to hold these parcels that we've negotiated back. But then all of the provincial taxations then apply to us. And we find it very offensive because other entities of the province are exempt, such as municipalities, regional districts, schools, hospitals, libraries. Like if they were to acquire some parcel of land from the province, they would be exempt from a lot of these property transfer taxes and all of that. And so as we live in an era of DRIPA, as we live in an era of UNDRIP, and we're saying the right things, is when we get into the negotiation table around land and the negotiations around the dispositions of crown land, if it's federal or provincial, is that all of these rules start applying to us that don't live up to the spirit and intent of us being the title holders, and the province kind of basically walking the talk as it pertains to the legislation. So really kind of what I'm asking, and the reason I bring it up here, Mr. Chairman, is the provincial negotiators have said we cannot move on these mandated negotiation principles because they're province-wide. That if we did something for Squamish or the negotiators in this room, we would have to apply it to the rest of the First Nations, and we don't want to set precedent. So I think around, giving Squamish property transfer tax exemption, for example, they're fearful that it would apply across the province and it would set dangerous precedent. And so that's why we drafted a resolution asking the Leadership Council to make this a priority around putting property transfer tax exemptions in the DRIPA Act as a part of the action plan, as a process of moving towards reconciliation, that we're not buying our land back and then just getting taxed and basically giving those accommodation funds back. It's just, it it doesn't smell right. It doesn't like it. How do I go back to my community and kind of state that thing? So really my purpose here is we've met with your predecessor, we've met with the premier, we met with the former minister, Carol James, around this. It seems like the leadership at the First Nations level, including myself and my colleagues and my relatives, and also the premier and all of the ministers are on the same page, but it's just not trickling down into the bureaucracy and into the negotiation table. So I really call on you to be a champion for us and move forward with that, and willing to kind of set up a meeting with yourself and Squamish and Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh and any others just to kind of find solutions. So, but I really wanted to kind of have that strong message at this point, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Minister Rankin, for being here today.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Over to you, Minister Rankin.
Well, thanks very much, Harold. And Chief Spahan, first of all, I can report that I've been briefed on the whole the 5 Nicola vans in the water plan, and there's a lot of excitement in the system over that. So I'm really pleased, and I like your expression of reconciliation. I'm going to write that down. I think it's right. So yeah, and in terms of a meeting, totally, I'll make that happen. On the alignment of laws issue, I've heard a lot of talk at other meetings about legal pluralism, and that's a phrase I really like, where we try to ensure that Indigenous laws are aligned. We take into account that there are 2 systems of laws. And in fact, something that you may know is that the first university law program to study and teach Indigenous law alongside common law is happening at the University of Victoria right now. Students are graduating, first place in the world, learning about Indigenous laws, and precisely that's going to help us with that alignment exercise of legal pluralism, I think, going forward. So that's exciting. And congratulations on the work you're doing on the water front. It's fabulous. Councillor Lewis, I know a little bit about this issue. I believe that you're meeting with the Premier's Deputy Minister, Laurie Wanamaker, and my deputy in the next while on this issue of property transfer tax. I'm not really aware of that. I can understand why there'd be issues of precedent, and I can understand why, you would say, well, why wouldn't we get an exemption for our government, given that's the practice with schools and municipalities, etc. I don't know the implications of that change in mandate, but I'm sure that that conversation will be useful that you will have going forward. And in terms of good work, I want to salute the Squamish for the work that happened in the regional municipality of Whistler and the arrangement that you and your nation have entered into with that regional municipality. It's a really interesting example of how it's not technically a Section 7 joint decision-making agreement, but it certainly has all the hallmarks. And I'm really pleased with that as an example at the municipal level, the kind of work we want to do too.
Thank you, Minister. Let us turn to Chief Crow and Chief Lugie.
Good afternoon, Minister. Thank you, Chair. So I'm just going to be brief. I want to work with you more closely. And I'm going to ask you, please don't tell me to be patient. That drives me nuts when people tell me to be patient. This is a long time standing issue with our community at Lower Snoqualmie. It was an ancestral site that was uncovered in 2016. It's now 5 years. And it was actually originally noticed in 52 and relooked at in 72. But then these people built a house and uncovered these remains in 2016. We were able to repatriate those remains onto the same site, but we still haven't finalized moving ourselves forward. And I have been requesting, so last year was the last time I met with Scott Fraser and Doug Donaldson. And they said, please be patient, wait until after the budget announcement in February. Then after that, they came back to me in almost June and said, oh no, please be patient, there's provincial elections coming up. And I sent emails, I've made multiple phone calls since the election, and I have not heard back from you, Minister Conroy. I have not heard back from anybody. And I'm getting to the point of being super frustrated. I will not deal with the lead negotiator. I did have an email back that said, please deal with the lead negotiator. She's had 5 years and we have no resolve. And I'm going to be blunt. Am I pissed off? Yes, I'm pissed off. I'm going to be clear. I want this dealt with. If it's not dealt with, I am prepared to go to the next stages, and so is my community. And my frustration level, I've had the request in since last November, and I have not had a response back from you or Minister Conroy about a meeting. I have not heard back. I have heard back from a staff member, a low-end staff member saying, oh, can you please send us more information? That I've already sent multiple times over the last 4 or 5 years. And I know you're new to this role, you're new to government. Well, welcome to it. I'm quite sure you'll be meeting with me, and you will be seeing with me this year, and my council. And my nation is fully aware of this as well. They've supported me all the way through. I just had to come on here today and be blunt. I'm sorry to BCAFN if I came across nasty, but I had to voice my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Crow. Nicely done. Let us turn to Chief Lugie, then we'll return back to the minister. Maureen? Welcome.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, Minister Murray Rankin. I appreciate this opportunity to meet with you at the BCAFN Special Assembly. I missed you at the First Nations Summit because I have a very hectic schedule. However, I appreciate this opportunity today to speak to you about the Office of Wet'suwet'en MOU treaty negotiations. And the Chief and Council of Wet'suwet'en First Nation have sent 2 letters to you. One dated December 1st and a second one dated February 16th, 2021. And we have not received a response to either letter. We have not received an acknowledgement to those letters. And our ongoing concerns are related to the fact that these negotiations are not transparent. And these negotiations also impact the collective rights and title of the Wet'suwet'en people. And the elected leaders of Wet'suwet'en First Nation and the other Wet'suwet'en communities are not at this negotiating table, despite that our rights and our children's rights and our grandchildren's rights are being negotiated. And so we are taking this very seriously, and we have made note of recent articles in the media, one being a recent Canadian Press article of which the province of British Columbia is working with non-Indigenous communities and other stakeholders regarding the negotiations. And yet we have written letters to the former minister, Scott Fraser, and we've had meetings with him. We've discussed our concerns about the outcome of these negotiations. And I think the Canadian Press article indicated that the province wishes to make sure that when you do come up with an agreement, that it attracts the support of the communities affected. So I think it sounds like the province is willing to attract support from the non-Indigenous community. However, I don't see efforts in the province attracting the support of the Wet'suwet'en communities. And so we have always been interested in reconciliation agreements. We have been always interested in negotiating the Aboriginal rights and title of our Wet'suwet'en people. And the manner in which negotiations are happening without us is very alarming to our people. And I think in the same article that I'm referring to, the article stated that we want to do whatever we can to assist in moving forward in a positive way. And we believe that a positive way to move forward is to take the concerns of the elected Wet'suwet'en chiefs and councils seriously, and to realize that your role is different now. We understand that you worked in Ottawa on this file prior to becoming our minister. And so the role is very much different, and we would like you to give consideration to all of our communications since February 2020. And so what happened with this file is that we met on March 11th, and our hereditary chiefs and our elected council, our elders and our members rejected the MOU. However, despite the pandemic that impacted British Columbia and Canada, these negotiations continued and until the election in November 2020. And so, meaning the election here in the province of British Columbia. And so we have gone on the record numerous times. We had numerous occasions to go on record to object to this negotiation process that has no safeguards for the Wet'suwet'en people. And our grandchildren are here already, and we have not had any agreement. There is no self-government agreement. There is no treaty that now that has not been successfully negotiated, is what I mean, that would benefit our grandchildren. And so I guess I will keep it very brief, but we are not happy here, and we would like a response to your letter. I would like to recommend that you meet with the 6 elected chiefs and council members of the Wet'suwet'en communities, and that you give serious consideration to the people that we represent. We represent hereditary chiefs, we represent elders, we represent children and youth, we represent families here, and we live here in our communities. And all 3 parties who are negotiating this agreement, meaning BC, Canada, and the Office of Wet'suwet'en, are not consulting us. We get the odd newsletter, but we are not party to the negotiations, and we have not given consent to anybody to negotiate on our behalf. So I do appreciate you taking the time to listen today, and I look forward to a written response, and I look forward to you meeting with all of us as elected leaders. Thank you.
Back to you, Mr. Minister.
Thanks very much. And I know you're up against the clock, so I have a lot I would like to say, but I'm also cognizant of your needs. I want to say to Chief Crow, never apologize for being blunt. I respect that. It's great. And 5 years is just not acceptable. I'm new to this job, but I can tell you I don't find 5 years waiting to be acceptable. And so we're going to have to dig into this. It's not a file that I confess I know about. It's an issue that's obviously critically important to Lower Similkameen. I will talk to Alexandra, who is our negotiator, get her sense of what's going on, but we'll be in touch on it. I acknowledge that it's outrageously long, and we'll deal with it. As for Chief Lugie, I can understand the concerns that you have. I have with me Leslie Loubert of my office. She's going to call you later today. I'm sorry that those 2 letters have not been responded to. I did not know that. I will make that happen. She will be in contact with you today. The negotiations and the frustration that the elected chiefs have in the context of the Wet'suwet'en is understood. However, our message to you is the message that we've been delivering to the Office of the Wet'suwet'en and the hereditary chiefs from the start. Unity, unity, unity. We have to provide, there cannot be a lasting agreement unless and until the hard work that is required within the nation takes place. And that I know is something that I've said as to the hereditary chiefs, and I'll say that to you when we meet as well, that we need the Wet'suwet'en to drive this discussion. It's to the Indigenous governing body as determined by the Wet'suwet'en. That's who we will be dealing with. And so the unity is critically important in this work. So Leslie will be in touch with you, and we'll set up a meeting as soon as possible. Thanks for getting to me today.
Thank you very much for that. So let's turn to our final 2, Chief Leah George Wilson and Cook Ron Ignace. Chief Leo George Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, I'd like to say thank you to BCAFN for convening this and to the elders that opened us yesterday and today. And thank you, Minister Rankin, for your comments. I just have a real quick question. I just would like to know more about what's happening around this secretariat idea, along with the action plan around DRIPA. I'd like to know where you're at with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Chief Cookby-Ignace.
Cookstetten. I would like to recognize Regional Chief Terry Chigi for having this meeting, and thank Harold Tarbell for his good chairmanship, and to you, Minister Rankin. We have, I know that the UBCIC and the BCAFN have standing resolutions calling on the provincial government to enact, to co-develop Indigenous languages legislation for as a made in BC legislation. I recognize we have First Peoples Cultural Council, who are a wonderful flagship, but they have through structural issues they have of resourcing and things and provincial policies and laws have there's only so much they can do, and I realize that grateful for the funding that the 50 million that the province put into place on languages, but those are limitations. It's taken 100 or more years for the destruction of our languages, and it's going to take another 7 generations to bring them back to life. I know I work on languages throughout BC, and there are fewer and fewer and fewer fluent speakers left in this province, which should be considered a foundational heritage of British Columbia. And I think it's incumbent upon BC to do all they can to work with Indigenous peoples to revive and strengthen our languages. And I would like to see you and representatives from the BCAFN and UBCIC get together to discuss a process going forward for the co-development of Indigenous languages in BC. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Chief Leah George Wilson, Tsleil-Waututh. Thank you for the question. The Secretariat is required of my mandate letter. It's the focal point for particularly the alignment of laws, and we're trying to figure out the best place to put it, if I can be blunt. You know, where does it sit in the system? How does it get the importance within our system that it requires? Chief Hobart talked about the different silos, and I'm learning about that. So how do we give it the clout that it needs? And that's what we're about. Is it a Premier's office? Is it, and the First Nation Leadership Council has sent an excellent letter to us that is being used as I try to get my head around what would best serve that important need. There's the new laws, you know, the ones that are coming down the track, but there is also the existing laws, and which ones are important. I've heard a lot about the Heritage Conservation Act as one, child welfare legislation. The Police Act is already being reviewed at the moment, and that has a significant impact on Indigenous peoples, as you know. So we're in the process of figuring that out now. I must do so by the end of the year, but I'm going to do so earlier than that. So stay tuned on the Secretariat. I think it's an important addition to how we move forward on the Declaration Act. To Cookby-Ignace, Indigenous languages. I spoke just yesterday with the Federal Minister Guilbeault about Indigenous languages legislation that the federal government has, and I think you'll all be proud when I say that when this government was elected in 2017, there was a commitment made, an expenditure of $50 million to deal with the problem that you've addressed, the disappearing sadness we all feel with the disappearing Indigenous languages. There is now another 400,000, I'm told, for the curriculum development in Indigenous languages, and $190,000 for the creation of 18 new first language curriculums across the province. I have it specific in my mandate letter. I'm going to be held accountable to the people of BC, to the Premier, as to how effectively we deliver on the crisis facing Indigenous languages in BC. It's front and center in my mandate letter. As I say, I spoke as recently as yesterday with my federal counterpart. This is important to this government. Thanks for the question.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Minister. I think that concludes our day. I do see Cookby Ron Ignace does want to reply. Cookby Ignace, I would like to move to the resolution. So if you could be very brief, we will. I do need to impose on the chiefs about 30 minutes more work. Cookby Ignace.
Thank you. While we appreciate those efforts, they are not substantive, structural changing developments that would assist in the revival and the strengthening of our languages. They are merely piecemeal actions. Legislative recognition would change policies that are restrictive and strangle our languages. And we need to sit with you and we can show you why legislation is important and how that it would benefit not only us as Indigenous peoples, but also would be a great feather in the provincial government's act. And it would be part of the legislation that you're working on through UNDRIP, in which UNDRIP calls for and recognizes Indigenous languages. And it's incumbent upon the government in its laws to recognize and uphold Indigenous languages through a Indigenous language legislation. Thank you. We should talk.
Thank you very much, Cookby. Mr. Rankin, any final last word? And then I do need to transition at that point.
I appreciate the constraints of time. Cookby Ignace, I agree with you. It's critically important. Maybe structural change. I can tell you, I should have said that the Minister of Education has this in her mandate letter. I have it in my mandate letter. We're compelled to work together to figure out how we can move forward. I think $50 million is certainly more than a token commitment to this. The fact that schools are engaging in better curriculum development may not be sufficient, but it's at least a step in the right direction. So yes, let's talk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Enjoy the rest of your day. Chiefs and proxies, we do have one piece of work left before us. We have 10 or 11 resolutions. I have good news in the sense that the great majority of them have either been covered in our conversation or we can really just focus on the therefore be resolved because they do cover the substance of those therefores. So we can be very brief, and I would like to, with your permission, take the next half hour to see if we can work through the 7 on-time resolutions and the 3 late resolutions that we did receive. So I would ask you to turn your attention to resolution 10, which is the inclusive and transparent COVID-19 immunization planning. As you recall, I did provide a summary of the whereas as a part of the introduction to that panel, and we did speak to it there. This one does have a lot of therefore be resolved, and I do see that Cookby Ignace is back in, and he was the original seconder on this one, and so I do thank Chief Mahan for offering at that time to stand in, but we'll go back to Cookby Ignace that was there. There are a lot of therefore be resolves on this one, so with your permission, I will paraphrase them. This is an on-time resolution. Be it resolved that the BC Chiefs and Assembly fully support BC First Nations to access COVID-19 immunizations free from stigmatization and discrimination, and that the BCAFN Regional Chief works with the Health Council to ensure BC COVID immunization plan prioritizes BC First Nations as a high risk and vulnerable population, increases BC First Nations access to immunization services, ensures that the BC COVID-19 immunization plan addresses health inequities in consultation and cooperation with BC First Nations, take urgent and immediate steps to reconsider the recent change to its vaccination approach and return to a whole of community process, and to provide direction for the regional chief to work with and provide direction to the First Nations Health Authority and the Ministry of Health and health authorities on taking the necessary steps to ensure prompt delivery of vaccines for frontline workers that have been left out of the initial vaccination process elders, language speakers, and other high-risk parties in our communities, and so that they are immediate, and to ensure that they are immediately provided with information on the vaccine rollouts for their communities and are actively involved in that process. And that finally, that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly urges and directs the FNHA, Ministry of Health, and the health authorities to take immediate and necessary steps to ensure that there are fair and equitable processes developed for COVID management and vaccination for all First Nations throughout the province so that no communities are left behind. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Seeing or hearing none, let us then move to the question. Are there any abstentions to this resolution? Are there any abstentions to this resolution? Seeing no raised hands or hearing none, then with your permission, Chiefs, we note that the decision is that this is carried. Thank you very much. Moving quickly to draft resolution 11, the advancement of First Nations rights, values, and principles in changes to forest legislation, policies, and regulations. I do need a mover and a seconder for this. We do need a mover. Oh, I do see that it's there on the updated version. So Chief Spahan and Letter Joe, proxy for Shack and Indian Band. And I just want to make sure that both are present. I see Chief Spahan is still here, and proxy and Letter Joe is still here. So thank you very much for that. Again, this one speaks to some of the work in collaboration with the province over the 2018 and 2019 that resulted in BCAFN and the First Nations Leadership Council endorsing a forest strategy and implementation plan. However, the province has not endorsed or committed to implementation of the forest strategy, and the province continues to propose and pass changes to forest legislation, policies, and regulations that are focused on provincial objectives and do not reflect Indigenous interest or the input of the Forestry Council or responsiveness to that particular strategy. Therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the province of BC to fully endorse the BC First Nations Forest Strategy and commit to the development of a joint BC First Nations Forestry Council work plan that supports the timely implementation of the forest strategy, which will in part inform and support the work under concrete action 4 of the commitment document regarding forestry legislation, policy review, and reform. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly fully supports the role of the Forestry Council to lead key areas of work to advance the implementation of the forest strategy through ongoing communications and outreach with First Nations to ensure that provincial forest policy and legislation and regulations are informed by and developed in collaboration with BC First Nations, and the BC Chiefs and Assembly call on the province to work collaboratively with the BC First Nations Forestry Council, which includes the provision of resources required for the Forestry Council to carry out its role as a technical council to support First Nations Leadership Council, First Nations leadership, and First Nations communities. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Cookby Christian.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to have to abstain in this resolution. The BC First Nations Forestry Strategy, our council has not reviewed that or endorsed it, so I'm going to abstain formally rather than oppose.
Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate that. Is there a need for any further discussion? Otherwise, we will move to the question on that. I see Cookby Ignace. I'm not sure if that was an earlier hand or not. Not hearing from Cookby Ignace, then let us.
Oh, sorry.
There
Sorry.
you go.
Yeah, I too abstain.
Thank you. It seems that we've moved to the question rather than discussion. So just to finalize that, are there any abstentions, any further abstentions to this resolution? Once again, are there any further abstentions to this resolution? Seeing or hearing none, and great sign, Chief Edwards. Let us ask if there are any objections to this resolution. Are there any objections to this resolution? Third and final call for objections. Seeing none, and with your permission, we will note that this resolution is carried by the remainder. Thank you very much. Let us move to draft resolution 12. Rejection of the Métis assertion of rights outlined in the Métis Nation British Columbia report, A Tale of Two Nations, highlighting the inequities of the treatment of the Métis in BC. And the copy I have in my hands, and as you see on the screen, I do need a mover and a seconder for this resolution. I see Cookby Wayne Christian and Chief Keith Crow as the mover and the seconder. Thank you very much for that. Actually, that's being entered. Essentially, this is in response to the October 2020 report mentioned in the title, and that therefore be it resolved do address the substance that we do see in the whereases. It was Chief Crow was the seconder of this resolution. So therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly rejects as factually and legally inaccurate the claims advanced in the Métis Nation British Columbia report, which attempts to assert the existence of Métis Aboriginal rights in BC and claims that the Métis Nation British Columbia holds Indigenous governing body status in British Columbia under the DRIPA. The BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call upon and fully expects the province of British Columbia to apply a principled and accurate assessment of these claims made by the MNBC and to uphold the distinction-based requirements of DRIPA, Section 35 jurisprudence, and the draft principles that guide the province of British Columbia's relationship with Indigenous peoples in order to prevent unfounded assertions of Métis rights that would infringe or interfere with original inherent Indigenous title and rights holders in BC. And 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly continues to invite collaborations with Indigenous organizations, including the MNBC, on matters such as anti-racism, social and health improvement initiatives, where this collaboration is properly grounded in historic reality and available evidence and respect for First Nations title and rights holders in British Columbia. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move to the question. Are there any abstentions to this resolution? Are there any abstentions to this resolution? If not, let us move to the objections. Are there any objections to this resolution? Once again, are there any objections to this resolution? And finally, last call for objections. Seeing or hearing none, then with your permission, and as noted, the resolution is carried. Let us turn to resolution 13, I believe, which is the support for the National Action Plan on Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirited Engagement, moved by Cookby Casimir and seconded by Chief Charlene Gale. I did check on Chief Casimir earlier. I don't see Chief Charlene Gale here in our participants list, so we will need a seconder for this. Do I have a volunteer to second this resolution? I'll ask you to please raise your hands. Oops, sorry, I'm going to get back to my screen. Thank you, Cookby Wilson, for that.
Hi, I'm just turning my volume up. Yeah, I would do that. If there's no seconder, I was waiting for this one to come up, so thank you for that, Harold. And I did want to speak to it after, I guess, whenever the appropriate time is.
Yeah, I'll come to you immediately. So despite your collective advocacy, essentially, there's a continuing, the continued delay in the release of the National Action Plan or the transparency of communication, with the families and others remains deeply troubling. And it does note that there are some structural avenues within the process which could be utilized, the core working group on families and survivors, and then the AFN Women's Council members who form a sub-working group on First Nations. You will note on the screen in terms of the whereases, there have been some significant adjustments, but we'll look to Cookby Wilson to speak to that. And I will just note that therefore be it resolves. And again, you will see some edits on that, some amendments there. So number one, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call upon the federal government to ensure that representatives from the Highway of Tears, Downtown East Side Coalition, and families and survivors from BC are meaningfully included in ongoing development of the National Action Plan and are added into the working group structures that have been established. To the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call upon the federal government to work under the leadership of Indigenous women to revise and reform the National Action Plan development and implementation process so that going forward, it is Indigenous women-led and inclusive of Indigenous survivors, respective families and advocates and grassroots people who work directly with them, and which is strategic, transparent, accessible, resourced, and time-bound, and provides for the development of community-based action plans. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly support and call for regional engagement processes that are led by survivors, families, and Indigenous women and our 2S plus community people. Collaborative, strength-based, trauma-informed, and action and implementation focused, inclusive of different regions and urban and rural contexts, respects and upholds the role of Indigenous governing bodies, takes immediate action on the calls for justice, supports community-based action planning, resourcing, and healing, provides for accountability, transparency, and adequate sustainable resourcing, provides for multiple direct pathways of engaging in the development of natural action plans, respects the people that people are experiencing grief, loss, isolation, trauma, additional burden, sickness, and fatigue as a result of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, and respectful of the fact that people have already shared so much, and we already have many recommendations about how to move forward. For the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directs the BCAFN Women's representative to collaborate with the AFN Women's Council, regional partners, and others to create opportunities for engagement on the National Action Plan that are in alignment with these values. And 5, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief and women's representative to report back to the Chiefs in Assembly regarding what was heard through regional engagement sessions and to call on the provincial and federal government to implement the recommendations flowing from the engagement. And 6, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directs the regional chief and women's representative to advocate to the federal government for additional multiple direct pathways of engagement in the ongoing development of the National Action Plan and for funding for organizations and coalitions who want to develop their own action plans or contributions to the National Action Plan. Over to you, Cookby Wilson.
Thanks, Harold. There's a lot of therefore it be resolved. But yes, I just wanted to say, with the coalition, we weren't, meaningful. We consulted at a lot of the different levels, and the issue in working with the survivors and the organizations that are in front line, they really do need to be involved. And we had presentations on our coalition meeting this morning from the province, and we've had a federal one, I think, last month. So there were issues in what was happening in regards to, free, prior, informed consent and direct involvement from the survivors. The government had selected who would be at the table, so that's not really like an Indigenous women's led process. So I think the resolution captures a lot of the issues, and it's still a lot of work on the ground, correcting the approach and getting it where it will be more meaningful and more having the input, who it should have the input from, and that it's going to make a difference to, our women, the survivors, and their respective families. And also what other part of this I wanted to say was there was a lot of money and a lot of time spent in the national inquiry process, but they didn't leave adequate time on the expert hearing and the institutional hearing. So there were 2 other hearings that they did, I would say, maybe started, but not substantive, hearing process and hearing time to correct those very institutions like, the police and the justice system, and also, some of these other institutions that do need that systemic change. So, and we also have the BC Opal inquiry that, you know, basically has been sitting on a shelf. Very little of it has been implemented. So to bring meaning to the National Inquiry calls to action, we do need a lot of work still. And this resolution starts, you know, pointing us in that right direction and getting, you know, the meaningful engagement from our survivors and the respective families and their loved ones. And we really need to get on with that action plan, and it needs to reach all of the ones that it's impacted for changing, but without systemic changes that we talked about all this last 2 days of the meetings. You know, I don't want this report to be just sitting on a shelf and not substantive and not meaningful to our women and our survivors. So I wanted to be able to say that and thank our Union BC Union Chiefs Women's Rep, Melissa Moses. She's been doing a lot of work since she's been elected to the position. She's from Merritt area, and she's just a young lady, but has been doing tremendous work. And the coalition that meets on a regular basis, rain, shine, or snow, they've always met. And also the ladies who organized the march, the February 14th rally in March, they did that this year despite COVID and despite the rain, and it was streamed to many of our communities. So I want to say my appreciation and to all the others who are working on this file. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cookby. I would note that a request was made for a copy of this amended draft resolution, and that has been placed in the chat. You would click on that to get this amended version. But let us proceed to the, my last check, is there any need for discussion of this resolution as amended? And if not, then we will move to the question. I do want to thank the members for their work on this resolution. Are there any abstentions to draft resolution 13 as amended? Are there any abstentions? Hearing or seeing none, then are there any objections to draft resolution 13 expanding engagement on the National Action Plan? Seeing or hearing none, one last call. Are there any objections to this draft resolution as amended? If not, we will go along with the suggestion by the typist that it is carried. All right, let us turn our attention to draft resolution 14. I hope I'm not going to mess up this title of the traditional name of this community too much. So support for as the law First Nation and condemning the Gibraltar Mines discharge permit, moved by Chief Francis Lassise and seconded by Chief Troy Baptiste. I believe Chief Lassise is here. We'll just double check. Yes, but I did not see Troy, Chief Baptiste earlier, and I do not see him in the meeting. So I do want to make sure that we get, if he is there, to let us know. Otherwise, I see that Cook B. Wilson, are you seconding this motion? Thank
Yes, yes, I will.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. Again, this is one that does, the therefore be it resolved does address what's in the whereases, but essentially the whereases do focus on the recent 2-year effort by the Chilcotin to ensure that mine waste effluent is fully treated before discharge into the Fraser River, and that to avoid that sort of dumping ground approach. And as a result, therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly fully support the efforts of as the law of First Nation to protect the waters that run through their traditional territories that are of profound cultural value from increase in discharge from Gibraltar Mines Limited, and will stand behind the Chilcotin Nation and as the law of First Nation in defense of these waters, regardless of any decisions made by the Environmental Appeal Board of BC Ministries of Environment. The BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly condemn the BC Minister of Environment's decision to grant a permit that allows a 50% increase of effluent discharge from Gibraltar Mines tailings ponds when the effluent does not meet BC water quality guidelines before it enters the Fraser River. the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the regional chief to advise the provincial government that First Nations across the province are bearing witness and opposed to the pollution of the Fraser River and all life that it supports, occurring in part by BC's disregard for the principles of non-degradation and Indigenous stewardship laws, which consider water to be sacred, and for the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly direct the BCAFN executive and staff to work with Chilcotin Nation and other like-minded First Nations and organizations to publicly communicate the impacts that Gibraltar Mines discharge has on the health of the Fraser River and Indigenous peoples it supports, along with the efforts by the Chilcotin Nation and Esdela First Nation to protect this water and food source for future generations. Is there a need for discussion of this draft resolution? Is there a need for discussion? Seeing or hearing none, let us then move to the question. Are there any abstentions to this resolution? Are there any abstentions to this resolution? Seeing or hearing none, are there any objections to this resolution? Are there any objections to this resolution? Seeing or hearing none, then the resolution to support the Esdela First Nation and the Chilcotin Nation is carried. Thank you very much, Chiefs and Proxies. Let us move to draft resolution 15, support for the development of a memorandum of cooperation between the BCAFN and First Nations Business Development Association. So moved by Chief Harvey McLeod, seconded by Chief Byron Lewis. Therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly support the development and establishment of non-political binding memorandum of cooperation and understanding between the BC Assembly of First Nations and the First Nations Business Development Association. The BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly seek to have the following principles and objectives included in the memorandum of cooperation and understanding: be of a non-binding and non-political nature, containing language respecting the uniqueness of each organization's mandate, focus on objectives and goals that relate to capacity building to advance shared economic priorities, agree to freely share information between organizations and inform each other of key meetings or other dates that relate to the core objectives and goals of the MOU, and D, agree to jointly advocate for the interests of our respective members at times where our organization's goals and objectives align. Just noting the double non-political in therefore be it resolved 1. Is there any need for discussion of this support resolution for a memorandum of cooperation? I would just note in 2C that it would be an MOC, not an MOU. Hearing no need for discussion, let's move to the question. Any abstentions to this resolution? Any abstentions to this resolution? Seeing or hearing none, any objections to this resolution? Any objections to this resolution? Then with your permission, thank you very much, Chiefs and Proxies, this resolution is carried. And let us turn to the last on-time resolution, noting we have 3 short late resolutions to deal with as well. Draft Resolution 16, support for the development of a BC First Nations cannabis strategy, moved by Chief Harvey McLeod, seconded by Chief Byron Lewis. Again, the cannabis evolution is well known to us, and that is noted in the therefore be resolves on that resolution. And we will look to the therefore be it resolves. I note that they have not, there they come. Oh, I see. And was there more than one adjustment in the therefore in the whereases? I see there's been an addition there. Was that the only one? All right, thank you. So just noting this one additional whereas clause, and perhaps as a practice, we can download the draft through the chat, just so that's available in draft form to the delegation. Maybe I'll look to Sarah to do that while Maureen is managing the screen here. Therefore be it resolved, and we've added one therefore be it resolved.
I got it.
Oh. I'm just going to mute Cook me Ignace there. So therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly direct the regional chief working with the First Nations Leadership Council and the FNLC representatives on the joint working group on the legislation and regulation of non-medical cannabis in BC to advocate for the provincial and federal government to immediately recognize First Nations jurisdiction with respect to cannabis on reserve and within First Nations respective territories, whether implemented through inherent rights and laws, First Nations land management laws, government-to-government agreements, or any other self-determining means, and that government should not use any work underway at the JWG to delay or undermine the progress or inherent rights of First Nations. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the regional chief, working with the FNLC representatives on the JWG, to advance the priorities of First Nations in the sphere of cannabis through the development and implementation of a BC First Nations cannabis strategy, which should address the topics of jurisdiction, lawmaking and regulation, enforcement, economic development, taxation, revenues, health, safety, and education, among other matters as they relate to cannabis. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the regional chief, working with the FNLC representative on the JWG, to develop the BC First Nations cannabis strategy through engagement with BC First Nations, including chiefs and leadership, relevant First Nations organizations, and those directly involved in governance and cannabis-related business and economic development, and that the appropriate collaboration and support be secured from the provincial and federal governments. 4, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the regional chief, working with the FNLC representatives on the JWG, to continue to advance First Nations rights and interests with respect to jurisdiction and economic development opportunities as they arise. 5, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the BCAFN to report to the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly on the BC First Nations cannabis strategy at the 2021 Annual General Assembly. Is there a need for discussion of this draft resolution as amended in both the whereases and the therefore be it resolves? Is there a need for discussion?
Harold?
Seeing none. Sorry, Chief
Harold?
Wilson.
I just wanted to say at the Union of BC and Chiefs, we had this particular resolution because it's a mayor one corrected. So I'm hoping that the, I'm looking at the whereases. Can you scroll back up? Because it was regarding the, I think it was the SPI. Is Cookby Roseanne Kasner still on here?
It was earlier.
Yeah, because there was a change they made at the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and I'm hoping our corrections got passed on. Maybe Sarah could, could we ask Sarah? Because we did send our Union of BC and Chiefs resolution that had the correction to Kamloops Indian Band wanted. Councillor Jeanette Jules and raised it. I just wanted to make sure it's was corrected. If Sarah could speak to it.
Sarah Fraser, are you there?
Hi, yes, I can speak to the resolution. So the by reference in the resolution that you have before you today was taken out. And so to reflect the conversation that we understand happened at the Union of BC Indian Chiefs meeting. So it might not be the exact same changes that were made at that meeting, but it more generally speaks to the economic and jurisdictional interests.
Okay, thank you. They're my relatives at Kamloops, so if I didn't catch it, I'd probably hear about it. So I just want to make sure it was done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. Is there a need for further discussion of this resolution as amended?
Yes.
Casimir?
Thank you for that. Yes, no, thank you, Judy, for bringing that up. Just duly noting that we did want to make sure that the SPI part was taken out because, you know, we truly believe that it handcuffs us and, you know, we just want to ensure that we are, you know, following our jurisdiction and really advocating in those key areas. And so we really recommended taking that wording out. So thank you for catching that, Cook-Stacham.
And just for clarity, the SPI is an acronym for?
It is for the, what is the SPCI again?
Sarah, do you know it?
Stands for Strategic Partnership Initiative. It's a program or initiative by the federal government that coordinates funding between federal and provincial agencies.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it undermines our title and rights and our lands and within our territory. So we just wanted to make sure that we upheld that. Cookshank.
All right, is there any further discussion on the amended resolution? If not, let us then move to the question. Are there any abstentions to the resolution as amended? Are there any abstentions? Seeing or hearing none. Are there any objections? Are there any objections? Seeing or hearing none, then draft resolution 16 as amended is adopted and carried. Thank you very much. Chiefs, that completes our on-time resolutions. We have 3 brief late resolutions that we'd like to get to, and so we're at 3:32, and hopefully it won't take us very long on that. Let us turn to draft late resolution 2021. Support to advocate for meaningful involvement of First Nations in the restructuring of the provincial government's natural resource sector, which Minister Conroy did speak to this morning. I see Maureen shaking her head. Oh,
Number 1 is the property transfer tax.
okay, I do have it. Apparently I've typed them in the reverse order or stapled them in the reverse order. Property tax let us turn our attention to property transfer tax exemption for First Nations entities in British Columbia. Councillor Chris Lewis did speak to that earlier during, I think, the exchange with Minister Conroy. I will need a mover and the seconder for this. Look for a hand. I see Proxy Chris Lewis has his hand up, and I do need a seconder for this resolution.
Chief Donna Eljam will second that.
Thank you, Chief Eljam. Appreciate that. And so Chris did speak to it during the presentation. It does note that provincial legislation precludes most First Nations in the province from owning land in fee simple directly, and notes that the Property Transfer Tax Act and Property Transfer Tax will be payable by First Nations and First Nations entities on all future transfers of fee simple land, including subdivisions. And, you know, basically asserts that First Nations and First Nations entities should be exempt from paying the property transfer tax, which is an exemption that's been extended to others, and that is noted. The province currently takes a position that it will not negotiate a resolution of the property transfer tax issue with First Nations on an individual basis, but rather takes a position that it must be resolved on a province-wide basis for the benefit of all First Nations in the province. So therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call upon the province of British Columbia to make immediate amendments to the Property Transfer Tax Act and or its regulations that include an exemption for First Nations and First Nations entities, and that the PTTA amendments be included in the DRIPA action plan. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly fully supports the Regional Chief and First Nations Leadership Council to advocate on this issue with the province of British Columbia. And 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly fully support the Regional Chief and First Nations Leadership Council to support First Nations in direct negotiation with the province of British Columbia on this issue. Is there a need for discussion of the draft late resolution? Seeing or hearing none, no need for discussion. Let us move to the question. Any abstentions to the draft late resolution 1? Any abstentions? Seeing or hearing none, any objections to the draft resolution on the property transfer tax exemption for First Nations entities in British Columbia? Seeing or hearing none, then with your permission, let us note that this resolution is carried. And so we have 2 left. Is it the Okanagan? We have the Okanagan Indian Band one, and then the natural resource sector. I'll just see which one comes up on the screen and go with that one. Support for the Okanagan Indian Band and their fight to uphold First Nations jurisdiction and rights on reserve. I will need a mover and seconder. We will need a mover and seconder for this. I do see Chief Byron Lewis, of course, will move that, and we will need a seconder for that. And I do see Chief Harvey McLeod offering to do that. Thank you very much, Chiefs. Essentially, this is a November 2020 situation where you'll see a conservation officer entered the reserve in trespass, ignored the First Nations jurisdiction and bylaws, and attempted to apply the Provincial Wildlife Act, which subsequently led to charges of an Okanagan band member, and then it describes that situation in the legal context, which is supportive of the First Nations position. Therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly fully support the Okanagan Indian Band in their fight to uphold First Nations jurisdiction on reserves, and will call on British Columbia to acknowledge the general jurisdiction of First Nations over wildlife management, hunting, and other resource management issues on their reserve, and continue any outstanding criminal or regulatory prosecution at odds with this jurisdiction, and to the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly specifically call upon British Columbia to discontinue the prosecution of Johnny Lee Bono of the Okanagan Indian Band for charges related to the exercise of Silex harvesting rights on the reserve of the Okanagan Indian Band. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution, support resolution? Seeing or hearing none, let us then move to the question. Any abstentions to late resolution 2? Any abstentions? Noting sneezing does not constitute an abstention. Let us, so no abstentions. Any objections? No objections? No objections, then thank you very much, Chiefs and Proxies. This one is carried. And our final late resolution does relate to the indication provided by Minister Conroy about the work being done by Minister Cullen to potentially restructure the provincial government's natural resource sector. So we will look at this one, and let's go immediately to the, first of all, a mover and seconder on this resolution. Mover and seconder going once.
I'll move it, Harold.
Thank you very much, Chief Spahan. Seconder, please. Seconder going once. And maybe just by way of
Chief
context.
Wilson. Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yep. I see Chief Ed Hall, and thanks to Chief Hobart as well for offering on that. So therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief to work with the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs as the First Nations Leadership Council to gather more information about the work of the Lands and Natural Resource Operations Secretariat and their options for restructuring the natural resource sector. The BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief in partnership with the First Nations Leadership Council to provide a briefing to the chiefs in BC regarding the work of the Lands and Natural Resource Operations Secretariat, including recommendations on next steps for the FNLC chiefs and BC government. And 3, the BC Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief in partnership as the FNLC to advocate and communicate to Minister Cullen, Minister Conroy, and Premier Horgan that any change to the organizational structure of the natural resource sector requires a new process that respects First Nations inherent rights, title, and interest, and is consistent with the BC Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act 2019, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Chief Hobart, I see your hand is still up. I just want to double check if you wanted to discuss this. Chief Hobart?
Thanks, Harold. I lowered my hand. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, I think we were both doing it at the same time, and so we want to lower it, raising it again. So thank you for that. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? If not, let us move to the question. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Seeing or hearing none. Any objections? Seeing or hearing none. Any objections? Last call for objections. Thank you very much, Chief. This resolution is also carried. And I believe that concludes our resolutions and the business before us. And I'm exhausted and have nothing scintillating to say in conclusion. So I will look to see if the regional chief wishes to make a final remark. I know he was having a bit of connection issues there for a moment, or if either of our knowledge keepers would like to conclude. Regional chief.
Thank you, Harold. Once again, you did an exemplary job just to keep us in line and get us through these past 2 days. I certainly know everybody's exhausted. Thank you all for attending the last 2 days, and certainly as we talked at the beginning of this discussion, we talked about the issues with racism in healthcare, and we talked about issues with fisheries, aquaculture, children and families, First Nations Education Steering Committee, and all these discussions that we had today, whether it was with forestry, the federal legislation in terms of C-15, and also more importantly, the real discussion that we had at the start of these meetings was talking about justice and policing. I think the underlying theme really is that much of what we do here at the BCAFN and yourselves was to fight for equality, to fight for justice. That conversation and those situations hasn't changed in quite some time, not since colonization has come to our lands. And although the conversation has changed to reconciliation, to United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, we have to continue to fight for that. We have to fight for equality and a say in how vaccines are rolled out, a say in what happens in our lands. So as we end this meeting, I just want to thank you all for being here, and I'm up to continue the good fight. And we have to make those changes for the next generation. I certainly want to appreciate and thank my administration at the BCAFN, my board of directors, Chief Harvey McLeod, board of director Brian Sue, Cookby Roseanne Casimir, and Charles Morvan. I want to thank them for direction of the board of directors. Our knowledge keepers for the prayers of yesterday and today, and acknowledging those we've lost to this terrible disease and this pandemic. Dr. Robert Joseph and Dr. Gwen Point, our youth representative, Taylor, and also Justin. Thank you for your advocacy representing BC as part of the greater group of youth advocates across this country. Our women's advocate, Louisa Housey-Jones, for really putting our point of view and our women's point of view forward, and as being a representative at the national level. I want to thank my chief of staff, Vanessa West here in Clegley-Tenay, and also my staff that really helped out in these very important matters. It certainly, as we end this meeting today, we have the mandate and the direction from you. There's a lot to do. And certainly it's not going to be easy. The fight continues, even though the conversation and the lexicon has changed. We will continue to do this along with your help and with your direction. We need to move forward and really take our rightful place. That's what it is. It's not going to be easily given to us. We have to fight for it once again. So I just want to thank you all for being here today and these last couple of days. Very important work that needs to be done, especially in a time of pandemic. This is history in terms of our generation dealing with a major issue. Previous generations had to deal with the world wars, different issues, and 100 years ago, our ancestors, our relatives went through the Spanish flu pandemic. So I just want to thank you all. And then the many languages, my language, Masicho, Gelakesla, Cooksjem, Masicho, OCM, all the distinct languages. And that's another matter we need to move on, languages legislation provincially. So with that, I want to thank you all and pass it back to you, Harold. Masicho.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief. Again, I'll just look to the knowledge keepers to see if they wish to end us with protocol.
Elated and Eastwell, thank you, Harold. Thank you, Regional Chief. You covered everything, Regional Chief, for what we witnessed the last 2 days and the good work, the good words, the good work, and special blessing on everyone. We still have a ways to go with COVID-19, and I want families to know that it's important to get the vaccine. And I remember it was being shared in one of our meetings, and Bonnie Henry shared as well that they now know that your first vaccine will carry you further than what they thought. So they're going to use that vaccine to help those that need it. And I encourage everyone to get the vaccine. And that to rely on our prayers and the kindness. If there was ever a time for kindness, it's now. Looking after one another, looking after our neighbors, and looking after those that do get COVID. I understand that some people aren't treated very good if they get COVID. And it's not the time to mistreat people. Nobody asks for this. It's a time rather to reach out and support. And I can tell you that our people know what fear is. It came with colonization. But I also tell you that you turn fear around, it's courage. And that's what we're standing on. That's what I've witnessed over the years. And I've witnessed the last 2 days is the courage. And no one can take that away. So special blessing on each one of you. Be good to yourself. Be good to yourself. Take the time, a little bit of time, even if it's 2 minutes for yourself. Because you're important and we need you. And I'm so grateful to witness the respect that I see. I'm so grateful to walk with you folks. So with that in mind, Creator, special blessing to each one. Continue to walk with them and give them the strength they need. Thank you for the good work. Ask special blessing on the families and the communities, and that the vaccine is going to lift our people up and protect us. Hi, Chep Siam. My best to everybody.
Thank you. I'm happy to announce that Elena Neal is our last in attendance prize winner. And so congratulations to that. Thank you all for your kind words in the chat and the birthday wishes. I do appreciate that. I shall have an extra piece of cake on your behalf this evening. I do want to look to Knowledge Keeper Dr. Chief Robert Joseph to see if he has any closing protocol remarks, and if so, when he is done, we will be adjourned.
Thank you. My brothers and sisters, my relatives, when the people look back one day on this 2-day gathering, it will showcase your resilience and your strength. I want to talk about all of you for a moment, because we owe so much to you and it's seldom honored or acknowledged. The record will highlight your visionary approach to everything. Your caring and compassionate ways will be noted. You have respected your ancestors, your histories. our children will know that you did not abandon the old ones. We are not assimilated. We are decolonizing. You continue to help us to affirm our identities and our sovereignty, our notion of sovereignty. You're helping us to regain our territories. And there's so much that was said and done over this 2 days that in my age, I'm so inspired. Like I could go to heaven now, I think, to know that we have leaders like yourselves. So my prayer as well is that you continue the leadership that is underway, that lifts up our families and our communities, and we continue to move forward in reconciliation on our terms as well. Thank you, my dear leaders. I look forward to the next time we gather. That's it.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, like Councilor Bobby.